conference, and it was very complimentary, and those guys are playing outstanding football. And so that topic came up strictly because, hey, not enough of the country has seen how good these guys are playing.
You know, a small market team like us can come into a place like Mile High and get it done.
Yeah, well, Liam Cohen sure used those words to his advantage, and Sean acknowledged as much, but he was not thrilled, I have to say. Listening to his tenor in the Zoom press conference yesterday, Sean Payton not too happy that Liam Cohen twisted his own words and made it so effective for his own team, I have to say.
I think it's funny because Liam Cohen did exactly what Sean Payton would do, right? He did what every coach would do. It's just funny to be seen on the other foot. When the shoe's on the other foot, it's very uncomfortable when you get hit with that shoe. My mom used to hit me with shoes.
Did she?
It was very uncomfortable. Oh, yeah, she threw shoes. She was a side armor, too. She was almost a Kent Colvey shoe thrower. She didn't miss.
She could change the arm angle, huh?
Oh, yeah. She didn't miss.
It's so weird you say that because I don't want to talk about this right now, but I got to mention it because you say that. 46 years ago today, the Boston Bruins went into the stands at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, yeah.
And Mike Milbury's the one that McNabb had the guy pinned in the aisleway or in the seats, and it's Milbury who grabbed the shoe and beat him with it.
Is there anything better than beating a man with his own shoe?
No, I don't think there is. You know, if you want to make your point, grab a guy's own shoe and just beat him with it.
That's why I like to wear Crocs in case somebody takes my shoe and tries to beat me.
I'll tell you what, if you'd like to, before the show is done, I'll relay, because the late, great Peter McNabb was instrumental in all of that. I'll relay, because Maxie never talked about it, ever, ever, ever. But we'd be 2 a.m, someplace over Winnipeg, blah, blah, blah. And he would just let it out and just go through all the details of that particular night. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Avs back in action tonight. Utah in town. The Jazz were in town last night. It's the Mammoth in town tonight, and the Avs are coming off a huge 5-1 win over Minnesota the other night. Here was Nathan McKinnon talking about it postgame.
It was a big one. They played yesterday. Obviously, that's tough. It's a tough back-to-back for them, Edmonton, than us. But sometimes you feel good on the second day, so you never know what we were going to get, and we were definitely excited for this. Had a good meeting this morning and just, wanted to outplay them and get this win, and we did that.
I love the fact that they approached it like that. And Bednar, by the way, if you're a hockey nerd like Moser, you're a hockey nerd, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you try to hide it best you can, but
you're
a hockey nerd deep down. Go listen to Jared Bednar from practice yesterday and the day before. It was fantastic. I really enjoyed the comments that he had. He talked about analytics for a long time. Just some very, very nerdy stuff, what they're doing with the power play, which certainly in Minnesota they converted twice, and that's a huge step forward. I mean, Moser's thanking the Lord right now.
Yeah, and Jared he's if you listen to what he says, Vic, we say this all the time on this particular program, and even in his little news conferences and everything else, if you truly listen to what he says, you're going to learn a lot because he's fairly open about things. You know what I mean? He's fairly open about where his team is and about where the power play is and all. I mean, he's not like he's trying to hide it. He never gets snippy, or anything of that nature. He is pretty much an open book. I mean, you can't tell everything about injuries, but you get the idea. So, yeah, he believes in analytics to a point.
You're right.
I think he likes eyeballs, too. I mean, it's the eyeballs merging with the analytics, I think, that really... That's where, when you find that real good mix, that's where you're at.
Every time I see Mammoth, I still can't get used to it. I'm still wondering, is this a lacrosse game going on? It still freaks me out.
Yeah,
I can't get over it.
Johnny Lyles said Utah Mammoth the other night. I'm like,
it doesn't hit me.
Right.
It's not right. Fix it.
Look, it's tricky. I mean, it's a tough situation. I just appreciated what he had to say. I thought it was good. And again, it's the approach of looking at the Minnesota Wild, who are inferior to you in every way, and looking at them as a test. The concept of being the best team in the league. How many games are we into the season now? What, 35? Something like that?
It's 35 games. The Avs are 35 in.
You're 35 in.
You're not even halfway through, man. It's
No,
crazy.
no, we got a long way to go here. So I know you were talking about how their wins are boring because they're boring, but I was listening to a clip. I think it was Anthony Edwards the other day saying, hey, look, greatness is boring. It's reps. It's practice. It's doing the same things over and over and over again. So wins are boring. I mean, sign me up for boring because that is the true sign, in my opinion, of greatness. It's you're not doing anything flashy. You're doing everything the same way every day.
You know, that's interesting that you put it like that. I didn't hear Ant say that, by the way. But Vic, you've been to a pro golf tournament. You've seen the best you've seen the best on the planet play the game. When guys are playing really well, it's sort of boring. And what I mean by boring is they hit it down the middle. They knock it 10, 15 feet and they make the putt. I mean, it's not like you're
just trying to play par golf.
They're just this.
Robots.
But yeah, that's exactly right. And look, I mean, if you're a Sevi Ballesteros, God rest his soul, I mean, he was anything but robotic, but it's the best guys just kind of just do bump.
You know what it's like? It's like watching men's tennis over the last decade. Just guys sitting on the back line and hitting it back as hard as possible. Now
I don't watch tennis, bro.
I know. I do. I love
good
watching.
For you. Hey, good for you.
But I mean, it's become predictable, is what you're trying to say.
I liked how Coach had the guys approach this game as if it were a playoff game. Take a listen to his comments from yesterday.
I don't think I need to discuss that stuff.
Wait, pause that for me just a sec, Mitch. So what he was talking about, by the way, Vic, you were saying if you were the Avs, you would have been fist-pumping right in the Minnesota Wild goalie's face, Jesper Wallstedt.
Yeah, remember? I'm an emotional clown.
Right. And so Coach Bednar yesterday was asked about if the Avs had any added motivation based upon the fact that the last time they played Minnesota, in Minnesota, they lost in a shootout, and Wallstedt said that, well, we won, so we must be the better team.
I don't think I need to discuss that stuff. Like, we focus on what we need to do, and we know what we're trying to accomplish. Yeah, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. It's because we won last night doesn't make us the better team either. I think the course of the season will tell that, and then you'll have to go prove it again in the playoffs. You know, it's in some ways.
What is going on?
Did you say cut that? Is that coming through bad on your end?
What the hell was that?
It was coming through fine on my end. I didn't hear anything. Okay, well, I'm glad you got rid of that. The point he was trying to say, and I don't know why it came off like that through the air. I'm glad you stopped me there. I couldn't hear it. The point is that he had them approach it like it was a playoff game, Moshe, and they responded because sometimes you just need to challenge the guys.
Yeah, but I love the very first thing you said. I don't need
because that's all you could hear.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to tell them. You know, and that's the key, man. This team right now, Matt, I don't know how to say this any more clearly. They're focused, they're determined, they have a purpose. And they also have fun, and they enjoy each other's company, and they have fun playing the game and so on. But everything about what they're doing right now has a purpose to it. It's very cool to watch. And I think that you don't go out and say, we want to be 26-2-7. And, I think that's a byproduct. The games are a byproduct of the approach to the games. The approach is so good, and the focus is so good that the results are going to follow.
Moshe, when's the last time you saw an empty seat at Ball Arena for an Avalanche game?
It's been a long time, bro. Long time.
I mean, do you know how when you look around, like when I'm watching different NBA games, I was watching the Lakers and the Clippers the other night. These are the Lakers and Clippers, and the game was in L.A. The entire upper deck was half empty.
Really?
Yeah. Lakers and Clippers. Yeah. And I'm watching different sports, and I know not every city. We are so spoiled. Spoiled may not even be the word, because if you go and watch these games, you can't even get in.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
Don't take it for granted. I mean, we keep saying it with this era of Denver sports, whether it's attendance, whether it's wins, whether it's buzz, it just won't be like this
Think
forever.
about this for a second.
Yeah.
How many cities can say this? Every single home Broncos, Avalanche, and Nuggets game this season, there's not been an empty seat. Every seat's been sold out.
Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. I mean, Denver loves their teams, especially when you're a winner. They will show up for a winner. That's one thing we know about Colorado.
Chicago, they sell out the Bears, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Bulls always sell out, no matter what.
Sure.
They do. They do. I'll give them credit. I mean, they're still living off that era of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Do the Blackhawks sell out?
Been up and down.
They did for a long time, obviously. They won 3 Stanley Cups, man. So, yeah. But, that building holds like 21,000. I guess there are probably a few empty seats, but it's pretty damn packed. Last time we were there, it was pretty packed.
It's well attended, Vic.
Yeah.
What's your point?
But it's not like this.
No, my point is, I'm trying to think of another city where you can't get a seat in the house for 3 sports.
Well, I know right now you can't get one in Denver, and that feels like a pretty good place to be. Tons more to get to. We will get back to our conversation we had with John Elway, and if you missed that, obviously, you're going to want to go to the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane podcast. Wherever you get your podcasts, catch up all weekend long. The new Elway documentary dropped on Netflix last night, and we, of course, will continue to break it down throughout the course of the morning. I do want to get back to final notes on Broncos and Jags. I do. There's a few more things Sean had to say that I want to get your reaction to, and we'll dial it all up next. Are you still stressing about a gift for the Denver sports fan in your life? Give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card, perfect for new or existing subscribers. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget. Back to the Broncos here. Sean Payton yesterday on his team's ability to respond.
Historically, you can only go by this season. We've been able to week by week get on to the next opponent, and that same thing has to exist, obviously, coming off a loss. Look, this is a confident team. And I would say this, there wasn't a guy in the locker room yesterday, I don't know, you guys probably spent more time with him, that felt like we didn't get beat. This wasn't an officiating. We got beat, and Jacksonville was a better team yesterday. And I think our players know that.
All right, guys, so how do the Broncos bounce back off the mat? I was watching the Patriots talk after their win over the Ravens on Sunday night after dropping one to the Bills, and they were talking about, hey, look, maybe this win was actually a good thing. Maybe it provided some perspective, but they were able to then respond by playing another team that had to compete for the playoffs. Does it matter that the Broncos have to respond by playing a team who's really not trying to win football games?
It's going to help that they get this team. If they had the Chargers this week, if the games were flipped, I'd be a little bit concerned because the Chargers are another good team. And to me, it feels like this is a get-right opportunity. Look, I didn't watch any of the Chiefs and Titans game at all. Vic, did you pay attention to that football game at all?
No, I kept looking at the score saying, why am I even bothering here?
I'm the sicko.
Oh, come on. You're a geek if you watch that.
It's on Red Zone, so I caught the highlights.
And I don't know how the defense looked for Kansas City. I don't know if they're still trying to play. I don't know.
That was one of the better games Cam Ward has played this year. Yeah, they rested a bunch of guys. Their injury report was huge heading into the game. In fact, right after we got off the air on Friday, Kansas City basically released that 9 starters were going to be out. They're not trying to win.
No, they're not trying to win. So that's what the idea is now. The idea is this is a get-right game. Kansas City's got a ton of guys that are going to be out. They've got a quarterback nobody's ever heard of playing the game. The over-under is 36, and most of that probably will be the Denver Broncos. So this is a terrific opportunity. Now, Vic, I would also say that in this particular game, on the defensive side of things, I think style points are going to matter. Now, again, you're playing a lesser opponent. We'll see if Kareem Hunt gets crazy for 200 yards. I don't know. But style points to me are going to matter. How you respond to what just happened to you getting beat by a better team that day, how you do it is going to be big for me.
You just said something, and focus on this because I think it's going to be the only way Kansas City can keep us. They're going to run the ball. They're going to focus on running the ball. And Denver better be ready to deal with that. I mean, set the table up front because these guys, what else are they going to do? Michael Olowokandi going to go up top?
Chris Olodikin. Yeah. Here's Sean Payton, and this is a fascinating exchange with Mike Kliss. We've talked about this. Are they regressing defensively? And here's the exchange between Mike and Sean yesterday.
Mike, I don't buy it. I mean, you can listen. Our defense played pretty well last week, so you look for those trends, and I think our defense has been outstanding this year. They played a good offense yesterday. Look, they struggled. We didn't play well yesterday defensively, but certainly the week before against a good offense, we played well and had a big win. So I don't see it.
Vic, are you buying that they've regressed defensively?
Well, I mean, I'm buying that the last 2 games, they haven't been as good defensively. So if that's the definition of regression, what is your definition of regression? How many games do you need?
I'm really glad you asked. Can I give you some numbers?
Sure.
Before the bye, the Broncos defense, on average, was allowing opponents 17.5 points per game. After the bye, 25.8. Little disturbing.
How many games after the bye?
4.
How many? So it's not the same amount of games.
No, sir. It is not an equal sample size on both sides. Does that matter to you?
It matters only because I think that the competition you're going to be playing moving forward is going to be better competition. And I think that's more indicative of what your defense is. The better the competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
The better the quarterback, correct?
I think so.
Maybe it's not a defense that gives up 10 to 15 points. Maybe it's a defense that gives up 20 to 25. And you got to adjust.
How about this one on the Shop Mazda text line, Moj? Broncos are going to Arrowhead in December, and you're worried about style points? Hell no. Place has been a house of horrors for us, especially this time of year. Just win the damn game. Don't care how it looks.
Okay, fine. That's completely fine. I agree. Win the dang game. Who sent that?
A texter. I don't have a name for you, but a texter did.
The 0326.
Okay.
0326. Do you know what you're facing on Christmas night? You're facing a team, as you talked about, Matt, resting a bunch of guys, sitting a bunch of guys, whatever the case. You're talking about a quarterback at 28 years of age who didn't ever play a snap in the NFL until last week when he had to come in emergency duty because Minshew got banged up. He's making his first career start against this defense. Yeah. Now, by the way, if it was... Vic, you've been to Kansas City in the icy rain.
I wanted to bring something up here.
Freezing cold, sleet, ice, where you get hit in the face with like these little chunks of...
And it hurts.
It looks like a diamond. Like, ow, 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 ow. It's going to be... What did your boy Bianchi say? It's going to be like 65 and perfect.
It's going to be stunning.
I need to bring that up. That's such a great point. It almost angers me that... Do you guys know that every Broncos home game has been played in temperatures above 60 degrees this season?
Pretty crazy. Isn't that?
Did you guys know that a Christmas night game at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City will be played at 60-plus degrees?
Unbelievable.
Do you also know that the coldest I've ever been in my life is at Arrowhead Stadium on 2 or 3 different times when I was cowering in the corner just wanting to go.
Yeah.
I was like looking at my maker saying, take me.
Let me back Vic up on this. I've been in Kansas City where the weather causes pain. Like, what's falling from the sky, it hurts.
It's
okay?
in the bones pain. Like, deep in the bones. Like, just, let's end it. Let's go and end it right now.
I almost got taken out by a tornado in Kansas, outside Kansas City. That swept by about 2 miles away. I'm like, I thought we're stuck on the freeway, bumper to bumper in the elevated road, nowhere to go. I'm dead.
Oh, my God.
Thank God.
I think we're going in.
Yeah, pretty much.
How about the news yesterday that the Kansas City Chiefs are moving their operations to Kansas?
Dude, it's literally a 5-minute drive.
Doesn't matter. Kansas.
Yeah, okay. You realize that Kansas City...
I know what it is.
...is Missouri and Kansas.
I get it.
You get that, right?
But they're now in Kansas.
It's like the Broncos are moving their operations to... I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like if Denver was cut in half, on the other side of 25 was another state.
You mean like just moving the stadium to Lone Tree as opposed to Burnham Yards?
Well, not even that far. I mean, it's really not that far.
Are you surprised that the Kansans agreed to take on the bill of $2 billion to move the team?
Dude, they're all one people. This Matt says, as a Kansan blank, Missouri, okay, whatever you.
But they're footing the bill for it.
Yes.
That's surprising to me.
It's a lot of bread.
But this is another reason why the Hunts are disliked across the NFL. Look, they've got a great reputation, but this is why I was complaining about Chicago the other day. Owning an NFL franchise in 2025 is not for the people who have $5 billion in the bank. It's for the people with $20 billion in the bank. That's and in assets. That's who it's for. Now you're dumping all of this responsibility on the taxpayer to do that, and Kansas is like, great. I mean, we've been trying to get you guys to come over here for years. In fact, actually,
hold on for the kids, people, the Prairie Village Chiefs. I like that. Prairie Village.
Sure. I saw a lot of people saying we need to drop the city and just call them the Kansas Chiefs. I mean, look, I'm good with whatever. I think the more pressing point here is that you're removing, again, one of the oldest stadiums, outdoor stadiums, left in the NFL, quite frankly. Yes?
Here's a question.
Well, they fancy themselves on that, right, Mose? They fancy themselves on being the loudest outdoor stadium, and now they're abandoning that stadium.
Well, how many domes are we going to have in this league?
I think
there's only a certain. I mean, look, I know they want to have year-round stuff inside of a dome. We're going to get one here in Denver, too. But if you think like, oh, now we're going to get the Super Bowl too, and we're going to get the final. No, man. Jerry World, listen, all these, Phoenix, Jerry World, all these guys are still going to get the goods.
Someone on the text line.
Everybody wants a dome.
Matt, why are you pretending that the Chiefs game and the outcome is even in doubt? It's an automatic blowout win. I don't believe I ever said it was in doubt, number one.
Oh, you did.
When did I say that?
Oh, you've been crying all morning about it.
Have I? I don't remember that whatsoever. I'm glad this texter has a different memory than I do. I think the point we're trying to illustrate here is it's a division game. The Chiefs aren't trying to win football games, but you still have to take care of business in a place that has not been kind to you over the years. And again, that wasn't even the point that I was trying to illustrate at the beginning. However, here's my question. Let's just say the Broncos lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Hell freezes over. Pigs fall out of the sky. Broncos lose. Where does that rank as far as most significant and disappointing losses in team history?
Well, it depends on how they rebound after that.
You're not. The only documentary getting knocked out by the Jaguars. Okay,
yeah, that was pretty significant. That team was Super Bowl all over it.
Significant. That hurt so damn bad.
Yeah, it's hard to make any historical measurement on a game that hasn't happened yet, and we don't know what happens after that game.
Cop out.
It's not like
cop out.
Well, it's not a cop out because they're still playoff bound. No, it's not.
If you lose the ones,
what if they lose this game and then win out and go to the Super Bowl? What? How significant is it?
Well,
it's not, but
it won't be. But in the moment, it will be because you'll have to go on the road most likely. I mean, if the 1 seed stays in it.
I don't know. The year that the Denver Broncos won their first Super Bowl, they went on the road and won playoff games.
But they had been there a bunch of times with a lot more of an experienced roster, no?
I'll make you a deal.
Yeah?
I'll make you a deal. If they lose this game, I'll say it's going to be it'll rank up there big time, and this is why. If they lose this game, the only way they lose this game is through catastrophic injury.
Well, no, if they lose this game, it's because of this. Two things. Okay. It's Thursday night, short week to prepare, and we've seen them on a Thursday night already this season, and they did not look good at home against the Raiders.
True.
Okay? So beware, and I've said this before, beware of the Thursday night divisional games. Those are trap games all the time, no matter who you're playing. A divisional foe on a short week is never easy. I don't think it's going to be as easy as Moser makes it out to be.
It's because you've had a pure catastrophic injury type of game, and then I will say that's significant, Matt, because then all your hopes and dreams are gone. That's the only scenario that would play out where I would agree with you, one of the worst of all time.
It'd be bad.
Yeah.
It would be really bad.
Really, really bad.
Did you see the Pro Bowlers were announced, by the way?
I did. Broncos got 6, and I'll tell you exactly who made that list on the other side. It's Matt Smith with Mark Moser and Vic Lombardi. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Have you been dreaming about a mountain property? Maybe you're ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle. Maybe a rental home, second home, investment property, maybe your dream home. I've got the answer to your problems, and her name is Anastasia Bell. Whether it's in Summit County or all over the Rocky Mountains, Anastasia Bell is the go-to. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, the difference is her market expertise and her experience. It's impressive, and that matters when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like that in Summit County or really anywhere else. The snow is starting to fly up there. The base is getting better. Now is the time. You want to ski and ski out? Anything else up the hill and beyond? She is the one to contact. So here's her telephone number, 970-968-7646. Write that down, 970-968-7646. In fact, call her right now. She will answer. She's got personalized guidance and exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Happy Tuesday to you. By the way, Nuggets Ticket Tuesday, or Avs Ticket Tuesday, excuse me. Nuggets Ticket Tuesday. It's been a long Tuesday so far. If you want to win tickets to Avs and Kings on the 29th, text bottleneck. That's bottleneck, one word, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name right now. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and it's powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. The keyword for this hour is bottleneck. Text it now, and we'll announce.
Well, they're playing the Los Angeles Kings, and the words have been gridlock, jam, bottleneck. So it's all having to do with traffic. And Los Angeles has notoriously some of the worst traffic on planet Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. I figured it out. I will say this: you come a long way to get to the show in the morning.
Yeah.
You haul tail.
Yeah.
Vic, I'm here to tell you. When I drive to work at 6:15 in the morning,
You live right next door.
but I get here in plenty of time. When I drive to work,
Okay.
it feels like nowadays I feel like I'm in the Indy 500.
Okay.
I was doing 81 miles per hour today. And I got passed by a garbage truck. I'm not even blanking you. I got passed on the freeway by a garbage truck. And I was doing 81.
Are you asking for people to start figuring out where Mark Moser lives and
No.
setting up the speed traps?
No,
then why are you admitting that on air?
But we are getting a little wild on the roads with our speed.
Dude, after the games, coming home from Ball Arena, coming down south.
Okay. Maybe drive safer. Maybe that's what you think.
Well, no, I think I'm doing the proper speed. I'm doing 80.
Okay.
I feel great. I'm in total control.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm standing still.
Well, out there in your car, don't be emotion. Don't be emotion. Or a Vic, apparently. Are you the same, Vic?
Well, I sprint down to the coffee maker in the morning.
Sure.
And then my commute back up the stairs after I get my coffee is a little slower.
Uh-huh. I imagine.
What a dork.
By the way, if you did not have a chance to listen an hour ago, Vic, thank you so much, had John Elway come on the program. The Duke of Denver joined us. The new Elway documentary was released yesterday on Netflix just in time for Christmas for Broncos fans. It's a great one. If you got the whole family coming over for the holiday, look, we know that the two football games that are leading up to Broncos and Chiefs on Christmas night suck. They're horrible. What do you want to watch? Josh Johnson? Maybe Mariota? I think it's going to be Johnson. I mean, they Max Brosmer for the Vikings? No. You want to turn on Netflix with the whole family, sit around the couch, and revel in some nostalgia. That's what you want to do.
Listen to me.
I would say, Vic, before you get, I'm gonna back you up here.
Yeah.
Parents, be a good parent. You owe it to your children. If they don't know, you owe it to them. In fact, I would say you order them to sit and watch the documentary with you. Period. End of story.
I called all my buddies, my childhood buddies, high school buddies. I said, you guys got to watch it. And they all beat me to the punch. Rich Apple, he said, I watched it the moment it came out yesterday.
Yeah.
If you're from Denver, especially, and you grew up in that era, you're going to watch it. So I have to relay one quick story. I didn't want to say this when John was on the air because it's pretty embarrassing. But it just goes to show you the lengths we will take as kids. Some adults do this. The drive against Cleveland. That year, I was at my buddy Todd Miller's house watching that game. And we thought the Broncos were going to lose. I mean, it's pretty obvious late in the game when they had the ball on the 2-yard line, they were going to lose. So I remember distinctly sitting there just 4 or 5 feet away from the television. Todd's on one side, I'm on the other. And I'm on all fours. And they got a first down, and I did like a donkey kick. So he said to me, well, you got to do that donkey kick all the time now because once you did it, they got a first down.
You have a camera. Could you back up from your camera and demonstrate? Would you mind?
No, I'm not going to do it. Listen to me. I'm a 56-year-old man telling you at one point in my life, I was doing donkey kicks on all fours watching the drive against Cleveland because I thought if I didn't do the donkey kick, they would not win the game. And it worked.
Vic, I can't prove that your donkey kicks willed the Denver Broncos on the drive and John Elway.
And I know there are other people like me, Mo. There are other people that were doing something.
But I can't prove it didn't. Can't prove it didn't help, right?
Listen to me.
Are you
Listen to me,
struggling
Matt.
with the visual like I am? Do you
Matt.
need him to back up?
I got it for you. You want to see the visual?
Yes.
Yes.
Matt, I was on all fours.
Can you not do it near me, though? That'd be great.
And I was doing donkey kicks every time a first down was made.
Oh, yeah. Put that camera real down. Get the low angle. Here's Moser on Twitch or Altitude TV.
Yes. Now get up there. Get your back feet. Get your hind legs
Get the
up there.
haunches high.
Yeah. No. Both
double
feet
leg.
off the ground.
It's a double legger.
Both. It was, yes.
Oh, yes. One more.
You can't even get off the ground.
Hey, he did it.
50.
At least he did it. You're sitting there on your golden throne.
Stretch and kick.
Yes.
Okay.
Years later.
50.
Thank you. Now I have a visual in my head. I appreciate you demonstrating.
40 years later.
Uh-huh.
That's what I was doing during that game.
That's pretty crazy. Fun memories. I mean, a lot of fun memories. You know what's interesting is, so let's see. Broncos win in 98, right? That puts me 6 years old at that point in time, right? I'm 33 now.
God, do you even remember? Do you
I
remember
do.
that game?
Those are my first football memories, truthfully.
Really?
Like, those are my first football memories because the Packers used to play all the time. And I was thinking about this when I was watching the documentary last night. Yeah. Like, I hadn't been that familiar with the Broncos. Obviously, I was a child, but it wasn't like we got to watch Denver games all the time in Chicago. I mean, it was regional for the most part. You watched the Bears, the Vikings, and the Packers. You know what I mean? That's basically what it was. Nobody watched the Lions. Nobody gave a crap. Sorry, Brad. But I remember watching that Super Bowl and being like, man, this. You know, I remember rooting for Favre because that was what I knew, and then Denver won and being disappointed. And then I remember the next year rooting for Denver because they were who I knew, being a kid. And it brought back all those memories.
If you were a Bears fan growing up.
Because you understand how bad – I wasn't really. Do you know how bad the Bears were when I was growing up? Think about the stretch of 92 to, like, I don't know, 2005 for Bears football, pre-Urlacher era. Yeah, I mean, it was Marcus Robinson, Cade McNown, like – It was that and Randy Moss. It was Favre and Randy Moss.
Who's that little quarterback from Florida? What was his name?
Grossman?
Yeah, the one that
lost that was later.
Lost to Manning in Miami in the rain.
That was in the Super Bowl. He came along a little bit later. Yeah. Anyway, the point was, I all those memories of like being a child came rushing back to me, and I remember, you know, and I'll tell you this: I've gotten a chance, as you both have, to work with a lot of these guys that were on those teams, you know, in those days. Mm-hmm. That's a special group, man. You're just looking at all those names. You're like, wow, him, and look at, he did something with his life, and he did something with his life. That doesn't happen all the time.
Jeff says here, where were your donkey kicks in Super Bowl 48 against the Seahawks? Unfortunately, I was in the press box. It was much more difficult to get a donkey kick, and I couldn't get one off because the game was over on the first snap.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Hey, where were the donkey kicks when the Niners were hanging 55 on them?
You know, at that point, I kicked myself so many times, I ran out of gas.
That was the other thing is what it must have felt like for John after all of those trips to the Super Bowl. And not just trips, you got blown out. I mean, you got embarrassed, humiliated in the Super Bowl. What was the prevailing thought nationally on Elway before they made it back and finally got over the hump?
Well, I'll tell you what it was, because I was in college at the time, and I had these arguments with my college buddies. Every time the Broncos advanced to the Super Bowl, there was a dread because, oh, great, them again? They're going to lose again. Them again? And when you think back at it, like, I'll give you a classic example. The Buffalo Bills are the first team ever to make 4 straight Super Bowls and lose 4 straight. When you look back at that Jim Kelly-led Buffalo Bills, is that a great team or a bad team?
It was a great team.
A great team.
It was a great team, yeah.
They lost 4 Super Bowls in a row, but that was a great team.
Great team.
Also, why did he sign the highest contract in the NFL when he was drafted?
Contracts are much different, and that was used against him. By the way, I wish I would have asked. Damn it, I forgot to ask John if he still hates Terry Bradshaw.
That was on my list too, by the way.
Oh, I completely forgot about that because Bradshaw killed him.
Oh,
when he signed that contract.
Absolutely, he did. Well, actually, Bradshaw killed him before that.
Yeah, it was for the move.
It was for he didn't want to play for the Colts. And by the way, when you go back, what was the name of the documentary with Marvin Demoff on ESPN, Vic? What was it called? From LA to Marino?
A great one.
That was
83?
Yeah. No, I think it's From Elway to Marino, I think is the name of the documentary. But Marvin Demoff goes, the notes he took were meticulous and awesome. I wouldn't have played for the friggin' Baltimore Colts either. Not a chance in hell.
But Could you believe
with Irsay, he was a nut.
Elway was classy regarding Bradshaw because Bradshaw just eviscerated him, and Elway's never really publicly ripped Bradshaw. I would have.
Somebody on the text line, who's this guy? Do you think we were rooting for the Raiders in the 70s when the Broncos were terrible? I'm talking about I grew up without a father, okay? I had no male role model in my life, and I didn't know what to do. I was just loving good football with Favre and Moss. I'm sorry. But I find that funny that you bring that up about John, because I was sitting there going, man, this is the first overall pick, and he's making more money in the league, and then he shows up, and he's like, I'm not playing for that team. Everybody must have hated this guy at the start of this.
Well, opposing players didn't like him because he was making more money than they were, and he was a rookie.
Right. And he was terrible. That was the thing. When he started, he was not good. He was 1 of 8 in his first game.
All right, so think about that. Think about everything, and everybody wants to paint John as some spoiled rich kid from California. He had to go through a lot of that crap, right, in his early years. He had to go through a lot of it. He was despised. He was attacked. People wanted to take his head off. He lost a lot. He was terrible. Look at his first game.
It was pretty interesting to me, and I don't want to give too much away if you haven't seen it, but it was pretty interesting to me where he said, everything was kind of golden. Played great in high school, Sanford, blah, 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 and, people liked him until that moment. And he said then the attitude started to turn in a big way, and people did not like me. And I'm like, I wouldn't have played. John, I've got your back. I wouldn't have played for Baltimore either. I would have wanted any other place on the planet except that. And it was a very difficult position for him.
I have to bring this up. I didn't ask him this question, but it jogged memories for me. So this year we have seen Bo Nix rally his team on several occasions. It's been uncanny to watch him do it. We saw him do it against the New York Football Giants, a game in which the Broncos were down 19, correct? They were down 19, and he rallied his team in the fourth quarter. And I remember the game. The last time a Broncos quarterback rallied his team down 19 in the fourth quarter was John Elway in his rookie season against the Colts, of all teams.
Yep.
And they won 21-19. Do you have the Elway sound when I asked him about Bo Nix and what character trait is needed for a quarterback to rally his team?
I think it's just being a great competitor and feeling like, once, as long as there's time left on the clock, you always have a chance to win. I think the attitude that, you feel like you always have a chance. And the second thing is being a great competitor. And I think that's what Bo has. And I think that's why, he's going to continue to grow, and he's going, he's on the launch pad to being a great quarterback in this league for a long time.
He believes it. Do you think that's just him talking? Do you think Elway's just saying that to be nice, or do you think he believes it?
I think he believes it. That sounded to me like he believes it. Again, we didn't have enough time with John this morning. We had 20 minutes for crying out loud, but it seems like you could ask a billion questions.
He could have been in studio for 3 hours.
I wanted to ask him about his, and he owned it. He owned the end of his tenure as the GM, and he said in the documentary it was time and so on. But do you have those regrets? Because I know for a fact he liked Josh Allen. I know for a fact he liked Justin Herbert. But after the Paxton Lynch thing, man, I don't think he was going to go that route anymore. I think because when you miss on a first-round quarterback, it hurts. I wanted to ask him if he had any regrets about some of the decisions at GM in terms of the draft. Because that Paxton Lynch one obviously was a total disaster.
Yeah. I'm sure he does.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, in hindsight. How could you not?
But at the time, but if he says, could say, but at the time, honestly, our scouts and everybody else, we thought it was a really damn good pick. It's just that guy never panned out. Guy never could get it.
If there's one thing we all have, is regrets. Correct? Is that correct?
No regrets.
We all have them. We all deal with them differently, and they all look so easy in hindsight.
You don't get that?
No. I totally get it. Yes. Sorry, I have two things going on in my ear. No regrets. Yes. Yes, I know.
We're the Millers, man.
Yeah, it is. We're the Millers.
No regrets.
Yeah. Okay, Vic, I'm listening. Sorry.
That's all I'm saying is we all have them, and it depends on how you look at it. I mean, clearly, I think the way John's tenure ended as a GM, it didn't end the way he had hoped, but he still produced a Super Bowl championship and a Super Bowl appearance. How many GMs have done that? How many GMs in this league right now, current GMs, have been to 2 Super Bowls and won at least one of them?
And
count them up.
Yeah, and Shefty pointed it out.
Count them up for me right now.
He's the only man ever who won a Super Bowl as a player,
and a GM.
Ever.
I asked John about that piece of advice he brought up that his dad gave him, because every once in a while in life, you'll get something that somebody hits you with, a saying, a phrase, and certainly as a professional athlete, you're inundated with, motivational phrases and sayings all the time by a gazillion different coaches. But I thought the point he made, you're going to have to do things you don't want to do in life, but it's your attitude when you're doing them that determines how you'll do. Man, you know how many people trip themselves up because they don't grasp that concept? I mean, really, like, you got to do the best you can, and all you can do is the best you can. And look, I mean, I'm sure he painted that to fit his own narrative within the documentary, and I'm sure made it flattering to himself, because, I mean, that was kind of the tone of this doc. It didn't really get into any of the hard stuff except the Reeves and Elway dynamic and of course his sister. But I don't know, man. I feel like you look around and there's so many people who lament different things about, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, I want to drive here. But man, life's going to suck. But it's your attitude when you're dealing with that. And that goes a long way as a champion. That's how you weather adversity.
Yeah.
It really is.
I wish my attitude were better during adversity. My attitude sucks during adversity.
But I mean, but that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, even somebody like you, and I think, is there a shred of truth in that or not?
What
you just said.
No, it's the truth. I wish I had that kind of poise during adversity. I wish. That's why it's a special trait. What Bo has and what he's displayed, and what Elway had for his entire career. When you're down 14 points, you're still, nothing affects you. Your heartbeat is still slow. Your pulse is still normal. You're not over. I don't have that. Most of us don't. Do you?
I try as best I can. I mean, sure, we're all human. We all have our own moments, but I don't want to get up for work today, but might as well do it with the best attitude, because what else? I mean, this day's just going to suck. I just think this day's going to suck, so this day just sucks. No, you gotta control some of that mentally, I think. And I think especially for a champion at the top of their field, that's so important.
I had a buddy tell me some years ago, still true to this day, you are in charge of your own happiness.
Yep.
Period, end of story. You are in charge of your own happiness. You don't need anybody else to make you happy. You don't need things you're in charge of your own happiness. And if you go through your life with that kind of mentality, I think you're going to be a happier person, a better person, I think. Maybe
Absolutely.
not. Maybe not. I mean, some people like to blame and finger point all this kind of thing. You're in charge of your own happiness, right?
Absolutely.
End of story.
The only reason I brought it up with him is because clearly so much of that documentary was about family and about the relationship that he had with his father. And you heard his sister even talking about what Jack Elway was like around the house and how winning, determined his mood. And if they lost, then everybody'd be real quiet and, it would be a much tougher time in the house. Well, John's kids said the same thing. They said the same thing about what it was like when John was playing. The life of a coach's kid. I mean, that's another parallel that I drew to Bo.
Hey, in that last thing for me on that documentary, when he was talking, when Jack Elway was talking, and
his wife was there?
His wife, Janet's sitting right there. And he's talking about, out with the boys and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then they zoom the camera in on her face. And you can tell there's a little pain there, right? I mean, it's very revealing, because these guys are always at the field. They're always they're always watching film. They're always doing it. But
it's that generation too.
You're right.
The women had to sacrifice to make the home.
You're right.
And you could read it all over her face. It was a fascinating
It really was. It was, I think, who did he say? Kenny Rogers, I guess, is the guy's name. Not the
He's
singer,
the guy that directed it, yeah.
He did a great job. Yeah. Really good job.
5745, let me just answer the question. Didn't Ozzie Newsome win Super Bowls as a player and a GM? No. Ozzie Newsome played for Cleveland. He's the guy that was persecuted by John Elway and the Broncos every year. He won as a GM, but not as a player. Elway is the first and only.
By the way, that keyword again for this hour for tickets to Avs and Kings on the 29th is bottleneck. Text that to 303-504-0925. Winner coming up in the next segment. We'll get back and wrap up a Tuesday before Christmas on the other side. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A congratulations is in order, gentlemen. A big congratulations is in order to a member of our Kroenke family, and that's the Colorado Rapids, who have zeroed in on their new head coach. First-team assistant coach Matt Wells of the Tottenham Hotspurs has been hired as the new head coach of your soccer team, football team. Very, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yes, sir.
He's coming from Tottenham?
Coming from across the pond.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I think so.
I didn't know
when did this happen?
About
2 hours ago.
Yeah, did. Huge hire.
Just happened.
Big deal. Very, very cool stuff. And I saw, what was it, the Denver Summit had a big event. The National Women's Soccer League had a big event the other day and kind of like announcing where their stuff's going to be and everything. So very cool.
Stuff's going down, man.
Denver, it's a place to be.
It's going down, man.
It's the absolute place to be. All right, so it's a back-to-back tonight in Dallas for the Nuggets, and we talked about it. Huge win last night over the Magic. I got to say, I was doing the math here. If Jamal Murray's not an all-star this year, then knock me over with the feather because, there's no way. With the numbers he's putting up, I don't see how you leave him off.
Well, he's going to have competition in the form of Lauri Markkanen, who is averaging 20. I'm just telling you.
No, you're right. Yeah, continue.
Denny Advia of Portland.
Yep.
He catches a break because Franz Wagner is now hurt. Mm-hmm. Listen, I don't care what you say about this kid, but he's an all-star. The center in Houston is an all-star.
Şengün?
Şengün's an all-star. Mm-hmm. He's playing at an all-star capacity.
I don't disagree. You got but Jamal's a top 20 scorer in the league right now.
I think Jamal's in too. All I'm telling you is what emerges is these other players who play for worse teams that have better numbers for some reason. But if you put Jamal Murray on a bad team, his numbers would thrive. His numbers would flourish.
Oh, there ain't no doubt about it.
His usage rate would
shots,
go up. Yeah, no question about it. Just like MPJ in Brooklyn. No, there's no doubt. So good win for the Nuggets. They're in Dallas, and then I guess they've got a brief day off before a Christmas Day game at the finale of the slate.
Listen, I know they play tonight, but that game on Christmas night against Minnesota. Minnesota, Ant-Man's going to get up for that game. It's a national stage.
Everybody should be up for that one.
And the Nuggets are going to be without two starters again.
Yeah.
And they're already 2-0 against Minnesota. They've beaten them twice in their barn. That will be a difficult game, fellas.
The T-Pups are playing pretty decent basketball, too.
That will be a difficult game. They're mad. You've beaten them twice at their place, and you're missing two of your best defensive players.
By the way, on the text line, and since we had this conversation, I do want to bring this up because I thought about
real quick. They won 9 of their last 11. Ooh, T-Pups.
Yeah, but that's why it'll be fun. Christmas Day is supposed to be a test, even without multiple starters. And now that hopefully the Broncos take care of business in the first half, so we can all shift our attention primarily to Nuggets as the Broncos, move one step closer towards clinching the West and the AFC in general. But I did want to bring up this text because as we were having that last conversation, I thought about it. You guys saying you're in control of your own happiness clearly doesn't understand mental health issues. And we were talking about the Elway documentary, which dropped on Netflix yesterday. And I respect what this person's saying. I would say to that person, if you feel like you're not in control of your own happiness, reach out to friends, reach out to family. If you have the means or the resources, don't be afraid to seek professional help either. Because I think there's plenty of people who we just pass by in life and don't really talk to, and those people are all struggling. We all deal with our own stuff. I know, Vic, you're dealing with stuff. Moj, I know you're dealing with stuff. I'm dealing with stuff. Everybody has their own stuff.
Absolutely. If you've got serious issues of that nature.
But don't be afraid to reach out to people because people are there to help you.
Absolutely. Also, if you go through life looking for things to be miserable about, that's on you.
Yeah. And that's what we were saying is that it's a choice at the end of the day. Now, if you're struggling to make that choice, then absolutely seek some assistance there. And sure, there's plenty of things that can happen. But I did want to address that because I thought about that too. So no question about it. Really great documentary. Once again, Vic, that was an awesome interview that you brought up. And have you decided tomorrow, will the Grinch be joining us for Christmas?
I doubt I'll be with you guys because my wife has some plans that I've got to partake in. So this will be my last show.
Okay, let me say this.
Friday.
Your wife has no plans at 7 in the morning tomorrow. None. Zero. No. She's going to sleep until 8.
But she
At
can
least.
wake up next to her husband.
She probably doesn't want to do that either.
Okay, listen. I will work tomorrow, but I want that day off then some other time. I'm taking full advantage of what Kane just got like 80 straight days. If I'm working tomorrow on days that are owed to me, I'm going to start playing this game that you guys play. Moj and I work on our Moj, have you and I ever used all of our vacation days since we've been here? Ever?
Not even close once.
I mean, ever.
Hey,
so I'm going to start doing what other people start doing here.
Well, don't come in tomorrow then. You're all good. You're all good. We're good. Moj and I got this. It'll be hockey for 3 hours tomorrow.
What I have nowhere else to be. See, my wife is like, get out, go to work.
Me neither. I may end up just showing up.
Well, good. Again, we've got that double dipperoo tonight. We've got Avs and Nugs, and that is pregame at 5:30. It's on AM 950, powered by Ramos Law. Join Kaz and the broadcast down in Dallas. And if you want to check in on the Avs, you keep it right here, 92.5, pregame 6:30, also powered by Ramos Law. And briefly, since it is the Avs and the Mammoth, how do we feel about the Mammoth name that they landed on? Utah.
I don't like it.
I don't like the fact that they're the Mammoth because we have our own Mammoth here. I think the logo's kind of cool.
Yeah. I think the state of Utah got to figure they've stolen 2 names that don't befit them. The Utah Jazz in Salt Lake, give me a break. Give up the name. And then this Mammoth thing that's already belongs to another team. Figure it out.
Although I will tell you this, I'm a huge fan of that owner, Ryan Smith.
Right? Yeah, he's a progressive owner.
Yeah, he's a go doer.
He takes chances.
Yep.
When you get new owners into the league, that's the type of guy you want. Somebody who's really trying to promote the game and trying to do everything. I saw that they were building a bunch of outdoor rinks around Utah to try and promote the game. And
plus, he's a hooper, too.
Yeah, big time. Big time. Huge basketball guy. So very cool. And anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. But without further ado, Moj, jingle, jingle.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Mammoth coming off a win against the Winnipeg Jets a couple nights back on their home ice. Coming in here, last game before Santa arrives. But in their last 10 right now, Matt, they're a 500 team. They're 5-5 in their last 10 games. They're averaging a full goal less per game than the Colorado Avalanche, and they're averaging more penalties. They're averaging more goals given up per game, although their goaltending's been pretty good. Here's the thing. I don't know who we're going to see between the pipes tonight for the Utah Mammoth, but they give the Avs some problems at times. And their goalies, they've not been great as of late, but I'll say this, Karel Vejmelka, it seems sometimes when the Avs play Karel Vejmelka,
Gesundheit.
He gives them problems.
He does.
He's a big dude who catches with the weird side. He gives, I would say, pound Vejmelka early. Pound him early and see whether or not he's got a lump of coal stuck someplace.
Puck's on net. I'm with you.
Pound him.
I liked their power plays the other night, I will tell
you.
Except I thought they were a little stagnant at the start of them. I think they got to do a better job kind of getting that motor running and not wait till a minute in the power play to kind of get the possession started if they can help it. There's a couple times the other night where it's like, man, you guys are just sticking around the perimeter. It worked out for them, and they eventually tested out that slot. But Pound. Somebody asked, will Moser lay it down tomorrow because their children's Christmas presents are at stake here?
Hey, we didn't have a bad week last week. We did pretty good.
No, we did pretty good. Lucky Louie finally comes through.
It was the Houston Texans that scrooged us. I mean,
yes, I know.
Oh, and the backdoor cover by JMU. That was.
We don't talk about that, though. We don't talk about it. So
are you done with your keys?
Is it Christmas lay down?
I'm done with my keys.
Yes, the keys are done. Keys are done.
I got to read this text. Would you allow me this?
Please.
Pat writes in on the text line. Hey, I just tuned in and heard whatever you guys were talking about, happiness. I'm a grumpy old man near 50. These damn kids are too concerned about happiness. Just go to work. I haven't been happy for over 20 years, and that's how I like it.
That right there is life. That is absolute life. Just wrapped up in one text from Angry Pat.
That's so good.
Has life not broken me down enough yet? Is that what Texter's trying to say?
Angry Pat, yep.
It's so good.
All right, Mitchell, time for a fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Alrighty, don't forget, guys, you can check out our interview with John Elway on the Altitude Sports Radio podcast feed, wherever you get your podcasts, and on the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. So for the fact check, Matt, we got this one right under the buzzer. Awesome. You said they played the Magic last night? The Denver Nuggets?
Did I say the Magic? I meant the Jazz.
Yes, you did. They played the Utah Jazz.
Figure it out.
They all blend together.
They all blend Dorcas together. Malorcas. That's your fact check for today.
Hey, Mitchell, we do have a winner, by the way, for those Avs and Kings ticks. Let me give that to you guys right now. It is Robert Lenners. You have won tickets to Avs and Kings or been entered to win. Congratulations, 303-504-0925. Avs and Kings. That'll be a fun game on the 29th.
Way to go, Robbie.
We'll be back tomorrow. At least two of us will be. We'll find out about the third. Stay tuned and you'll find out too.
Hey, Vic. Honestly, Merry Christmas. Do whatever you want.
Merry Christmas, buddy. We're all good.
Do whatever you want.
King of Chicken calls his own shots.
You've earned it.
No question.
Whatever you want.
I don't know what I'll do, though, if
You'll figure it out.
I don't know what to do.
You'll figure it out. Either way, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
He's going to get a hankering.
I know. He's going to be here.
He's going to jump on.
He's going to be here. I know he will be. All right. We'll see you tomorrow then.
Less than 5 minutes to go now in the third quarter. Jamal Murray has it right side of the midcourt circle. Alley-oop, layup, good! An alley-oop to Jokic. Oh my goodness. Just when you think you've seen everything, you throw a lob to Joker. In the corner, Collier three. That one misses. Rebound comes down to Jamal Murray. Bucket here, you call a timeout. Murray for three. Let's go! 94-67. Denver leads it by 27. Quick inbound over to Isaiah Collier. Collier has it up the left sideline, guarded by Pickett. Pickett has it inside the arc, gets down the lane. Runner blocked by Peyton Watson. Crashing in from the weak side. Saved by Pickett. Jokic front court Brown. Three-pointer Hardaway. Yeah! 101-79 Denver. What a play. Peyton Watson.
They started off the game on a 19-0 run. They were up by a whopping score of 40-15 after one quarter. The Denver Nuggets handle a god-awful Utah Jazz team, 14-13-13 for yet another triple-double for Nikola Jokic, his 14th of the season. He's got triple-doubles in half of the games that Denver has played this year. Cam Johnson, 20 points, 6 of 6 from 3. Peyton Watson comes back and has a 20-point game in 28 minutes. Tim Hardaway Jr. in that fourth quarter goes triple in consecutive possessions, 6 of 11 from beyond the arc as the Nuggets win their first of a back-to-back. They'll be back on the court this evening, this time in Dallas, part of a double dip on Altitude 92.5 as we get the Avs and the Nuggets tonight. But holy smokes, are they a way better team than the Utah Jazz are?
I was hoping for the 24-0, which would have been, I think, an all-time record. Was it 23-0 that had been? It was this year. There was a 23-0 start to a basketball game, and so of course, as I'm watching the game, I start going through superlatives, and I say, "Oh, what if this thing goes to 30? Has that ever happened in the history of basketball?" And I actually saw that it was the record was 23 this season, and I was surprised by it. And then, of course, I see the 24-3, and I'm like, it's a good football game, man. We have, 3 touchdowns and a field goal versus 1 field goal.
Kind of like the college football playoff.
That's what I was going to say. I'm like, are the Utah Jazz the group of 4 representative in the CFP?
Yeah, they might be.
Because it kind of felt like it, did it not?
They might be.
It seems like the two franchises aren't exactly doing the same things right now, or have really for a while. Gosh, how long has it been since Utah has been good? I guess Spidey Mitchell had some exciting times, but even then, it just never really... Man, the Utah Jazz I grew up with, if you looked at the 2 Rocky Mountain region basketball teams in the NBA, I mean, it was the Jazz were showtime.
Yeah, those Stockton Malone teams.
I mean, that's what I grew up on. And the Nuggets were an also-ran, man. It's like, Nuggets, yeah. Like, I remember I used to open up basketball cards. I was a collector back in the 90s. Loved opening up basketball cards. You open them up and you see the Jazz logo. You're like, oh, I got a good player. Ooh, Hornacek, man. Cool. And then you get a Nugget card. Like, oh, boy, these franchises have flip-flopped.
You see the navy and the maroon and the gold of that old uniform, and you go, I don't know if I want that.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't know if this is the one, man. Yeah, I don't love it.
They almost had it, too, right? They're up 19-0. Sensabaugh hits the 3. Jamal walks down the court and hits the step-back 3 to make it 22-3. And then Peyton Watson dunks one home. Like, if not for that three-pointer, Denver has it done. They set the mark 2 possessions after that. It was never close. Sure, they were a little sleepy to come out the beginning of the third quarter, but you know what it was? It was we've got 2 games against 2 bad basketball teams on back-to-back nights, and we absolutely have to make the first game a 3-quarter basketball game. And they did.
Yeah.
Like, it was as efficient, nonchalant of a triple-double as we've seen from Joker this season. 14, 13, 13, under half hour on the court. Like, yeah, get me out of here. It's how I felt with the Avs all season long is how I'm looking at Joker. And again, I try every day not to take it for granted, both of what Nikola Jokic does on a daily basis and what the Avs are running into on their torrid start to the season. But I heard Vic talk about it yesterday. It's almost boring watching them win like this, the Avs. And then it's almost boring watching Nikola Jokic just walk down and go, yeah, I could drop 35 and 15 and 12 tonight. I don't need to. I don't want to. Maybe I'll do it tonight on the second of a back-to-back against Dallas.
I'll tell you what was not boring about last night's basketball game was seeing Cam Johnson's form as a shooter return.
Yep.
6 for 6 from behind the arc. Like that's a feat. In any level of basketball to go nuclear and not miss a basket from behind the arc, 6 of 9 total. I mean, guy can't shoot inside of the arc. He's really good outside of the arc, but gosh dang it, he can't hit a dang layup.
You had 3 different Nuggets hit 6 or more threes in this game. Johnson goes 6 of 6. Murray goes 6 of 12.
Which
he
is
shoots
fantastic.
50.
Like 50% from behind the arc. Let's
Happy
go,
with that.
man.
He shoots 50 from 3, 50 overall from the floor. Tim Hardaway Jr. takes 11 shots. Guess how many of them were threes?
All of them. Every single one of them.
The dude knows his role. I love that, man. You know who you are. You're out here to hit threes. First time since 2014 that 4 different Nuggets have had a 20-point performance without Nikola Jokic being in the lineup. Kenneth Faried was a Nugget the last time that happened.
I don't remember that day.
Kenneth Faried.
The
Manimal. Where did he go? Did he go to Morehead State?
I think you're correct.
I think it's something like that.
It's gotta
Morehead
be.
State was the college that he was coming out of. Kenneth Faried was a delight to watch for a few years. Not a complete basketball player, but
Interesting.
holy smokes.
Let me
What a
double
high
check
animal.
here. Yeah, so in a week dominated by quotes and famous drops by Sean Payton, after what everybody apparently has to do following this Broncos loss against the Jaguars, right? What did he tell us that we have to do? Morehead State, interesting place.
Here's Vic with Cam Johnson.
You guys have yet to lose back-to-back games. Did you feel the energy after losing to Houston the other night?
Definitely. Like I said, we're veteran group. We know how to respond, and that's what we want to do tonight.
Tomorrow night, you're on the road, back-to-back. I don't know if you're aware, but you've won 11 straight road games. How have you gone to 11 in a row?
Got to keep it going. And just not be satisfied.
One suggestion, just get off to a 19-0 lead. It's a lot easier that way.
Much.
Certainly is, Vic. 19-0 lead. They never look back against Utah. Now, the issue is not looking back, but looking forward for the Nuggets this evening as they travel to Dallas for the second of a back-to-back. It's not necessarily that game, right? Like, Dallas is on the outside looking in. They are the 11 seed, 9 games under 500 in the West. It's looking forward to the 8:30 game on Christmas night against Minnesota.
Did you just talk about seeding in the NBA playoffs in December? Well, Raj, you're not allowed to do that.
Why
okay?
not?
It's December.
We
can't talk about playoff seeding.
They're halfway through the season.
We're
not really.
We have 2
We've only
games
played
left of the
28 games.
NFL season, man. Don't give me playoff seedings.
I'm just going to me saying that they're the 11 seed in the West right now is just showing they're not a good basketball
team. But don't
team.
you ever give me December playoff seedings in NBA.
You
or
want to know where
NHL.
the Utah Mammoth are sitting right now in the West?
I do, actually.
The 8 seed.
Okay, I like
But
that.
it matters to you in hockey for some reason. Why? Because we played an extra 8 games in hockey as compared to the 28 in the
I don't
NBA.
know, man. Yeah. I don't know what it is. The NBA, for whatever reason, I don't feel like it. I've always felt this way, and I know it's not necessarily a popular take for diehard NBA fans, but I don't really feel like the full NBA season starts until about February.
Until Christmas.
I think it's February.
That's the date is Christmas. That is what everyone has always been saying is delay the start until Christmas and own that day. Even though the NFL is trying to do it.
The NFL's like, think about what we're going to be talking about from now until February. It's going to be the National Football League.
NBA can dominate the summer then.
That's what like NBA for me, it's
have the NBA finals in July.
Aren't they in June anyway?
Have it in July.
Yeah, I agree.
Push it back the extra month. Maybe not even Christmas. Start December 1.
Actually, host the NBA Finals on a blacktop in New York City outside in July. Why not?
130 degrees.
Damn near the birthplace and growth of basketball. It's where it all came from.
It would be pretty cool to see a game like that.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool.
Like the NHL did such a good job with the outdoor game during COVID in Lake Tahoe. And unfortunately, they weren't able to play it during the middle of the day because there wasn't any cloud coverage. And not only could the players not see, but there were these like weird sunspots that started essentially melting the ice, even though the conditions for an outdoor game were fine in Tahoe that year. The NBA to do a game like that would be a really cool spectacle. Now, you wouldn't obviously get the gate much like the NHL missed out on the ticket gate in Lake Tahoe. But I would like to see something like that. Who is the team? Did San Diego State and like Kentucky play on an aircraft carrier one year?
Did you know?
15 years ago?
Raj, did you know that the NBA has played 4 official games outdoors in its history?
I did not.
This is crazy that we just had this conversation. 1972.
Okay.
In Puerto Rico.
Before my time?
The Phoenix Suns played the Milwaukee Bucks at the Hiram Bithorn Stadium. It's a baseball park in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Weird.
And then there was a 3-year series in Palm Springs, essentially, in Indian Wells, California, at the Indian Wells Tennis Garden.
Yeah.
Which is a huge, what is that the Bob Hope Classic? What is it? Or is that golf?
I think it's just called Indian Wells.
Indian Wells.
Indian Wells is like
tennis event.
It's like the biggest non-Grand Slam. Springer, if you're listening to the show, let me know if I'm right. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest non-Grand Slam event of the year.
And so in 2008, 9, and 10, the Phoenix Suns in all 3 years hosted a various team. Did you know that the Denver Nuggets are one of 4 teams in NBA history to win a basketball game outdoors in 2008, 77-72. And the game was a wild success in terms of attendance and revenue.
Okay.
Despite low scores due to cold weather and wind.
I would love to see an outdoor game.
How cool is that? Oh, you talk about a rap. I mean, it's Tuesday, December 23rd, and we went to outdoor NBA basketball history. What are we doing here?
We are double dipping tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. If you're looking for Kaz and those Nuggets down in Dallas, well, they'll be playing indoors. Head on over to AM 950. Your pregame show, powered by Ramos Law, starts at 5:30 p.m. But if you want to check in on the Avs who are here at home at Ball Arena, keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your pregame starts with me, Connor McGahee, and Eric Johnson, starting at 6:30. That is also powered by our friends at Ramos Law. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. Join us, 303-504-0925. It is a Tuesday, and you know what that means. We're giving away free Avalanche tickets. Your keyword comes up on the other side. Don't miss it. It's a 2K Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. And on 2K Tuesdays, we give away Avs Ticket Tuesdays. And you're about to get the best gift ever for your family. Text the keyword BLACK, B-L-A-C-K, yeah. The color black to 303-504-0925. Make sure you have your first and last name, and you'll be entered to win tickets to see the Avs take on the Kings at home on December 29th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by our friends at Matthews Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. The keyword this hour is black. Text it with your first and last name, and you'll be entered to win.
All right.
Black. Get it in.
B-L-A-C-K.
That game is like all sold out right now. People are asking
What's the reason?
Hey, for the game being
sold
out?
No, the keyword.
I have no idea.
Just a color.
Blackout, I have no idea.
Okay. Jersey, maybe?
The Kings are a black, silver, and white team.
Yeah, black. The color black, yeah.
I suppose that's it. I keep looking into themes for Kevin's keywords, and I have had them admittedly go over my head the last 3 weeks.
I think he uses chat.
He just randomizes it.
Give me a keyword for a radio show.
Black, B-L-A-C-K is your keyword this hour. We will give away tickets coming up at 11:50 today. Your second keyword comes up at 11:20. John Elway joined the morning show.
Ultimately, I think bottom line, Vic, I think it's just being a great competitor and feeling like, once, as long as there's time left on the clock, you always have a chance to win. I kind of learned that lesson a little bit, and it was against us that no game's over till it's over. And that's, the last game my senior year at Sanford when we're at the Cow, which is in the film, and the fact that, there was, 4 seconds to go. We end up losing the football game because of the kickoff return with all the laterals in it. So that was kind of always a reminder of me that, hey, listen, funny things can happen in this game and games are never over. So I think the attitude that, you feel like you always have a chance. And the second thing is being a great competitor. And I think that's what Bo has. And I think that's why, he's going to continue to grow, and he's on the launch pad to being a great quarterback in this league for a long time.
Elway talking about the resilience of Bo Nix, his ability to respond in big situations. Now, it obviously didn't happen against Jacksonville this week. The reason why John was on with the morning show is that new Netflix documentary, Elway, came out.
Did you get any in last night?
I did not get any in last night.
We were close, but we were exhausted because my daughter, it was like an entire lifetime in one day for my daughter's 16th birthday.
Yes.
And so particularly my wife, who went above and beyond the call of duty for a 16th birthday. I kind of wish my daughter would have gotten her license so we could have just given her a car and called it a day. But instead it was
a super sweet 16.
Oh yeah. It felt like a quinceañera of the 16th
Remember
variety.
that show on MTV, Super Sweet 16?
Oh yeah. You ever been to a quinceañera?
I've never been to a quinceañera. I've been to a big blowout 16th birthday party, which was like you spent a down payment on a mansion to throw.
Nothing hits. So I grew up in Southern California. Nothing hits quite like bat mitzvah, bar mitzvah, quinceañera ever. But yesterday was about right on brand.
Elway talking about Bo's ability to jump back. And I can't really say that if they stomp on the Chiefs, it's a response mechanism from Bo, because they're so injured and so disinterested in playing football. Denver's 13-point favorites on Thursday on the road.
That's crazy.
At Arrowhead. And by the way, did you hear the news about Arrowhead yesterday? The
You're
Chiefs
going
are
to
moving
Kansas.
to Kansas.
You got to take the C out of the logo now. Just K.
They'll still be Kansas City,
Chiefs.
Kansas.
No, I think they're not even moving. They're moving not in the city.
True.
Part of Kansas City. There's Kansas Chiefs.
Also sucks for you taxpayers. You have to help subsidize that stadium. Yeah, sucks not having super rich owners like the Broncos.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I got a good recommendation for you. Find somebody that's got a tie to the Walton family and have them buy your team, Kansas City. Be a lot better for you. It's working out pretty good here in Denver.
Yeah, so they'll have a new stadium moving from Missouri over to Kansas. I wonder if Scotty's going to have some thoughts about that, being from that area. Last night we had Week 16 come to a close. The 49ers hammer the Colts 48-27. They put up 24 points in that second half. Brock Purdy, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's 25 of 34 for nearly 300 yards. Christian McCaffrey had a big-time Christian McCaffrey game.
He's balling this year, man.
2 receiving touchdowns, No rushing touchdowns, but 117 yards on 21 carries. Indy was keeping this thing close. Like Phil Rivers, he gets taken out of the game after San Francisco has that pick 6 to basically ice that thing in the 4th. Rivers was fine.
He was good. He looks funny. Like watching him play football, it's like.
But he's always looked funny. Phil Rivers has always looked a little awkward.
Yeah, even when he was in his prime, athletic prime, he does look a little.
He looks jokery, man.
He looks a little fleshy, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, he's 44.
Yeah, but there's 44-year-old guys that are jacked.
There are.
I'm not one of them right now, but I will be. Let's talk in March. All of abs.
How old's Polumbus at this point?
He's like
is he at 40 yet?
39.
He's jacked. Not quite 44, but I assume he'll be jacked.
The one thing about me
too.
and Phillip Rivers, man, the two of us, just go the old school route, man. Keep it natural. Polumbus, that man's got some stuff running through his bloodstream. I don't know, man. I've never seen a man look that good at that age. Holy smokes.
You know what? Just let him have it. He's doing the work.
Victor Conti, just a phone call away, man.
So your AFC playoff picture as it stands right now, we have 5 teams with that result from the Niners and the Colts last night that have locked up their playoff berth. Yes, there's a bunch of jockeying to be had, considering there are right now 6 teams in the AFC that are double-digit win teams. The Broncos currently in the 1 seed at 12-3. New England trailing at 12-3. Jacksonville moves up to 11-4. Lock-in playoff spot, all 3 of those guys. Your wild cards right now, the Chargers at 11-4, the Bills at 11-4.
The Chargers are locked in, right?
Chargers are locked into a playoff spot. Bills are locked into a playoff spot. The only teams that are still currently in the run to get back in, Pittsburgh leading the North at 9-6.
But they need do they clinch it with 1 win?
They would clinch it with 1 win.
Because Baltimore's at 7
Baltimore's at 7-8.
Yeah, 1 win.
You clinch it with 1 win or a loss or even a tie, I believe you clinch it with at that point. So Pittsburgh leading the North is the 4 seed, but has not clinched a playoff spot quite yet. The Texans currently sitting at 7 are 10-5, which if it all stays like this, 1 through 7, and Houston gets to play, Houston as the 7 seed would then play New England, correct? As the 2 seed, the 2-7 matchup?
I think that's right. Yeah.
That would be exactly what you want. Is it not? Or are you that nervous about facing a Houston defense if they were to
Who do you play?
New England?
Who would the Broncos then play right now in
the next lowest seed? So if Houston upsets New England, you would then get the Texans.
Okay, I didn't. So it's not a bracket.
I don't believe so. I think that's exactly what you would play the lowest remaining seed. So if Houston upsets New England, you play the 7. You have the bye right now. The 3-6 matchup would be Jacksonville and Buffalo, and the 4-5 matchup, Pittsburgh and LA.
Okay, so I didn't know that's how the NFL goes. So it's like a dynamic bracket in a sense.
As it should be. Every playoff system should be a dynamic bracket. The fact that the NHL is not that way is ridiculous. I will spend the entire regular season around the National Hockey League complaining about how the 3 best teams in the NHL right now are all in the Central, and one of them is guaranteed to have their season end in round 1. It's ridiculous. They should all have a reseeding, best plays worst.
Are you 100% sure about that?
I think so. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I've never really looked into this, which is crazy. I've always thought that it was like if I look at the 2025. So 2025 NFL playoffs. So last year's bracket. Well, it's not really a bracket. Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You would play the lowest remaining seed.
Yeah,
I'm like 99% sure.
Mm-hmm. So like as it stands currently, yeah. So I actually have the bracket right here in front of me. It's not really a bracket. It's conceivably it's a projection, but Denver is the 1 seed play. So if Houston beats New England, you have Houston at home today. If New England as the 2 seed beats Houston and every higher seed wins,
it chalks out. You would then get
Pittsburgh. You'd essentially get the winner of Pittsburgh versus the Chargers.
Which would be the Chargers.
Correct.
There's no way Pittsburgh wins a playoff game.
There's a chance you play Buffalo, man.
Because Buffalo plays Jacksonville on the road.
Yeah. And Buffalo's a 6 seed. So
the AFC, it's so funny, man. I'm so confident in Denver to get to an AFC title game if they're the 1 seed because it's so difficult to come to Colorado
Did
and
Jacksonville did they put a little bit of
maybe a little bit of doubt
on the salience, the dominance of Empower Field as a home field advantage?
For sure.
Because it was loud as all get out, man.
Again, look at the first 2 series that Jacksonville had. You had Trevor Lawrence running for his life.
It looked like what I predicted.
Was it net 5 yards or net negative 5 yards?
It was
something
net
like
negative
that?
5.
Insane. You had him running for his life, and unfortunately, it was ill-timed turnovers, ill-timed penalties, and non-called delays of game that end up changing the momentum. And Jacksonville took advantage.
And also Trevor Lawrence playing his freaking tail off.
Hey, he played well.
He didn't play well. He played awesome. That was the best quarterback performance against the Denver Broncos since last year's Lamar Jackson quarterback performance against the Broncos.
You slapping Danny Jones in the face?
Yeah, I am.
Danny Jones had a really good outing against him.
He did. Trevor Lawrence was unreal, man. I like, as a aficionado of the...
He didn't score a lot.
What do you mean?
Jones.
Correct. I mean, how many points did he score?
316 yards, 1 touchdown, 23 of 34, no picks. He added a quarterback sneak touchdown.
So I mean, he played awesome. He played really well.
But it wasn't Lawrence. What was the stat that I gave you yesterday? His quarterback rating was 37 points higher than the collective average of every other quarterback that had played Denver this year.
That adds up.
It does.
And it was a lot of it was the touchdown passes and the lack of really any negative plays. I mean, even his sacks didn't mount up to a ton of yardage whatsoever. I mean, he was getting back to the line of scrimmage. He was good. Man, Trevor Lawrence, as somebody that loves the position, when I was watching that game, I couldn't help but admire his journey, his going through an Urban Meyer experience where he's, placing his finger in parts of genes that no human being really should, and having to play through that era, and then really kind of a bad follow-up to the Urban Meyer era and a weird owner. He's finally got his owner right, or he's finally got his head coach right and his play caller right.
Did you ever coach against Lawrence in college?
I missed him by a year. I coached against Deshaun Watson. So when I was at Notre Dame as the OC, we played against, I think, the eventual national champion representative Clemson with Deshaun Watson. Did they win one?
With Deshaun?
Yeah,
I
or
think
was
so.
it? So I think it was the year 2015. We played at Clemson, and it was a classic game. Deshaun Kaiser was the quarterback we had, who was very good. He was only a redshirt freshman starting that year. Had a good game, but it was basically a hurricane. The game we played against Deshaun Watson. Terrible weather.
2016 NCAA season was Deshaun
The
Watson
16th season, yeah,
winning
so
a national title.
Yep.
The NFC playoff picture stands right now. The 1 seed Seattle at 12-3, Chicago the 2 seed at 11-4. The Eagles, all 3 of those teams that I just mentioned, have already punched their ticket to the playoffs. Now, Chicago and Seattle have not clinched their own respective divisions. Philadelphia has clinched the NFC East at this point. The Carolina Panthers leading the South at 8-7. The Niners clinched their playoff spot last night as they moved to 11-4. The Rams are the 6th seed at 11-4, and then bringing up the rear, Green Bay 9-5. The only other team remaining in the race for that wild card, the Detroit Lions at 8-7. Tampa Bay still alive in the race for the South though, at 7-8. So they got to win 2. Carolina's got to lose 2 in order for Tampa Bay, who looked like they were going to run away with that division at the beginning of the season.
Kind of looked bad recently.
They're kind of looking dead in the water.
It almost feels like that Todd Bowles freakout press conference felt like it spelled the end for him as the Tampa Bay head coach. And it also felt like it spelled the end of their season this year. But we'll see. We'll see. It's not over.
I mean, I think you should lose your job in that division. If 9-8 wins that division, and you aren't the team going to the playoffs, I don't think you should be a head coach. I know there's a bunch of crappy teams there. Like New Orleans sucks. Atlanta's no good.
New Orleans kind of trending right now, man.
Have they won 2 straight, 3 straight?
I think it's more than that. Like Kellen Moore's got that squad kind of going
and Tyler
right now.
Shuck looks like
the Shuckster?
somehow a competent NFL quarterback.
Yeah, the Saints have won 3 straight.
Okay, good for them.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Bringing themselves out of really good draft territory.
I know.
I'd be so pissed off. If the Saints were the Broncos right now, I would be livid.
Got to lose the last two. You still got to get
livid.
I know.
The race for the 1 seed right now, or not the 1 seed, the first overall pick comes to Las Vegas at 2-13 and the Giants at 2-13.
The hard part, man, with these new head coaches, like a guy like Kellen Moore, who's not known to be an alpha personality. He's a good X's and O's coach. He's a fairly soft-spoken individual. Let's go, baby. That was good.
Wow.
I thought my ears felt like they got assaulted. My ears felt like that blue-haired individual in the crowd at Ford Field that DK Metcalf got after. That was wild.
2-game suspension, by the way, for Metcalf. Continue on Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore's the kind of coach that you need some positive juice probably to fight to save your job. And I know nobody's going to get fired in the first year, but if you
coaches do get fired in their first year. Nathaniel Hackett, baby.
If you're 2-15 and it feels like you've kind of lost control, even if the intent is to go and get the first pick or second pick in the draft, man, it can be hard to change that narrative in a local environment and certainly in your own locker room.
Tyler talked about that on PhD a few days ago. When you bring in jockeying for draft position, you're already knocked out of the playoffs, and I think they had this with respect to the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Being 6-9, very clearly looking disinterested in playing football right now. And Chris, was it Oladikin? Is their quarterback who's
Oladokin? Yep.
On Thursday.
Is that confirmed he's going to start? Because they signed Shane Buechele.
Who?
Shane Buechele, who is I actually recruited him. I love Shane Buechele. One of the cleaner
that sounds
throwers.
like a made-up name from The Waterboy.
Nope. That's very good. Actually, Shane Buechele's father was a Major League Baseball player.
Okay.
Good baseball player. Steve Buechele.
So you're telling me he's the next Patrick Mahomes. Did you know his dad played baseball?
Well, he's probably not the next anything because he's 27 years old and he's been a journeyman in the National Football League, as he was a journeyman. And so Shane Buechele he was with the Chiefs and he was the backup with the Chiefs. And his years, he was there 2021 undrafted. And then 2022, he's the backup but was inactive. So he must have been the third string quarterback. And he got the Super Bowl ring, and then he was waived in 2023. So he's basically a 2-year, actually 1-year member. And then he's been with the Bills as a backup and or third string quarterback behind Josh Allen, and then just recently signed to the Chiefs. So interesting thing. So Steve Buechele, Major League Baseball player, 1985 to 1995, and then was also he was a skipper in the big leagues. So I was recruiting Shane Buechele. They came on a visit to Sanford, and I was like, of course, I love baseball. I just nerded out and just talked baseball and different prospects and stuff with his dad, Steve. So he's gonna be here in Kansas City. Might be starting a game. I don't know.
Do we know what type of quarterback he is?
I can tell you.
His
I know
dad
exactly.
plays baseball, but
I can tell you exactly what type.
All
of
I know is that
he
they're 13-point dogs at home. They're gonna suck, and he probably sucks.
This is interesting. So,
and Andy Reid wants him to suck.
So how about this? So there's an article on heavy.com, which is sports and culture and all that. And the headline is Bills losing Josh Allen's right-hand man to desperate Chiefs.
Oh no.
So he is kind of like
Allen?
he's like the Sam Ellinger is to Bo Nix.
He's Haley Steinfeld's best friend. So you're telling me the Bills are screwed.
Yep.
Your keyword this hour is black. BLACK. That is black. Text that to 303-504-0925. You'll be entered to win Avs versus Kings tickets for December 29th. One more time, black. You have 5 minutes to get that keyword in. Your next one comes up at 11:20. Black. 303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20, so don't miss that in hour 2 of the morning sprint. And there's still time to give the perfect gift for the Denver sports fan in your life. Give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card, perfect for new or existing users. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget this year. Again, Altitude Plus gift cards at altitudeplus.com. Coach, I know we don't really put all that much stock in Pro Bowl selections as much as we do all pros.
What are you talking about? It's such a fun event to watch, the Pro Bowl. Like to see who can win in a game of quarters. It's really cool.
Hold on. If that's the way that you could fix the Pro Bowl for me, if you turned the Pro Bowl
drinking games
into the movie Beer Fest, I'm in.
I mean, the problem is
all-time movie.
The whole crew that just hangs out with all the bussing with the boys and the Barstool guys, they just win everything. Tight end the tight end.
The tight ends would the tight ends and the offensive linemen
destroy everybody.
Nobody else has a chance.
If it comes down to beer consumption and
the O-linemen win. The
O-line and tight ends, man. You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked.
Who wins between tight ends and O-linemen?
Well, George Kittle can house beers.
Sure can.
Travis Kelce probably in his previous life could house beers.
I bet you he still can. What do you mean?
Do you think he gets?
He looks a little chunky.
Yeah, he got a little bag to him.
Travis Kelce led the Pro Bowl fan voting, by the way, so that should tell you. Big deal.
I'm so glad that all
Dude
the Swifties
had a
came
catch
to
in
his
last game.
Yeah, I'm so glad the Swifties just came to his side. So neat.
6 Pro Bowl selections for the Broncos.
For him.
4 starters: Pat Surtain II, Garrett Bowles, Quinn Miners, and Nick Bonito are your 4 starting selections. Zach Allen and Cortland Sutton are reserves for the Pro Bowl this year. They're one of 4 teams this season to have 6 different representatives at the Pro Bowl. Your big snubs this year, Coach: Jordan Love doesn't get in. Sam Darnold does. Chris Olave doesn't get in. Amon-Ra St. Brown does. Those are probably your biggest snubs this year. I don't know, maybe like Josh Hines-Allen doesn't get in for Jacksonville, but 6 Pro Bowlers for Denver should make you feel nice and warm and fuzzy.
All right, give me the list one more time.
There's 6 Broncos.
Yeah.
Starters: Quinn Miners, Pat Surtain, Garrett Bowles, Nick Bonito. Reserves: Zach Allen, Cortland Sutton.
Pretty good. Pretty good list.
J.K. Dobbins probably would have been reserve-ish.
He would have been. I mean, he was up there with the top 3-4 running backs in the National Football League when he was healthy. But the problem is, there's always the caveat with a guy named J.K. Dobbins. The asterisk is when he was healthy.
Yeah, he wasn't going to have the type of season that like Jonathan Taylor or certainly James Cook is having right now. But he would have been you think he's a top 10 rusher? If he stays healthy, does he have a 1,000-yard season?
Yes. He was well on his way, brother.
Dobbins in just 10 games had 772 yards.
It's very easily a 1,000.
So probably a 12 to 1,300 yard back?
Yeah.
12 to 1,300 yard back is going to be in the same conversation of like Bijan Robinson. It's funny, Javonte Williams, who's having a resurgent season.
Good for him.
Javonte, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns on the ground for a non-playoff bound Dallas Cowboys team.
Enjoy Cancun, man. It's going to be a fun time.
Good for him, but he would have had more than Saquon this year, would have had more rushing yards than Christian McCaffrey this year. He's probably a reserve Pro Bowler at that point.
I love J.K. Dobbins. I love Dre Greenlaw. I'd love to know this from all of you Broncos fans that are out there. Knowing full well that both J.K. Dobbins and Dre Greenlaw came in with the expectation that they will not be available for a majority or all of your football games, was it worth it? Was that a net win, or has it been a net loss because of frustration and unavailability or lack of availability for players J.K. Dobbins and Dre Greenlaw?
Net win for J.K. because he was so cheap to get here.
And he also helped usher in, I think, R.J. Harvey to not have to be the bell cow back early on.
Until now, right?
Until now.
And again, only 7 carries in that last game, 51 yards. He averaged, 7.1 in the loss to Jacksonville. Not enough carries, not enough touches in the running game whatsoever for RJ Harvey. I would assume you're going to double that amount against Kansas City because I think the Kansas City game on Christmas night is akin to what the Nuggets did to Utah. It's a 1/2 to 3/4 football game.
Can I ask Sean Payton for a favor?
Sure.
Can I see 15 carries from RJ Harvey in the first 2 quarters?
Would love it.
That's it. That's what I want for Christmas,
It should
Sean.
be a testing ground. Thursday night should be a testing ground. It has to be so close to impossible to lose that game. It should be a testing ground for what you want to do either against Week 18 or in Week 18 rather against the Chargers or moving into the playoffs. It should be a testing ground.
Against a team like the Kansas City Chiefs that aren't playing for a dang
thing. They don't want to win. They have no desire to win football games anymore.
In fact, like Patrick Mahomes is probably like telling everybody, hey,
lose.
I need some new shiny toy to make me excited for the next couple of years because right now I'm not.
I need a running back.
Give me something. And I want it to be early.
I need a tight end to replace Travis when he goes and hangs out with Taylor for the rest of his life.
Give me something. But against a team like that doesn't necessarily have any type of emotional investment in this contest, you know what stopping the run and running the football typically comes down to? Sometimes it's players, sometimes it's length, but at the National Football League where everybody's pretty good everywhere, there's no teams that just have terrible football players everywhere. It comes down to discipline, want to, and finish. Finish of the play, finish of a drive. That just oozes of the type of game where you need to assert your physical dominance and do it by way of the ground game. Why would you not do it in this game? The only way that you could botch this incredibly important game is by way of turnover.
Throw the football all over the place. Something gets tipped.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you give them life. And then you got a guy like Chris Oladokun or Shane Buechele, recent sign. Oh, okay. I kind of want to go. And then all of a sudden, like Chris Jones, like, I guess this is kind of fun. I might start rushing the passer now. George Karlaftis like, okay, let's go. Run the football 15 times in the first half. And go up 17-0. I love that.
So my answer to you, J.K. Dobbins, yes, it was worth it. Dre Greenlaw, I won't know until the postseason.
Yep.
If he plays playoff football, the answer is yes. If he is either clearly hobbled in a playoff game with this new hamstring injury, again, soft tissue with Dre Greenlaw, what's new? If he is either clearly hobbled or does not play and the Broncos go out early as a result of their inability to either stop the run or cover short crossers and tight ends, or even running backs coming out of the backfield. Hello, Travis Etienne. If that affects them winning a playoff game, the answer for Greenlaw will be no. It was not worth it whatsoever. If he plays in the playoffs, then it's a yes.
The good news is, though, did you hear about Justin Strnad? Full practice participant.
All right.
Good news. Because he had missed 2 games with a foot injury. And a lot of times you hear foot injury, you read that, and you say, not good. Man, I don't know, man. The more and more I think about it, I watched Dre Greenlaw in coverage against Brenton Strange at times and also against Travis Etienne. And just the eye test for me of Dre Greenlaw in coverage was not particularly good. I think that's something that you can expose is when Dre Greenlaw, who's hampered by hamstring and groin injuries pretty much the entire time he's been a Denver Bronco, and Alex Singleton, who is a tackling machine, is the face of football, but not a good cover player, not a good space player. When those 2 players are out there on the field at the same time.
Add in P.J. Locke.
Add in P.J. Locke.
Add in a bad game from Jahdae Barron in coverage.
Bad. Really bad.
That's how you get 34
bad
points
angles,
scored
bad
on you
pursuit.
against Jacksonville.
Yeah. Justin Strnad all of a sudden looks like come on back, bud. Because he can cover. Like he's the type of player that, if anything, he may lack the pop of a Dre Greenlaw. And I think Dre Greenlaw is going to be really important when the Chargers come back. Because I know that Justin Herbert is saving Jim Harbaugh's bacon this year by having an awesome season. But at the end of the day, Greg Roman, offense coordinator for the Chargers, and Jim Harbaugh, they want to be the most physical team on the field. And so having a guy like Dre Greenlaw does help in those types of contests.
I know we talked about this right before the Army-Navy game, actually. The Colorado Rapids have announced today that they have appointed Tottenham Hotspur assistant coach Matt Wells as the club's next head coach. So, Matty Wells from Tottenham.
He's here. He's there. He's every bleeping where. Matty Wells. Matty Wells. He's there. He's there. He's everybody where. Matty Wells. Matty Wells. Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and as the winter weather continues to confuse us, well, it's getting hotter and hotter, just like the sports action here in Denver is. It's never been hotter. There's no better place to bet on football, basketball, and the old stick and puck than Circa Sports Colorado, featuring high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. If you're somebody that wants to get fair odds and you know what you're doing, or you don't, and you're a first-timer, trust me when I tell you, this is the place to go. It's Circa Sports, and you can download the app today because it's made by sports bettors for the sports bettor. It doesn't matter if you're looking to bet on football futures, points on the court, or puck lines on the ice. Bet where the pros bet with Circa Sports. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And as always, you've got to be 21 years or older. If you're struggling with a gambling problem, make sure you call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
2K Tuesday rolls along here on the morning sprint. The coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Raj. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. You can watch us on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today so you don't miss a thing, including In the Paint with Dan Tanner after Nuggets games, Between the Pipes with myself and Mark Springer after every Avalanche game, live on YouTube, also on twitch.tv/altitude SR. We're going to be giving away our next keyword coming up in about 15 minutes from right now as we give away Avs tickets on an Avs Ticket Tuesday presented by our friends at Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. It is a double dipperoo tonight on Altitude. We've got the Nuggets down in Dallas, second leg of a back-to-back. That pregame, powered by Ramos Law, starts at 5:30 on our sister station, AM 950. But if you want to listen to the Avs and the Utah Mammoth for already, like it's not even Christmas, the penultimate time this year that the Avs will take on the Utah Mammoth, and the last time here at home, that'll be on 92.5, 6:30 pregame show. I'll take you guys through network alongside Connor McGahey, and Eric Johnson will be on color this evening down at Ball Arena. Utah has fallen, coach, now into the 8 seed despite a torrid start. Probably the feel-good story of the year to start the season were the Utah Mammoth, but in the last month, they've had 3 separate losing streaks of 3 or more games, so they're kind of coming back to earth.
I'm cool with that. I don't ever really look for any team, any collegiate sport from the state of Utah to have success. Just never really rooted for that.
Collegiate?
Either anything from Utah. I've coached there once.
I would like Utah to lose.
Do you like Utah?
I enjoy skiing in Utah.
I mean, why do you go to
Park
Utah?
City's delightful.
Why do you go to Utah when you got everything here?
I mean, it's a great point.
Because like Park City's
same thing, different place.
Yeah, and the beer's like not even real beer.
Also, they have those weird things that like when they pour you a cocktail,
they have to measure with clicks.
It's bizarre.
I want somebody who's got an elbow that just tilts north.
Yeah.
Or tilts upward.
I want to be able to
I want an elbow that fights gravity.
I want to be able to talk you into, as a bartender, giving me a heavier pour, losing your bar money. Right?
My parents are driving in from Vegas right now. They called me this morning from Utah. I said, how's Craptaw doing? Shout out there for the Twitch feed right there. Safeway Twitch feed.
Avs have won 5 in a row. They're 7-0-1 in their last 8 contests. They've got points in a ridiculous 25 of their last 26 games. They've gone 21-1-4 during that stretch. They just continue to roll. Nathan McKinnon well on his way, I believe, to an MVP this year. Now, Connor McDavid has jumped over him in the Art Ross race, which is the race for the most points in the National Hockey League. McDavid's got him by 1. I would expect McKinnon to have 1 or 2 this evening. He does have the lead in the Rocket Richard for most goals this year, on pace for a remarkable 70 goals. Has not happened since Teemu Selanne was a rookie with the Winnipeg Jets, and he scored 76, a record that I don't think will ever be broken in the NHL. But he's on a torrid pace, going for 70. I don't know if he's going to score 70. The closest we had was Austin Matthews, who I believe scored 69. Nice. A couple of years ago. Now Austin Matthews, he sucks, and Toronto is a dumpster fire. And the best part about that is the biggest news surrounding Toronto. The rumors are that they're going to fire Craig Berube and hire who, Coach?
Oh, it's Peter DeBoer.
Peter DeBoer.
Oh,
which for me,
man.
Oh no! Go east, old man.
Yeah,
Go east, you wicked witch.
Get out of here.
I really hope Toronto signs Peter DeBoer.
We don't want you anymore.
You go that way, because what's
that song? We don't want you anymore.
I don't know what you're singing.
I don't either.
All right. It's very clear you don't know what you're singing.
I'll find it.
If he goes that way, we don't have to worry about some team in the Western Conference signing DeBoer in January after they fire their head coach, or maybe he sits out the whole year and then some team in the West signs him. He goes to Toronto, and now he's in the Eastern Conference. You don't have to worry about playing him until you get to a Stanley Cup final. But because he's in Toronto, and what are the Toronto Maple Leafs, Coach? What have I said for many years? They are built to what? They're built to lose. They'll never even get to a cup final. Therefore, the kryptonite that befalls Jared Bednar is no more. if he happens to be a Maple Leaf over the next, week. I'm hoping that happens.
I'm scheming with KJ Granderson.
What are you doing?
That I didn't sound so dumb.
You're like Scotty when he's playing Bejeweled. You're like Moj when he's listening to 80s rock.
Okay, hold on.
I gotta keep you off the AI.
Peter DeBoer? Peter DeBoer? What do we say to him? Well, this is what I was saying.
This is the song.
Go. Walk out the door. Turn around now. Head east. You're not welcome anymore.
I would love for this to happen. Get him as far away as humanly possible, and the Avs they've got the path. I'm not worried about the Dallas Stars because DeBoer's not their head coach anymore. I'm not worried about the Vegas Golden Knights because DeBoer's not there anymore. I don't have to worry about any of you nonsensical teams.
Does he then become the savior of the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Probably.
Then you see him in the finals.
I'm okay with that.
I'll take it.
You asked me today, or not today, you asked me late last week if the Broncos were guaranteed to get to a Super Bowl, but they're not going to win it. Would you take it? My answer right now, and even before the Jacksonville loss, was an emphatic yes. Now, I understand that the culture of winning Super Bowls here is deeper than almost any NFL city. I understand it. I get it.
What other NFL cities are in that same vein? Packers?
Like getting to a Super Bowl is not good enough.
Yeah, Packers.
Cowboys once upon a time, not anymore.
I mean, even though it's really a Brady Belichick thing, it's baked into the Patriots. It has to be.
Niners.
They hate beat like they are. There's conversations about firing Kyle Shanahan because he can't win it. He's been there.
You see, there's an opportunity that if San Francisco wins out their last 2 weeks,
winner of the 1 seed,
they could play their final 5 games of the year, including Super Bowl 60, at home.
That's insane. Insane.
Pathway to just stay out there in California.
Nutty.
Play at home in front of the home crowd. Sleep in your own bed.
Wait, so this dynamic seating that you're talking about that I didn't even know about the NFL, what you're telling me is that any upsets that happen, even if the Broncos aren't the 1 seed, any upset that happens, they could potentially, as the 2 seed.
Yes.
So it's hard because you lose to the Chargers, you could actually get out of the top 4 seeds, right?
The Broncos can go anywhere between 1 and 6 right now.
That's insane. And they're freaking 12-3,
1 and
brother.
6. That's how jam-packed the AFC is.
Holy crap.
There's 6 teams with double-digit wins. Denver 12 wins, New England 12 wins, Jacksonville 11, LA 11, Buffalo 11, Houston 10. Houston is the 7 seed with 10 victories. They can fall anywhere between 1 and 6. And what's really cool about this season, even though I wish that they didn't have to play everyone against the Chargers, we're going to have an AFC West championship game week 18. How cool is that? You get legit playoff football a week before you need to play it. And it will likely, at that point, considering you're playing against Kansas City on Thursday, and that's a fake football team right now, it will be not only the AFC West title game, but it will be for the number 1 seed. So you're playing a playoff-style game for the ability to rest the next week. And then you don't worry about the rest versus rust conundrum, right? You don't worry about sitting your players essentially for 2, if not 3 weeks, had the Chargers game not been consequential, right? You're just sitting for a week. You get everyone back. You watch those games. The minute that somebody wins and you know that you're playing them, you dive into the deepest video vat you've ever been in. It's playing out as you get to prove that you're real. You don't have to play the best, but you do get to prove that you're real.
With the Avs, you'd be okay just being there?
At this, oh, man.
You can't be, man. You can't say that this team right now, Brent Burns in potentially his last year as a NHL player, trying to get him a cup, Nathan McKinnon, Gabe Landeskog and everything he's been through, not knowing that there's even another year. Like, I think there's another year for Gabe.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't know that.
What is he, 33? He's 33.
But that, yeah. guys that have the type of trauma on on a knee or whatever. Like
you worry about the cliff coming out of nowhere.
There's a shelf life, man. Like it's not a man for me, and you know me. I've been for whatever reason I am harder on the Avs in this city than I am any of the other teams.
They are the best of the three teams, right?
Yes, they are. They're comprised of. They have the best roster construction. They have pedigree. The current iteration of it has championship pedigree. You could say the same thing about the Nuggets, but I would say the Nuggets are still working through new pieces. And they're still finding that. They're still like, how does Cam Johnson fit into this?
Sure.
How does Hardaway Jr. Like it's to me, this current Nugget roster needs to win a title in the next 2 years.
I find that to be the Avalanche as well.
I think they need to win one this year.
Your question is, are you okay with it? Okay with just getting to a title game or a title series as with the Avalanche, like I am with the Broncos right now?
With the Nuggets, if you get to the NBA Finals for this year,
oh yeah, you get through OKC, you got to win it.
I will be okay. I'll throw it out into the universe. Just get there. I don't care if you get there. You're actually gonna you're probably gonna sweep it.
That's a 4 or 5 game series.
But
it's hypocritical of me, I guess, to look at the Broncos and go, yeah, I'd be happy and okay with a Super Bowl appearance and a loss, and then I go to the Avs and I go, oh no, I'm not okay with that.
Raj, I just said that about
they have the same championship pedigree. The only difference between the Avs and the Broncos in terms of history is every year that the Avs have gotten there, they've won.
Yeah.
The Broncos have the history of getting blown out in Super Bowls in the 80s.
Well, the Nuggets are the same way.
Right? Nuggets have been there once and won one.
There it is. Do you feel the same way about the Nuggets as like I was saying, you get through the Western Conference juggernaut of all juggernauts that is Oklahoma City, then you're going to win. Do you feel the same way about the Avs? Who in the Eastern Conference really scares you today?
No one right now,
but
Florida if they get healthy.
Yeah.
Florida sneaking in is like the 7 or the 8 seed, and like somehow Sasha Barkov comes back from his ACL injury and he's playing hockey. Then I go, oh no, I don't want to see them. Yeah, that.
Anybody else?
Tampa, not so much anymore because Vasilevsky's not the same player. They're getting older. Although Braden Point's a really good player. Jake Gensel's looking better.
The East is kind of buns this year.
Kind of buns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would feel similar to the Nuggets getting through OKC.
The NBA.
With the Avs getting through Dallas and Minnesota.
Who scares you even a little bit, KJ, in the Eastern Conference right now, if you were to find a way to get through the Oklahoma City Thunder? Today.
Today, the only two teams is Knicks, Pistons. That's it.
The Knicks I would not be concerned with them because they've already won their title. Their first title in about 50 years.
They've already been successful this year.
They won the Emirates in-season NBA Cup. They're good. Pistons, good team.
Yeah.
Don't have championship pedigree. But to your point of Oklahoma City, last year, I just don't think they're the juggernaut that Oklahoma City is.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're going to give away your next keyword on the other side. Tune in. You're already tuned in, which means don't
stay tuned in.
Yeah, don't go away.
Don't change the dial, man.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in like 3.5, 4 minutes, man. Your keyword's coming up on the other side. Win tickets.
We're falling, we're stopping and starting, we're running in circles again.
It's a 2K Tuesday and an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your next keyword is gridlock. Gridlock. If you want to see the Avs and Kings on the 29th, you are in luck. Wait, sorry, I apologize. We have two different words here, KJ. I need
Well, apparently my co-host here is in too deep.
It says gridlock up top, but it says wedge underneath it. Is it gridlock or wedge this hour?
Can I bring the juice right here?
Yes.
Can I bring it? Because I have a keyword right in front of me.
What is it?
It is wedge.
Okay, so it's wedge.
As in Wedgwood.
I'm not being crazy, right?
I know.
You can see the read in front of me.
It is holiday season, and some 41 said it best that you might be a few beers in too deep right there.
Don't. Holy smokes.
I'm kidding. The printout that you were given did have multiple keywords on it. So the keyword is going to be for an Avs Ticket Tuesday wedge.
Wedge. I apologize. Again, do not text in gridlock. If you have, text in again, wedge, W-E-D-G-E, wedge, to 303-504-0925. First and last name attached to that. You'll be entered. We're giving away our tickets in about 25 minutes from right now.
And for all of my like-minded furry friends out there that are driving to go last-second shopping, you're listening to us, today's the perfect day to text in wedge to 303-504-0925. Why? Because it's a holiday. You're not going to have 5,000 entries like we normally do.
Yeah, you got a great chance to win.
It's a really good. And if you want tickets, man, just text wedge. W-E-D-G-E. Wedge.
Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. At 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint, we go through KJ's NFL notes. And on Tuesdays, we do an NFL Rewind. Week 16 is in the books. The Broncos, after having a few power rankings with the number 1 spot last week, there's a few of them that have down at 6 and 7. A little bit of a tumble, and they should tumble after a 14-point home loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Bad game for the Broncos. Amazing game that started off Week 16. The Seahawks walk off the Rams.
Darnold standing on the left hash. Takes the shotgun snap. 3-step drop. Looking, firing over the middle. And it's caught by his tight end, Eric Saubert. The guy that no one expected. And the Seahawks walk it off and soar to the top of the NFC West with a 38-37 overtime win tonight here in Seattle.
Westwood won on the call, 38-37. The Seahawks in control of the 1 seed.
Kate Scott there with a fantastic call, formerly of Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, where I used to consume all my San Francisco Giants baseball when I was coaching at Sanford. That was a great football game, man. Sam Darnold proved to be what Seattle wanted him to be, and that's a quarterback that can win big moments like that, and he's been great.
The game of the year so far, was it outdone by what happened on Saturday? No, not the morning game between the Eagles and Commanders. That was a bloodbath, 29-18 against a worthless Commanders team. Saquon Barkley, 132 yards,
yeah,
a touchdown.
He's getting back on track.
A.J. Brown, he's looking happy, 95 yards on 9 receptions.
Mm-hmm.
Looking happy.
Kevin Patullo coming back into good graces with the angriest fan base on planet Earth.
The nighttime game, which I admittedly turned off. I turned the game off texting KJ because he was going, holy crap, game of the year on Thursday. How about game of the year on Saturday? Caleb Williams and DJ Moore, they walk it off.
On the fake, Williams looking downfield, launching downfield, going for it all. It is caught. Bears win it. DJ Moore.
That was an unbelievable throw. Off balance, off platform. Caleb Williams, who felt a little bit like a punchable quarterback figure at USC, played with his food, acted all kinds of different. Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams have ended up proving to be just a good combination. Perfect? No. Dynamic consistently, statistically, no. But Caleb Williams has now usurped Bo Nix as Johnny fourth quarter comeback, and he leads all NFL quarterbacks with comeback victories. He's been good.
Bears 22-16 over the Packers in overtime. Yeah, I turned it off after the field goal because I was like, they're not going to get the onside kick. There's no way they get the onside kick. I turned on the Grinch. They get the onside kick.
I watched OG Grinch last night.
OG Grinch is great.
1966 Grinch.
Really good.
Because I went to the Gaylord with the family while that game was being played, and we left the Gaylord little sports bar with the massive jumbotrons. We left because of the same reason. So I was listening to the radio call, and I heard that live radio call on Sirius XM from the Chicago Bears local broadcast, and it was awesome.
Bills get a 23-20 win over the Browns. They barely survive a bad Browns team. Shedeur Sanders it looks as though he's getting a little bit worse, but the offensive line really sucks. He doesn't have help. I don't know what to think about Shedeur. It also didn't really inspire me about the Bills barely hanging on to beat the Browns.
They were not good.
James Cook is really good.
James Cook's good. I was unimpressed with that version of the Bills, but I'll say this. The Bills have had some remarkable end-of-game victories the last couple weeks. It almost feels like their victory over New England was a bit of the same hangover effect that I think the Broncos experienced with their hangover victory over the sizzling hot Green Bay Packers, and it came out with a loss against a very good Jaguars team.
The Chargers overcome 130 yards and a touchdown from George Pickens because Justin Herbert's 300 yards, 2 touchdowns in the game through the air. Also rushed one in 11-4. The Chargers still alive very much for not only the 1 seed, but that AFC West crown. Looks as though Week 18 will be an AFC West championship game between LA and Denver. 34-17 is the final over Dallas. The Chiefs fall to 6-9 and looked completely disinterested as they get routed by the Tennessee Titans. Cam Ward, 228 yards and 2 touchdowns. Tony Pollard had over 100 yards on the ground as well. The Bengals handle the Dolphins thanks to 309 yards passing and 4 touchdowns from Joe Burrow, who seems like he enjoys football again. I don't know what to think about the mind of Joe Burrow.
Well, because he is living the in-season life of his character from the 1990s in Home Alone, Kevin McAllister. It's a big roller coaster of up and downs. Are you all in your feels and miss your family, or are you a mischievous little boy that wants to take down 2 thieves?
Great movies.
Great film.
Home Alone 2, better than Home Alone 1.
You're insane. That's the
Home Alone 2,
you've had
better than Home Alone 1.
You've had some really, really bad takes, Raj. That's the worst one I've ever heard.
Sticky Bandits, better than the Wet Bandits.
Raj, I don't believe in it, but what I do know is that you need to text in, if you're listening right now, to 303-504-0925. Win your Avs ticket Tuesday. It's going to be the Kings Avs on the 29th, and the keyword is wedge.
Like a wedge of cheese?
Like a wedge of cheese, like the Packers. Or like
Scott Wedgwood?
Scott Wedgwood. Or you could potentially, in this weather, go outside and play some golf and grab a wedge. And
you really could.
And you could hit it from about 65 yards out.
29-6 is the final as the Saints win their 3rd straight game. Tyler Shuck, 308 yards. Chris Olave, 2 touchdowns and 148 receiving yards in that game. Jets fall to 3-12. The Vikings get a 3-point victory over the Giants. I don't know what to think of J.J. McCarthy. I don't think he's a real NFL quarterback. You still seem to believe there's hope there. 9 of 14, 108 yards. Guy can't stay healthy.
Did they win?
They won. They beat the 2-win Giants.
They won.
They beat the 2-win Giants.
Remember when all of us here in the Mile High City were celebrating the massive Broncos victory over the 2-win Giants?
Well, I didn't think it was good to just beat the Giants. The fact that you came back in historic fashion in the 4th quarter was exciting.
Well, that means you were buns in the first 3 quarters offensively.
That is true. Hold on. So the Titans beat the Chiefs. What do you think about Cam Ward?
Baller.
Don't do
he
that.
Stinks, man.
Don't do that.
That guy's awful. I can't stand Cam Ward.
The Panthers get a huge win over the South. And against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 23-20 is the final.
All right, 48-yard try. for the lead. Fitzgerald, the rookie, already has 3 game-winning field goals, 3 walk-offs. This for the lead from 48, and he is money for the Panthers. They cash in to take the lead, but it's only by 3.
23-20. The Panthers now 8-7. The Buccaneers on the outs, 7-8. They need to win out. Carolina needs to lose out in order for Baker Mayfield to get back into the NFC playoff picture.
Cool story there from Dave Canales and Bryce Love.
Bryce Young.
I do that all the time. Bryce Love, the former running back from Sanford. Bryce Young.
I did that with Parker Washington. I called him PJ Washington, who was a former forward in the NBA.
Played for
they're going to see him tonight.
He's active?
They're going to see him tonight.
There we go.
He's played for 22 NBA teams, by
He
the
sure
way.
has.
Yeah, I mean, really good story there from Carolina. That field goal there, which ended up being the 4th game-winning field goal for Fitzgerald on the season. Pretty cool. Pretty awesome for a franchise and a team that's just been miserable for quite some time.
Jags beat the Broncos. We've already beaten that into a bloody pulp. I won't remind you that, you get beat by 14 points. Falcons, 26-19 over the Cardinals in what was essentially a toilet bowl. Kirk Cousins, man, it turns out if Atlanta is a little healthy next year and they get a good player in the draft, could Kirk Cousins lead Atlanta to a playoff spot next year?
A renaissance within his very own franchise. That
Yes.
He was acquired, paid big money, then benched, and drafted a rookie quarterback. Do we know if Michael Penix Jr. is it ACL? Was it ACL?
ACL.
Okay.
I don't think that dude's ever really going to play again, but his last 2 games, now they've won both of them. Kirk Cousins, 5 touchdowns, just 1 interception, and well over 500 yards passing. He should be their starter going into next year. There's no reason to draft another quarterback or go after a free agent. You got him right there. He's doing just fine. Worthless game, though. 26-19. Steelers improved to 9-6. The Lions on the outside looking in the NFC playoff picture.
Campbell and the Lions. Can they pull it off with the season in the balance? Goff fires at the 1. He didn't get across, but there are flags down. Ball ends up in the hands of Goff. He goes across. Did they have a whistle first?
Let's hear the call right here. What a major call.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown, however.
Pass
interference, number 14 on the offense. By rule, that penalty is not enforced, and there is no replay. The game is over.
Wow.
There is no touchdown.
Whoa!
The OPI on number 14 negates the penalty. There is no replay. The game is over.
Whoa. What a way to end a football game.
Offensive pass interference, just take it out of your chest. Oh, man, that hurts.
How about the
8-7
roar at Ford Field? Especially after very emotional back and forth between the fan base and players on the field.
Coach, we did it again with PJs. It's just the name PJ that screws you up. It's not PJ Washington that we were thinking of in the NBA who's played for 1 billion teams. It's PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker has played for 1 billion teams. PJ Washington's played for 2. PJ Tucker has played for Phoenix, Houston, Philadelphia, Toronto, Miami,
right.
the
You
Clippers,
got me on that.
Milwaukee.
I was thinking PJ Tucker.
No, I didn't get us. The text line got
You're right.
us, man.
Yeah, I know. Thank you so much to our built-in accountability partners in life.
Love and accountability, buddy. Texans 23.
Say that again.
Accountability, buddy.
Wow, I've never heard that.
It's from South Park.
good.
Texans improved to 10-5 with a 2-point victory over the Raiders. Geno Smith, I don't know if that dude's going to have a starting job next year in the NFL. Patriots 28-24 as they hold off the Ravens. Drake May, 380 yards, his best game through the air in his young career, 2 touchdowns. Derrick Henry did look good, but Lamar Jackson, as we were talking about this week, man, doesn't look healthy, gets knocked out of the game, and the Ravens fall.
I think it's it. It's it for the Baltimore Ravens.
Sure is.
And what's going to come of John Harbaugh and the Lamar Jackson felt like last year was a big time window year.
I think you give them one more opportunity to run it back if Jackson is healthy next year. And if it gets off to a slow start or if Jackson gets hurt again, Harbaugh's probably on the outs. Again, it's easier to move on from the head coach than it is the quarterback. However, if you're here in Denver, you move on from the quarterback and you still win 12 games, if not more this season. And then last night, we talked about it earlier today, the 49ers 48-27 over the Colts. Colts likely not going to make the playoffs this year. Niners 11-4, a chance to play 5 straight home games if they get all the way to the Super Bowl. Out there in Palo Alto. Brock Purdy, 295 yards, 5 touchdowns to go alongside Christian McCaffrey's 117 and 2 total touchdowns in that win.
Talk about a remarkable fall from grace. The Colts have lost 6 of their last 7 football contests. Wild.
Once again, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your final keyword on the morning sprint is
Give it to me.
Wedge. Wedge.
As in wedgie. But you don't test. You don't text wedgie. It's just wedge.
WEDGE wedge to 303-504-0925. Make sure you guys get that in. We'll give away a winner on the other side at 11:50. PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6. The double dipperoo here on Altitude 92.5 and AM 950. Nuggets on AM 950. Second leg of a back-to-back starts at 5:30 with your pregame show presented by Ramos Law. That'll be on AM 950. I will have your pregame show at 6:30 live from Ball Arena as the Avs take on Central Division rival, the Utah Mammoth. Yes, Home Alone 2 is better. Suck brick, kid. 2K Tuesday coming to a close here on the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy hanging with you guys until noon, where we'll hand things off to Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6 tonight. You can hear the Nuggets starting at 5:30 on AM 950. The first part of a double dipperoo here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs will be on 92.5 at 6:30 after a little blitz with me in Spring. And then Connor McGahee will be joined by Avs great Eric Johnson. He'll be on the color call this evening live from Radio 1.
Good?
So EJ hanging out with the Avs as they take on Central Division rival, the Utah Mammoth. Not the Utah Hockey Club anymore. Your AFC clinching scenarios this week. Denver can clinch the AFC West, their division title, and the 1 seed with a win, a Chargers loss, a New England loss, a Buffalo loss, and a Jacksonville loss.
Wait, say that one more time?
The Broncos can clinch the number 1 seed and the division.
Sorry, I thought you were saying AFC West. My bad.
It would be one and the same.
Of course.
With a win, paired with a Chargers loss, a Patriots loss.
If you stopped after
a Bills loss.
Yep.
And a Jacksonville loss.
Mm-hmm. That's so crazy. Jacksonville's put themselves right back into this thing, man.
You do clinch the AFC West with a tie or a Chargers loss or a win and a Chargers loss. / a tie. You can get that thing done this week. The Jags can clinch the AFC South with a win and a Houston loss. The Patriots can clinch the AFC East with a win and a Buffalo loss. And the Steelers can clinch the AFC North division title with a win or a Baltimore loss. They don't have to have that paired with anything. If Pittsburgh wins, Baltimore is out. If they lose and Baltimore loses, the Ravens are out as well. But I think they're kind of dead in the water. That's the team that you want to find a way to match up with. But I don't know. The only way that you see the Steelers is if you don't win the AFC West, correct? Like, you don't see Ben Roethlisberger. you don't
Neil
see
O'Donnell. You don't.
We
you
go
don't see
through
Terry
all the
Bradshaw
names
win a
today.
playoff
Lord.
game, do you? You don't see Aaron Rodgers win a playoff game in 2025, do you?
No, but I could see Cordell Stewart winning one. Slash coming back, baby.
That's how old he feels. I've got Bradshaw and Roethlisberger on my mind. They were contemporaries, not Bradshaw, but Big Ben.
It's weird. Cordell Stewart seems younger to me than Aaron Rodgers. Fresher.
Don't crack.
Yeah, man. Slash. Oh my God.
That's the team you really want to see, the Steelers. And the only way you can do so is if you don't win the AFC West. That's a conundrum. Would you throw the AFC West to play Pittsburgh in round 1? No chance.
No.
1 seed, home field. Check that box that Sean Payton wants, right? Like, that's the goal. The goal isn't to make the playoffs. The goal is to win the AFC West. Let's be very clear about that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. What are you hoping for out of this weekend, Raj?
Out of this weekend or out of Thursday?
Thursday and Sunday. Let's just results between Broncos-Chiefs. That one's probably pretty obvious.
It's Denver's going to win the
combined with Chargers-Texans. What's the best thing for the Broncos to acquit themselves at an optimal level for the postseason?
It's funny. Is it the Chargers winning,
Yes.
so you're forced to have a real big-time playoff title game in Week 18?
And then guess what you would be rewarded with if you win it? A dang bye.
A bye and the Texans basically being guaranteed to play New England.
Yes.
Now, the issue is, are you nervous enough about the Houston defense that if they come to town in the divisional round as the 7 seed, what happens then?
I like the matchup.
Okay.
I just like the matchup. I don't think there's anything about their offense that will ever be dynamic enough to fully outscore you. The Broncos have proven to be able to win those types of games.
All right. Okay, so I can take that. Chargers win against the Texans, basically locking the Texans into the 7 seed.
You know what I selfishly want? I want to have a self-fulfilling prophecy of what I said preseason. That this season, regular season, is going to be measured by your ability to do something that you have not done since Jim Harbaugh took over at the Los Angeles Chargers organization.
Yeah, you can be selfish.
And I think that would actually put you in the best position of confidence, of achievement, that you went out and earned at the very, very last moment, the 11th hour. You earned the AFC West championship for the first time in a decade. That would be awesome. And I think that would be good for Bo Nix. I think that would be good for this defense. And I actually think that the Chargers are a team with the injuries that you should be able to get after. You should beat them at home. So I'm rooting for the Chargers this weekend. Sorry. I want the road less traveled. I want to come up to the fork in the road and choose the wrench, as we oftentimes heard. Not that wrench, Raj. You ever seen the movie Good Will Hunting?
I have.
You remember what Matt Damon's character was offered the question, which basically torture item would you choose? Because he had an awful father, abusive father. He said, I choose the wrench. He said, why? Because F him. And that's what I think. After what happened against the Jaguars, I want the Broncos to choose the wrench, man.
Give Coach the wrench.
Give me the wrench.
I want
it all.
The other things that aren't really going to happen, like the Jags are likely going to go to Indy and beat the Colts, right?
Yes.
Do they start Riley Leonard in that game? They're still technically alive.
Is Philip Rivers hurt?
I don't think he's hurt.
So why would you start Riley Leonard?
Well, because they took him out of the game last night. The final drive was a Riley Leonard drive.
What was the reason for that?
The game was largely over.
Probably because he's like maybe one hit away from potentially like having it end his life.
And you brought Philip Rivers to somehow, some way give you a chance to get into the playoffs. And at 8-7 right now, you're not getting
Now
it.
it's about sample size.
Now it's about, can Riley do something that makes us excited in a game like your backs are against the wall. You're still technically alive, but you are very much on life support.
What happens to Daniel Jones? Is he valuable?
It depends how quickly he gets back from that Achilles injury. Is he getting back and starting in week 4, or is he missing half of the season? He cost himself, unfortunately, with the injury, a boatload of money. You probably bring him back on a 1-year deal, and you go Riley Leonard or AR5.
Ugh.
Just keep us afloat for the first 5-6 weeks, and then Daniel Jones comes back, and maybe he's taking over a 2-3 team at that point.
He's kind of showing a little bit of that. I can't stay healthy, right? Daniel Jones did the same thing in New York. It was good, and then he wasn't. Then he got hurt, and then he couldn't stay on the field.
Yeah, the most games he's ever played in a season was 16 back in 2022. He had 11 games in 21, 14 games in 2020, 13 games as a rookie in 2019. He played 6 games in 2023 before the injury, and 10 games with the Giants in
Can't stay healthy
last season.
So you can't hedge your bets on that.
No, you probably can't. But a 1-year deal, I think you go the combination between Leonard and Richardson.
Gosh, that injury right there cost. Think about what that cost Daniel Jones, man. Daniel Jones had stayed on the pace. We're talking top 10 quarterback money in the NFL.
Oh yeah.
And now
he was on pace to have his Baker Mayfield contract, and now it's toast.
And it would have been bigger because it was like several years later in the trajectory of inflation.
Oh yeah.
Inflacion.
Really tough for him. Jags are likely going to beat the Colts in that game. The other one that you're looking for, like the Jets are going to get walloped by the Patriots. So you're not going to lock up the 1 seed with a win against the Chiefs this week. And the other one that you might be able to knock off the Bills. They do host the Eagles, but you could get that loss for the Bills in there. You're not locking up the 1 seed because the Jets aren't winning, and likely the Colts aren't beating the Jags even at home.
All I care about is that the Chargers win and the Broncos win and set up the Sunday that we've all been looking for.
AFC West Championship game.
It'll get flexed one at Sunday Night Football.
100%. 100%.
Sean Payton doesn't
They're
lose.
probably pissed off that they can't flex Chiefs and Broncos out of Thursday.
We also realize that Sean Payton doesn't lose in real primetime games. It's his opportunity to get his screenwriter interested in the sequel to Home Team. That's what he loves, man. He loves when the lights are brighter.
Home Team, a mile high. Conceded lights right now. It's going to do it for us today on the Morning Sprint. Congratulations to our Avs Ticket Tuesday winner, Cody Hill. Cody.
Yeah, Cody.
You're going to see the Avs take on the LA Kings on December 29th at Ball Arena. If you guys didn't win with us or with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith sitting in, make sure you guys tune in from 12 to 3 and 3 to 6 this evening. You can win tickets with PhD and Nate and Andy.
It's a good day.
Avs on 92.5, 6:30 start.
Double dipperoo.
Nuggets, second leg of a back-to-back on AM 950. That starts at 5:30 p.m. They'll take on the Mavericks. I think we're getting a double winneroo tonight, Coach.
I like double winneroos, and I like the fact that today is the day before for those that observe. It's December 23rd.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it's the day before.
Drake, May. Christmas Eve.
It's like the college football equivalent of a Thursday night, date night. 'Twas the day before.
For Coach Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Don't go anywhere. Hang out with PhD for the next 3 hours. They're great.
All right, we got some follow-up with the Broncos by the numbers with the Chiefs today. This is a bad team, the Chiefs are, but we'll get into that. Nice bounce-back win by the Nuggets. I'm hoping the Broncos can do what the Nuggets just did. They lost a tough one. Didn't go your way, but then you came back and you finished your opponent early.
Easily.
And you just kind of hung in there. The Elway documentary, Elway was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, so it was cool hearing John on with the boys.
I watched it this morning.
That
was I sent John a note afterwards, and actually sent his daughter a note because I know his daughter as well. But that was really, really cool. That was a phenomenal documentary.
I was thinking of you for a second because I'm wondering, like, which of the Elway kids were you friendly with? Like,
Jesse is his daughter. Jessie is the one that I knew. She was a year younger than me. She was a tremendous basketball player. She played basketball at Sanford.
Oh wow!
Wow. Yeah.
Well, because Janet, there are things I didn't realize, which you are friends with John, go way back. You may know all these things. I did not realize Janet Elway, John's wife,
swimmer at Sanford,
was such a high-level athlete herself.
Oh, yeah.
So kind of like Ed and Lisa before Ed and Lisa. I mean, kind of the same sort of deal. Who, obviously in a relationship, it's difficult. They talked about it in the documentary and kind of have to put certain things aside for others. And then, to hear how hard things were with John for his first 3-4 years after retirement, that was kind of like, oh, man, twin sister dies, dad dies, gets divorced. Like, whoa. Like, bam, bam, bam.
It's a lot.
Like, nobody prepares you for 40, right? Like, that's all when he was right about your age right now. And really, really tough stuff. And then you see John.
Life crashes out about 40. Yeah.
I've always said, man, nobody gets you ready for your 40s. 40s to me were a really hard life decade, in my opinion.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was the toughest decade of my life, for sure. No doubt about it. It was rewarding in certain ways, but it's tough. I found it very difficult. The 50s to me are like, so far, like 50s.
Mine was just opposite. Mine started turning ugly at about 48, 49. It was pretty. The 50s kind of sucked for the first 7 years. It's pretty amazing just seeing the human side of John Elway. And seeing, gosh, man, it explains so, like, you just understand so much about, like, where he might have been mentally, things going on. He said, like, getting the GM job, he was like, okay, man, I'm ready to go live life again, basically is what he was saying, like, I'm ready to get back at this at life and start again.
Yeah, I mean, unless they were going to do, like, a 12-episode, like, 100-hour documentary on John Elway, because that's what you could do with his life.
Because you could do a lot of playing stuff too. Yeah.
Because they just had to for time reasons. There was no choice. I'm not being critical of it. I'm just saying you had to skip through some things. Like, John just didn't go from nothing to GM of the Broncos. He ran the crush. He had to get his teeth, and Pat Bowlen had him do that. Pat Bowlen owned the crush, and he had to get that going. John also had some successful and some, business failures, some successes and failures. That was part of that mix as well. So his journey to come back with the Broncos, like, if you watch that documentary, it does feel like, oh, it happened like that. No, not at all. He had to actually work pretty hard to get back in that position, and he wasn't even the GM in the beginning. It was Brian Sanders who he hired and then replaced a couple years later. But in a documentary, it goes from, I retired, 3 or 4 years, really difficult, GM of the Broncos, won the Super Bowl, got Peyton Manning, now I'm off into the sunset.
Did they do
so it went really fast at the end.
Was the accident in there?
No, but they did put a photo of Spurlock, I think his name was. They put a photo of him and John, like, in memoriam at the very end. And if you didn't know the story, you wouldn't really know why they did that. But, of course, we're a little bit more aware of it. So they did recognize him in memoriam at the end. Because as John said on the morning show, they've been working on this thing for like a year and a half. And that incident happened, relatively, soon, which is, of course, if you're just doing a documentary on John, dealing with the death of your best friend, it's got to be brutally difficult for him. Brutally difficult. So John's had some wild ups and downs in his life. It's certainly worthy of documenting. And if you're not a Broncos fan, or you're a Broncos fan more of a recent generation, it was cool going back there. And I was thinking about you, Scott, because it was a different time back then, man. Yeah. Like the relationship with the media and athletes, with the athletes on the team, it was way different. It was way closer. It was way more personal. It was way more intimate than it is today. Way more.
Well, I got to meet John when I played for the Nuggets, and I met him. He'd come down to a game or came in the locker room or something. Anyway, so I got to meet him when I was towards the end of my – and we're basically same age, actually. But last few years playing, he was still going to play another 8, 9 years, I guess. But so got to know him there. And then I became the guy that – remember he used to always have those golf tournaments that I either played with his high school buddies or his college buddies.
Mm.
And it was just it was a drinking blowouts. And then I'll tell you a funny story. I doubt it was in the documentary. So they win the Super Bowl. We're playing out at Fox Hollow at one of John Elway's, celebrity tournaments that he used to have in charity things.
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting on the back patio having a few drinks. At the end of it, he's sitting beside me. We're sitting there, and all of his boys there. He goes, "Hey, I'm coming back next year." Because the big thing after he won the Super Bowl,
they went into it.
Was he going to run? But he hit me like, "Come back next year." I go, "No." I go, media guy. I go, "Can I tell anybody?" He goes, "Yeah." He said,
"Oh,
dude."
Oh,
I left within 5 minutes.
Look at you.
Called Lee Larson. Just went into the Colorado Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
Scoopy Scott.
Called Lee Larson.
Pre-Twitter.
And then we called Dave, and then we met John down at the evening gala that evening down at the Embassy Suites down here in the Tech Center somewhere.
Yeah.
And did a one-on-one interview with him about him coming back. So we actually broke
you.
the story.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Boy, before social media. Because if John had literally told you that today, you would have said, okay, you would have put it over, tweeted it out, and it would have been out just like that.
No, I had to call the boss. We set up an interview. And Dave and I came in the studio like on a Sunday for like a special morning show.
Here we go. John's back.
Break all the news on
That's
KOA.
awesome.
Yeah.
There were some really fun little factoids that I didn't know. For example, the news about Elway being traded to the Broncos happened on May 2nd, 1983, during a Nuggets-Spurs game at McNichols. The news was broke while the game was going on.
Wow.
Dan Reeves was at the game and left the game to go to the press conference. They had a press conference at 10:30 at night. On May 2nd, John Elway retired on May 2nd, 1999. He retired on the same exact day that the news came that he was traded here.
Pretty wild.
Kind of a weird twist.
I mean, listen, I grew up as a kid here, right? And John was a hero and an idol and all those things. But, you miss out on a lot of the drama that's going on when you're a young kid and you're just watching him and he's a hero, right? And I would be honest, like I knew things between Dan Reeves and John Elway were not good.
Right.
I didn't know how bad it was.
Okay.
I didn't realize that John Elway was publicly like outing him, saying I haven't talked to this guy all year long. We only talk on game day. That stuff. And then at the end, basically campaigning to get him fired, it pretty much feels like,
Oh, no doubt about it. How about the story? Little spoiler here. Shanny, who's the offensive coordinator at the time and really close with John, like they bonded together great. They hated Reeves. He tells Reeves and Elway, we got to meet. So the three of them meet, according to Shanny in this documentary. And Mike looks at John and goes, you need to tell Dan everything you hate about him. And Dan, you need to tell John everything you hate about him. And according to Mike Shanahan, they both basically screamed at each other for 15 minutes and then another 15 minutes.
Mike was like, I walked away and I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And ends up getting Mike Shanahan fired.
It got Mike fired. True story.
Yeah.
And how after Mike was fired, that Reeves and Elway stayed together after that actually is.
But you don't have a choice.
And John was just out and out. He went to the media to air his grievances because he wasn't talking to Reeves. And he said, this is the only way I can get Reeves' attention, by going to the media. Like that happened. It was like wild.
So, and again, go back to your premise a while ago. In today's date, he would have just got on his Twitter account.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or no. You know what he would have done? No. This is what he would have
Call
done.
Adam Schefter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Colin Cowherd. Or whoever. And that person would have been like, hey, I got a feeling that it's not great between John and Reeves, and boy, it would have been like, would have been something like that.
So what year did they end up firing Reeves?
Oh boy, he went to 3 Super Bowls with the Broncos.
Yeah,
and
that
then
was
he
84, 86, 87.
He was with the Falcons when the Broncos beat him in the last Super Bowl.
That was my point.
He was fired after the 92 season.
That was the big story when
he
they
was
played
here 12 years.
Is that crazy?
When they played Atlanta in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That basically Reeves and Elway still hated each other.
Oh,
and there was finally a little Reeves kind of, John was a good guy, and John was, we buried the hatchet. But they
maybe they did. I'd be stunned, but maybe they did.
Yeah, they made nice for the Super Bowl. Let's put it that way.
Fine.
They made nice for the Super Bowl.
John had such a shizzle-eating grin on the documentary because, again, maybe they've healed old wounds, but he basically hates Terry Bradshaw. And Bradshaw was the one that gave him the trophy after the first Super Bowl. And in the documentary, John was like, yep, there was Terry, and had a big grin on his face about that.
They get into why he didn't like Terry?
Because, when John was signed, different salary situations, highest paid player in the NFL, 5 years, $5 million. That was the highest paid player in the NFL.
$1 million a year.
$1 million a year. And John didn't want it because he didn't want to go to the Colts. And Bradshaw held it against him that he just didn't go to the Colts. Terry was kind of a management guy, not a player guy in that situation. And thought he was like, go play baseball. Forget about you.
As did a handful of other active quarterbacks in the NFL that are featured in the documentary, talking about John in a very, very negative way. Like, hey, man, you don't belong in the NFL. If you think that this is how your business is going to go down, teams aren't going to need you. You're not going to be good for any team anyways.
But
and now you look at the power that the players have.
Yes, and I side with John on that. Good on John and his dad, because the Colts were a miserable organization. A horrible place, and you would have just failed. And by the way, Pat Bowlen did not own the Broncos at the time. It was Gerald Wilhite, and they're
it was Kaiser.
Oh, was it Kaiser? I'm sorry. You're right. I'm
Gerald
sorry.
Wilhite was a player.
No, it was Will. I'm wrong. It was Kaiser. Wilhite was like the owner, the very first owner. He only owned the team for like a year or something like that. You're right. It was Kaiser. And they put that deal together like in the middle of the night to have it happen. But Denver, it was fun watching Denver back in the 80s. Tyler, I don't know what your memories are of Denver when you were a little kid, but holy cow, this was a dusty old cow town, man. I mean, it was like, it's weird just seeing how Denver looked.
Dude, I used to come here as a player, and my first year in the league was 82, 83, and you stayed in that hotel, and you thought the 16th Street Mall, the real mall part of it, the indoor part, was the coolest thing in the world. Walk out your hotel, and you can walk over this bridge, you're in this cool mall. We thought that was the coolest thing in the world.
The 16th Street Mall used to be like covered? It used to be
there used to be an indoor mall over there. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, right off that Hyatt Regency, just go right out the back door and down into the mall.
I did not know that. That's pretty cool. Well, anyways, I don't know if you have do you have any other observations on it? I mean, we can get back into it a little bit later.
No, I just the agony. I mean, we were the Buffalo Bills before the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
You know, I think people forget that.
Yeah.
Made it 3 times, freaking lost every time.
Yeah, but we didn't make it 3 in a row.
You brought up this story on the show a million times, and John said the exact story of when they made it for the 4th time, and he called his mom, and his mom was like, "Do we have to go?"
Yeah.
He said that story on the documentary.
So I got authenticated.
Yeah.
One of my stories finally got authenticated.
Yeah.
And our guy Schefter is all over this documentary.
Well, they were
all over it.
That's Shanahan's guy, and Shanahan, Mike, and
Shanny's
John
all over it too. Tough stuff. I felt for John, man, with his dad and his sister and all that sort of stuff, and his friend recently. Like, there's some downs, and then you see his place in Coeur d'Alene. What a beautiful lake house he has in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. It's like, wow, that's really cool. Got a little boat dock, and he's got 10 grandkids, and it's like, that's cool, man. And he's throwing the ball around with one of his grandkids. It's like, that's cool, dude. I'm glad
he's not even in Denver at all anymore. Then.
Well, I don't know.
He definitely is.
Coeur d'Alene's more of a summer place, though, right? You wouldn't spend your winters up in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
I wouldn't.
No, I don't think he does either.
I don't think he spends his winters here either.
I don't think he does either. I think he lives in
he has a
Palm
place in Palm
Springs.
Springs, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he bounces around. But it was really cool, man. It was fun. It was a fun documentary, man. And like I said, it's the age of Elway from '83 until he stepped away from the Broncos. He's the most. He's the.
So you're acting like you like him now, as opposed to hate him the way you kill him all the time, right? I mean,
Well, we're not talking about John as a GM.
Well, they did in the documentary.
Not sort of.
You were bamboozled on some of the John as GM thing.
I'm just telling you, they did a great job with the documentary.
I sent him a note of gratitude today for bringing me back. You know what? I sent him a note. I told him, I said, I've never really talked to you about this before, but I said, I've never really talked to you about my full circle life, but I was friends with your daughter in high school. I was actually shooting hoops with her in your backyard one day. You came out and you threw the football with me a bit. I obviously grew up watching you as a hero like everyone else in Denver. I was at both your parades as a kid, and then because you gave me a call to come back in Denver my final year, I got to stand on the same stage as you. Thanks for taking a chance on me. You know?
Oh, that's good.
Like, yeah.
Well, so a little syrupy, but I mean that was pretty cool.
John
That's kinda cool.
John has been such a significant person for ultimately this area and so many people. It's ridiculous.
One quick story now, and then we'll go something related anyway. Who cares? This is
Not now.
2030.
We just can kind of keep rolling now.
So I think I've told this story before too. So Cherry Creek's playing Arapahoe at Arapahoe, and both our daughters are playing varsity. And I don't know if they were. I think they were both the same age. 'Cause my daughter's 40 now too. Will be 41. So
yeah, that's about right.
So they're playing in there, and John's at the game. I'm at the game. So I come over, I sit by John, and we're sitting there. And I'm kind of behind the Cherry Creek bench. We're going. Jesse gets in, and they played summer basketball together too. So they were friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Ashley's in right there, and now they're guarding each other.
Mm.
And all of a sudden, elbows start coming out. And it gets and a little jab here, and they're both. I mean, they're hammering each other.
You and Elway are standing up, yelling at each other.
No, and so we're watching each other, and we're like talking back and forth. And he knows, I know. All of a sudden, we get quiet for like the last 2.5 minutes of the first quarter. We don't speak. They're only 8-minute quarters. We don't talk. Quarter ends, I go, yeah, I'm going to get up and go over silly. He goes, yeah, I'll go. And we never talked about it. But I mean, we were like, hey, buddy, here we go. Here they go. They're guarding each other. And it was silent between us for like 2.5 minutes. It was pretty funny.
Well, I think you're really going to like the documentary. I think any Broncos fan would like the documentary.
Well, I downloaded it, so I was going to watch it.
I think you're going to really, I think you're going to love it. I'll be shocked if you don't love it. And what reminded me, too, about that time with the Broncos, first of all, the stadiums were older. The turfs were terrible. How many highlights, Tyler, did you see where like, well, that's a penalty. That's a penalty. That would be a penalty. I mean, the game itself was so different.
So you go, that's a penalty. That's I go, yeah, the guys now are soft. Guys now are soft.
Okay.
Guys now are soft.
But, I mean, this is gritty, violent.
Real football.
Oh, my God. I mean, it is like you forget how football used to be played and how tough you had to be as a quarterback. I mean, John was unbelievably tough.
Oh, yeah.
The hits he took were just unreal. So you were reminded of all that too. You'll love it. And there was a time with the Broncos where it was like John's hero is John Wayne. I didn't know that either. I didn't know he was a huge John Wayne fan. Like he's got a old gun collection of John Wayne guns that he's got a whole room for. You know, it's like that. So the Duke is appropriate, right? And it was motorcycles, like chew, dirt, football, violence, and winning, and who knows what other Sodom and Gomorrah things were going on back in the days with the Broncos during that time. But it must have been an amazing time, Scott, to be around that team. It must have been unbelievable.
Well, another story. So I'm playing in a golf tournament with John, and we're getting out there, and I told him before the start, I said, man, I quit chewing. I quit chewing like a week ago. I've been in this. I'm like second week without chewing. We go out the third hole, and I'm like topping it and slicing it, hook it. He grabs his can of Copenhagen, throws it at me, and said, take a dip.
It's funny you say that because he's in the locker room doing his post-game interviews, and you can see big old John on that cheek.
Good stuff. All right, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Here you go. Text Tinsel, Tinsel, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered for tickets to the Avs Kings on the 29th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and MatthewsFineWatches.com. The keyword this hour is tinsel. Again, 303-504-0925. Text it in with your name and you're entered. I don't know if this song hits the same when it's 65 degrees. Did you see what the weather stats are about what we've been going through from in your meetings with Chris Bianchi there, Tyler?
No, I told him that it wasn't going to snow on Christmas. I was right, and I checked out.
All right, so let's see if I got it here. It's kind of crazy what's going on weather-wise with everything. Hold on, I'll get here in a second.
We're in a funnel.
The Broncos haven't had a home kickoff temperature below 60 degrees through 8 home games. Got to be the first time on record. And indeed, average temperature through 8 regular season home games is 68.1 degrees. If the kickoff temp is 50 degrees or higher in the finale, they'll break a full season average temperature record set in 1981. So this literally has been the warmest, close to it, we'll see how it goes, since 1981. And in Kansas City, it's supposed to be in the 60s on Thursday for the game.
Good.
So there's that. In terms of the injury report, brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Tricky to tell right now because they didn't practice yesterday, so we'll get an official report here in a little bit. But we know Dre Greenlaw is a little bumped up.
I think he's going to be out.
Okay.
Did you guys see it?
Well, I saw him limping off. I heard Leggy yesterday with the boys in the afternoon. He said, "Yeah."
I mean, he pulled up lame on that. I forget who he was chasing on the sideline there, but he pulled up lame real quick.
How will his absence be felt? Big deal, not a big deal?
Yeah, always a big deal. You know, teams have been, well, fortunately on the good news, Justin Strnad was back practicing. So Justin had been banged up. If we were missing Justin and Dre Greenlaw, we got major problems. But Justin's been really good. And I think Scott even had the argument a week or two ago that you liked Justin better in coverage, right?
I like him better than Singleton in coverage.
Oh, was it about Alex, not Dre Greenlaw? Okay,
but the problem is it was him and Singleton. But he was, Strnad's your best covered linebacker.
Yeah. So, obviously this week with Kelsey, is Kelsey playing?
He is, right? Well, let's see what Tate has going on.
Well, did he play last week?
He's not on the injury report, so I don't know why he wouldn't be playing, but he's not on the injury report.
Okay. Well, not a bad week to have Justin Strnad in there is my point.
Yeah, by the way, if we're just looking at the Chiefs by the numbers, holy cow.
I think Justin's been really banged up the whole year, though. Like, really banged up. He's been fighting through it.
Travis Kelce, who's having kind of a so-so year, he is their best player. Because Rashee Rice has been suspended, now injured. So, okay. And Mahomes,
God, I wish we could have a tight end with so-so year of 800 yards.
Yeah. Yep.
800 yards, so-so year.
Yep.
When's the last tight end in Denver got over 800 yards?
Couldn't tell you. But here's the problem. He's got the numbers you should have a receiver having. Like, he's it. Like, that is a problem that they're so dependent on Travis Kelce. It's just not the way you want to operate. You're not going to win that way, which they haven't. Rewatching their game against Tennessee they are a shell of their former selves, man. And never mind the issues they have at quarterback. They have some serious issues on defense. Like, they're just trying out new guys left and right. They have no stability whatsoever on their defense at all. You can literally do anything against them if you want. You can play any style you want. You can get over them doing anything. And it was wild to see the Titans, who are a 2-win team, now a 3-win team, more or less, after kind of a rough start in that game, just kind of dominate them on every angle that you can think of. It was crazy.
Well, the Chiefs kind of like gave up in that game, didn't they? Didn't that look like a team that
played
with no hope for the first time in 6 years?
You tell me when pro athletes give up. You tell me.
When you've had a run as dominant as they have, and then all of a sudden you're looking at, you ain't going nowhere anyway.
It's weird.
1, 2, 3, Cancun.
That's a weird feeling, man. I mean, having 3 games left in the season and nothing to play for a team like that, yeah, pretty easy to shut it down.
Here's what it appears to me, at least, is it's not as much giving up as like not a collection of probably not giving the full effort that you possibly could from the better players, but also just a bunch of players out there that just aren't that good. So I don't think they're giving up.
Well, what was
but they're not that good either. Oh, and let me tell you this. They are used to the cadence of Patrick Mahomes on that offensive line, and they are a pit of misery hearing anybody else bark out the signals. Like, they don't get it. It's not the right rhythm. They are way off, Tyler, my opinion, on the offensive line with everything. And maybe you can speak to cadence and what that means.
Well, now they got a new guy this year.
Well,
this week.
I'll tell you what. I think the guy they got is better than Gardner Minshew.
No.
I think so. I mean, at least he runs around a little bit and is athletic. By the way, he actually played against the Broncos last year. Took 5 snaps, 5 handoffs. Skinny kid from South Dakota State. Actually got in the game against the Broncos last year. I had no idea. Oladokin, who's a small guy, skinny, but he can run around. Gardner Minshew couldn't. Well, first of all, Gardner Minshew got hurt like on the 3rd play of the game, and he played like for a full quarter with a torn ACL. So he tried to suck it up, but I mean, it was a disaster. But he just doesn't look that good, period. Oladokin could actually move around. I'm not saying anything high praise about it. I don't want to overhype anything. I'm just telling you this is a guy who's a little bit more mobile. That's all. for whatever that's worth. The Broncos should the Broncos should do to these guys exactly what the Nuggets did last night.
Give me your predictions real fast.
It's a short week. It's a division game, so I don't think they covered the 12.5. I think that's ridiculous. I think 12.5 is just absurd, period. But I do not see how this Chiefs team generates any kind of offense.
So if they don't,
I'll give it like 23-13 Broncos, but it feels comfortable. Something like that.
Again, you happy with that? I mean, it's a win, right? You're happy.
Oh, I'm
with
happy.
That?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but don't you eventually sit there and go 23 against what they got?
Nah, not anymore. I'm over it because I know what the DNA of this team is, right? So there was a point in the season that I was like hoping that we were going to get over the hump with that. We're not going to get over the hump with it.
So
it is what it is, and we got to win ball games the way this team is designed to win.
You're the old Doug Moe. They're just no hopers when it comes to that.
Well, I don't want to sound like I think they're good enough offensively. I don't think they're a flat out liability offensively. They're capable of putting up 24 points per game, but they're never going to be a 30-point per game type of team.
Yeah, unless they get some sort of turnover for a score, a punt return, something.
Except
You're right. Yeah,
except they don't turn teams over.
They really don't, guys. They really don't. Possessions. They only had 6 possessions.
When the 19 play win the field goal?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
the 19 play one was the field
and
goal.
That killed me with my little bet with Schefter.
Yeah.
That absolutely broke my heart when it came to that thing with Schefter. So that's why they don't score 30 points, because I think they will just try to grind this bad boy out, and I think they'll have success in it.
It might be the best way to go, to be honest with you.
It's a safe way to go.
Well, listen, if you guys get a chance, go back and listen to Leggy. I thought Leggy broke down their offense, quote-unquote, woes from the last game. And it makes sense. Makes sense.
All right. Well, that's what I got for the game there. I don't know if you guys see it any differently.
I can't. I wish I could go into Tyler Land.
What's that?
And just get over that little.
That feels like you're taking a shot at me.
No,
by the
no,
way.
no,
That
no.
feels like a shot. I'm just telling you, it's
Okay,
near Christmas
but
time.
here-
It felt like a shot.
You heard it out before, but I was giving you a compliment.
Okay.
Because
for being delusional.
No, for being mature.
Oh.
Because
Scott, you're a good guy.
I'm still whiny that they can't score more than 23. That bothers the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I can't clear in my mind. We got a team that's supposed to win a Super Bowl or can win a Super Bowl or can play for a Super Bowl, and you can't score 23 points?
Well, they scored 34. They scored 34 against the Packers. Okay. But like Tyler, you said, that was Bo, like exceptional Bo, not average Bo, and we saw more typical Bo in this past game.
What was the final on the Raiders? Was it 24-17?
The first game was 10-7. I remember that one.
Yeah, I think 24-17.
24-17.
Gosh,
it was good memory. 24-17.
Yeah.
But that was with the
remember
Raiders.
Stupid stuff like that, and I can't remember dude behind the glass.
Hey,
there's name.
I'm not gonna lie though. When I heard Elway
Fred.
telling that story today about calling his mom and saying she was like, "Do we have to go back?" I couldn't help but think of you. I was like, Scott has told that story 100 times. I assume
he told it to us on the air when it happened. It
Yeah.
was kind of funny in San Diego.
Hey, Mom, great news. We're going to the Super Bowl
Hey, we're going
again.
to the Super Bowl.
Do we
have to?
Do you have to, sweetheart? Do you guys really have to, sweetheart? Isn't there a way to? I remember him telling Dave and I that story, and we just busted up laughing.
What was happening behind the scenes with Shanny Elway to get Reeves out of here must have been Epic.
I'll ask you no dumb question before we go to break.
Yeah.
You can think about it. Well, during break, because I got to get some coffee.
Oh, okay.
John Elway in his prime on this team they have right now. What's the result of the season?
All right, we can address that, and we'll look at Tyler's tail of the tape to clean up the Jacksonville game. Coming up next, right here on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holiday is meant to be joyful, but if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, that's not great. So if ED is putting a strain on your relationship, 2026, let's go. It's a year to turn things around and show your partner you care. You really care. Give the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed and restored and a loving relationship that you're close and just feel good about. Call 720-440-7900. The initial visit is only $99. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're in 5 locations up and down I-25, North Denver, Fort Collins, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So they're for you. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, let's dig into it in terms of cleaning things up from the Jags game. Tyler, what'd you see?
Well, boys and girls, some good, some bad. Offensively and defensively, I thought the team started out pretty well. You felt good about the defense in the first couple possessions. Broncos offense, first possession. Oh, well, was that a 3-and-out? I think it was a 3-and-out. The 3-and-out had to punt the ball. And you're like, ruh-roh. But they ended up following it up.
Wasn't a 3-0 out with the drop? Wasn't there a drop on that first series?
Potentially.
I thought
I'll
there was
take
a
your word
drop
for
somewhere.
it. Yeah, I'll take your word for it in there. But they bounced back pretty quickly offensively, and they strung together what in essence turned out to be about 3 straight scoring drives. And their second drive of the game, they had an 11-play drive for 61 yards, and Bo Nix is looking pretty clean. Bo Nix is looking on time. He's playing with tempo. The running game is looking pretty decent. We got Jaleel McLaughlin popping some plays. They march 11 plays down the field. However, they had to settle for a field goal, right? So you're like, not great, but it was a good-looking drive. They did have a touchdown drive after that, and then they had another field goal drive after that. There was another 7 or 8 play drive. So you're looking at things offensively, and you're like, okay, we got it going here, but you're stalling out in the red zone. You settled for field goals twice. One of them you missed. The other one you actually make. You doinked the 44-yarder, and you made I think it was a 54-yarder, whatever it was. But you got some good moments in there. Jaleel McLaughlin, his first couple runs, fantastic. Good-looking runs. By the way, schematically, good-looking schemed runs, not typical runs. You got the whole offensive line going to the right, your running backs going to the left. We had the big run from R.J. Harvey a little bit later in the game, and you felt like you had a running game that was there. However, when it's all said and done, these 2 running backs touched the football 12 times total. I mean, that's it. Over the course of the entire football game, these guys only touched the ball 12 times. And here's where I'm at with R.J. Harvey. I like R.J. Harvey. I do. I think he would have been a really fun player to add to this team as a niche running back. The problem is we need him to be an every down running back, and he's not an every down running back. So even though he had that one play that popped, and it was a great run, if you look at the totality of his other runs, they weren't really good. They were not great at all.
Well, it was a 38-yard run for a touchdown. So if you take that away, it's 6 carries for 12 yards, to your point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality of the day.
Well, I don't know if because didn't he run on third down, a short one, and all he does, he lowered his head and just ran into the back, which I'm sure was your favorite play when guys got to run into your back.
Love it.
Instead of keeping his head up, if he cuts to the left, he's got a hold of the left that's going to get 6-8 yards at least, and maybe he breaks a tackle. And so he just lowers his head and runs right up somebody, and no gain on a big 3rd and 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big fan of him
It
as a
is
running back.
weird, though, number-wise, because Bo did throw for 352 yards.
Yeah, well, he threw the ball 47 times.
And he threw it 47 times. So total yardage, they outgained Jacksonville by 100 yards in total yards.
I'm never overly impressed by yardage. I'm impressed by touchdowns. I'm impressed by efficiency. And the touchdown to interception ratio was 1-to-1. Efficiency, okay, we probably could have been better. Cortland Sutton continues to play great football. By the way, announced today, Cortland Sutton makes the Pro Bowl, along with Quinn Miners, along with Garrett Bowles, along with Pat Surtain, along with Zach Allen. So 6 Denver Broncos make the Pro Bowl, which is awesome. Those are the things that happen when you've got a 12-win season. Is that I think it was tied for the most in the NFL. Is that right?
Most starters, though.
Most
Wasn't it like
starters.
5 starters?
I thought it was the most in the NFL.
Is it the most?
I thought it was.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
And the most starters, too. I do have that somewhere. But
unfortunately, as the game went on, Bo started to struggle, right? And it looked like we were going to get a start to the game that was similar to the Packers game, and we did for Bo Nix. And then as the game went on, he just couldn't get back in his groove. Part of it, I'll say, guys, I don't know if you noticed what was going on at left guard. Did you guys notice that?
I saw Powers came in and gave up a sack or a big hit late.
So we had a rotation going on between Palczewski and Ben Powers. Ben Powers did not play particularly great. He was rusty. Palczewski played terrible. That's back-to-back weeks for Palcho that has been really, really rough. We need to get Ben Powers caught back up to speed. We need to get that rust knocked off of him, and we need him back out there for a playoff run. Defensively, boys, I think we're starting to get figured out. And that's a little bit scary. That's a little bit scary.
Is it figured out or slippage? Or is that the same thing?
Well, it could be. It could be each. This game in particular, did you guys notice how bad the tackling was? I mean, tackling was horrendous.
How could you miss it?
So there's definitely some slippage involved when you've got bad tackling. But my bigger concern is that if Bo Nix is not that elite quarterback that we got against the Packers, and if our defense is trending in the wrong direction, and this does feel like a trend to me, it doesn't feel like a one-off like I thought it was against the Packers. Now I'm starting to get a little bit worried about this postseason run.
Well, you guys will have Leggy on tomorrow, right?
I think so.
He said the same thing, but he dated it back, and I think you did the same thing yesterday or day before yesterday to that Washington game, and there was some guy who was the OC that they have a history. Maybe that he was the OC at Houston when or in Arizona, one of the two. Arizona, I guess. But he talked about, he said they're starting to figure it out just a little bit.
You're talking about Cliff Kingsbury.
And he's going to have to change just a little bit, 2 or 3 of the things they're doing or something. Leggy explained it real well yesterday. Really good. So ask him about that.
Anybody stand out?
I won't be here. So just,
I get that. I get that impression.
Going out there.
Glad
I
you're
can
here
call
today.
him right now and ask him if you want me to.
Well, he said the reason we're not having Leggy on today, and Dan can back me up on this, we will have him on tomorrow, but the Broncos are going through practice today as if it's a Friday. So everything with the Broncos is wrapping up quicker today. Like, we're going to hear from Sean and everything in about an hour or so. So this is a Friday out there, and they're obviously not practicing in pads, all that, and they're probably done with pads, period, at this point of the year. So
I'll give you a few players that played well in a loss. Alex Singleton was playing great. DJ Jones, Jonathan Franklin Myers, basically the interior of the defensive line, played fantastic. Mike McGlinchey played really, really well. I liked his sets out there, man. He was aggressive. Mike has a tendency to get bull rushed a lot. He was changing up his sets. He looked pretty good. Cortland Sutton was great. There were a few liabilities out there as well, though. Alex Palczewski struggled. Nick Benito obviously did not have a great game, and I'm a big fan of Riley Moss, but that was not a great Riley Moss game.
because of the tackling or the coverage? Or both?
Yes.
Okay.
He had a great tackle early in the open field on a 3rd down. That was a great tackle, and they highlighted it on the television. But maybe he was like Bo. Maybe as the game went, maybe there's a little slate.
Why when there was a missed tackle, was the punishment for that missed tackle so severe? Meaning there was so much space available after
Well, they're
that.
missing tackles and giving up the sideline at the same time. I mean, if you're going to miss a tackle, you got to force them back to your buddies, and we're missing tackles and giving up the sideline.
Is that a mechanics thing? Is that a coaching thing? What's that all about?
I don't know. Heat of the moment, you took a wrong angle more than anything.
Okay.
See, Cooper did that too on a rush one time. In fact, it was the one where Lawrence had the 3rd and 14. He runs it for 15 or whatever it was. Cooper goes all the way inside, crashes the whole line inside. The whole outside is now wide open. And Lawrence has to make the play, but, if he maybe stays in his lane, and that's lane discipline, right?
Yeah.
Going back and looking at the game, was it worse than you thought or better than you thought?
That's a good question.
Yes.
You can't say yes to this one.
There were some good moments, but I guess I'll go with worse.
It was worse. Okay.
More
All right.
self-inflicted or them inflicted?
I would say self-inflicted,
Which-
especially on the defensive side.
Aren't you? I'm more okay with it if it's self-inflicted, because I know you can go back and change that. I know the Nuggets in that Houston period, they just didn't. That can be fixed, and you saw it in Utah.
We're about to get into it. Yeah.
So if it's self-inflicted, I'm a little more happy, if you will. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you could take that optimistic viewpoint with the defense, because we've not seen that kind of tackling performance all year long, and you would assume that that's a one-off.
Yeah, you certainly hope so. But you do see in the playoffs, like, making some mistakes the Broncos have made earlier in this year and they've gotten away with. Against better teams, that's going to be really hard to do. And by the way,
and this time of year, not just playoffs, Darren, this time of year, because guess what? If there's more importance on every single game. There's more spotlights on every single game.
Everything means a little bit more.
Yeah.
Every game is critically important, and it just
elevates.
Just goes up. And right when you think there's not a higher level, there's always a higher level.
The only thing difference between this Thursday and 2 weeks from now is you'll have another game after Thursday.
Yeah.
2 weeks from now, you play bad, you don't have another game.
I'll tell you what's funny.
Or 3 weeks.
Going back and watching that Tennessee-Kansas City game, it is weird watching a game when nothing's really on the line compared to watching the Broncos and the Jags or the Bears and the Packers. And it's like, oh, okay. There are different levels that we can play at here.
Do you remember 8 of the past 10 years or 6 of the past 10 years anyway?
At this time of year for the past decade, we're really leaning into other things or the draft or whatever.
Well,
we're talking about change. Russell Wilson's, being benched. We're firing coaches.
Yep.
This time of year in the past.
Yeah, but you're not watching the game like you used to watch it.
No, at this time, no.
Just 3 seasons ago, you're like, really?
Oh yeah, you didn't care.
You're
We wouldn't pay this level of attention to Broncos games 3 years ago like this. No. It'd be like
3, 4, 5,
and that's what Kansas City looks like right now. By the way, that is what they're looking like right. And if you can't beat a team like that.
By the way, my Kansas City boys are all excited about the move.
Are they?
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
Oh, cool. It's good. Get a nice new stadium there, paying for by the citizens of Kansas.
That's 70%.
That is, don't you think that's bananas? Don't you find that insane?
No.
Oh, man. All right.
Well, hold on.
You got some cheap-ass owners there in Kansas City.
How was Invesco paid for?
There were funds for Invesco.
How was
all
Coors Field
right,
paid for?
Fine, no problem. No problem. I'm glad we're not in that world. I get your point, but
Bills are getting public funding.
Oh,
a lot of teams are getting public funding.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not one of them. I'm glad we ain't one of them. Oh, because everything's just better here. Are you kidding?
Well, everything's better here.
Everything is literally, you name something, and it's better because of our
But did you
ownership.
see also, they're going to go dome too, because just like here, guess what everybody wants now?
They're going to go retractable.
They want Super Bowls and they want Final
Yeah, of
Fours
course.
and they want all that because now that really generates revenue.
But it'll be retractable.
Yeah.
On nice days like we've had, it'll be open. It won't be enclosed. You'll be playing
Thursday night will be open.
Can I just say this? Football's meant to be played outdoors.
I don't disagree with that.
It's meant to play it outdoors.
What's up with the Super Bowl?
I don't care about the Super
San
Bowl.
Diego or Miami.
Yeah. Outdoors.
We'll get back to the Broncos and what they're facing with the Chiefs. The Nuggets, fascinating game from last night. More on the Elway documentary and more keywords
What
as
are we going to talk about Phillip?
Phillip Rivers?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, how about him?
I can't believe we've got a whole hour without talking about this.
We can get into that, too. We got plenty of time to grind.
Or Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. Yeah.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Looks like a free play. Rivers, end zone. He's got his man. Pierce, touchdown Colts.
Did you see the high school kids all got together, like his team, to watch the game, and they're all freaking out when he threw a touchdown pass? That was pretty cool last night.
Well, how about his box with his whole family in it?
That's crazy.
Took up the entirety of the box, by the way.
I saw the video, and they're multiplying. Like, there's more Rivers in there, like, from one photo to another. Listen, man, it's not his fault they lost. That's for sure.
2 games in a row was not his
that
fault.
Colts defense is terrible.
That was one of the most enjoyable football watching experiences of my entire life last night. That was so fun. I mean, it's a story that has never happened before. It's a story out of a movie. And, he didn't get the win, obviously. The Colts technically are not dead for the playoffs just yet, but they pretty much are. He comes out, and I thought I was watching Peyton Manning. I mean, I literally thought I was watching Peyton Manning. He's sitting there. He's in that dome. It's as quiet as it is when Peyton Manning's there. You can hear every word that Phillip Rivers is saying.
Yeah.
He's in total control of the offense. He's identifying the defense. He's getting his pre-snap motions. He's telling his guys when to motion, when to stop, when to go back. He's yelling at the referees. I mean, he was in like prime mode. That dude's mind is stupid good. Like I could argue the mind that I saw last night was the best quarterback mind in the NFL this year. And I don't know what that means about quarterbacks. I don't know if the quarterback play is down or whatnot, but I've not seen a quarterback go out there and control a football game from the line of scrimmage like that since Peyton Manning.
That's pretty cool.
I said
numbers were great.
Poo-poo to me, but
because he's going to be 45
if
next
I'm
year,
Indy,
Scott.
I bring him back next year to maybe teach the younger guys. Do you not take one in the draft? Do you go after a Zach Wilson that you mentioned walking out the door? But now you got somebody like Phillip Rivers that could be at least a guy in the thing with you.
Listen, the guy could clearly coach and knows football. So I mean, if that's the question, not only would the Colts be lucky to have him, most of the NFL teams would be lucky to have him.
You know what they should do? I don't know if football's ever done this. I know basketball the Celtics were king of this. Make him a player coach.
Well, so here's
make him the quarterback's coach, but he's playing. He's suited up.
Here's the problem, and then I'll go back to the optimistic point of why maybe it's not that crazy. The problem with the idea of trying to bring him back is that if you ask him to throw the ball over 30 yards, you got problems. I mean, he's throwing the ball 5 yards behind his receivers on a 30-yard pass. So he clearly has got no arm strength. But I do wonder if you told him right now we're going to bring you back, and he got back into football shape. I know he's 45 years old. I'm not expecting anything magical, but he loses 20 pounds. He's got a little bit of mobility. He works up that arm strength. You know, he could be a backup next year.
Be a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
He got brains to do it.
I mean, he would have to get his butt in shape. The dude is fat. Yeah. The dude's flat out fat right now.
He's just a little bit thinner than the dude that used to play at Kentucky.
Jared Lorenzen.
Yeah, he's just a little who played at Indy.
You guys are funny,
I think he
man.
played at Indy also.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Phillip Rivers with 10 kids, he's a grandfather. He's only 44. He's a grandfather. He's made $244 million in career earnings.
It ain't always about the money, though.
Is it about your family?
You think he's doing this for money?
No, of course he isn't.
Well, but that's the point.
But you're saying come back for a full year. He's got 10 kids. He's got a lot of money. He doesn't need the job.
Yeah, that's why he needs somewhere to go. He needs to get out of the house.
He need a little peace and quiet once in a while. Indy's a good place to raise family, right? He can raise his family there.
No, there's no way he's
Tennessee's close to Indiana.
If he's doing anything, he's just flying back and forth on the weekends. So you're not taking 10 kids and moving them to Indy for a year. They live in Alabama. They got a whole house
I
and
thought it was
home.
Tennessee. Is it Alabama?
I believe it's Alabama, isn't it? I think that's where he's a high school coach.
Yeah, I think it is Alabama.
Yeah, because he was close with Bo Nix. He's close with the backup quarterback there. I'm forgetting his name there for Indy who got hurt.
Leonard.
Yeah, Riley Leonard said he lives 3 minutes away and they work out together. He's coaching a high school team that they're all getting together like at Dave and Buster's and cheering him on.
I could not take my eyes off the game. And you guys know how I feel about Kyle. I could never root against Kyle Shanahan, but I was rooting for Phillip Rivers. I was rooting for him. And if that Colts defense could show a semblance of a defense, credit to Brock Purdy. Scott, you brought it up during the break. Brock Purdy was stupid good. Stupid good.
5 touchdown passes.
Yeah. So, I mean, but if that Colts defense could even get a stop, maybe 2 stops over the course of the game, you might have had one of the most epic wins in NFL history last night.
It would be, I guess their season's over now. Because the whole point of having him on the team was giving it a shot to make the playoffs because they thought they might have something special. Now that the playoffs are over for them.
Well, it's not dead. It's there. I don't know. Don't ask me the scenarios, but they brought it up, and it's worth playing it out. It's worth Phil playing one more game.
It is?
Yeah.
They have to win out and then get help somewhere else.
Philip talked about it. Philip talked about it afterwards. He said something along the lines of, "I've made the playoffs with worse odds before. It's not over yet."
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how it's not over.
I will say this. Let me say this to you guys.
I'm looking at the standings.
For a team who started off 8-2, and at one time we thought was one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
Could they have it for starting 8-2 and not making the playoffs? Could you ever have a softer landing?
What do you mean?
As far as emotional goods, you've said
like they feel
you've said
good
it
about
a million times. I love a good story. I mean, this is a Hallmark movie story, isn't it?
You make the playoffs in the Hallmark movie, though. You don't get eliminated. Well, I don't know. Who knows?
You win your last game.
You know what you could end it on? You could end it on a touchdown pass, and you look up in the box, and there's your 15 family members, and you pan to the high school, and they're at the Dave & Buster's, and you wink at your wife or whatever, and that's it. You threw a touchdown pass in the NFL. Again, which he did. Two of them, actually.
And then as you're walking off holding your hands with your wife, and he looks down at her, or she looks up at him, and one of the two says, "What about next year?"
Fade to black.
The end.
Credits. That's actually pretty good. I don't know where it goes. Like, I'm looking at it right now, Tyler and Scott. I guess if the Steelers lose their next 2 games, they could go from leading their division. But hold on, what would have to happen?
I don't know.
They got a lock on that division, though.
Yeah, I don't know the scenario. All I know is that Philip was talking about it after the game.
I think it'd have to go like this. I think the Steelers would have to lose their next 2. The Ravens would have to win their next 2. There'd have to be some sort of tiebreaker. Well, no, that would do the trick. That means that, and if the Colts win their next 2, they could be the wild card, and the Ravens or the Steelers, something like that. You need the Steelers to lose 2. You got to have that happen.
The whole league would be a greater story going to the playoffs if Phillip Rivers makes it.
Here we go. So how the Colts, this is written before the 49ers game. It says how the Colts can make the playoffs with the loss to the 49ers. Houston has to lose to the Chargers. The Colts have to win out. There's two more games. 2 more games.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking there's only one more game. That would create a tie, and then it comes down to strength of victory with the Colts having the edge in that scenario.
Gotcha. So they win the tiebreaker with the Texans. So
it's actually not that crazy. Houston losing to the Chargers, and the Colts have to win out.
Who do the Colts have?
Let's look.
The Texans.
I mean, all they need is the Chargers to beat the Texans.
Oh, you know what? It's the
we
Colts.
need the Chargers to lose.
It's the Colts and Texans in the final game of the season.
Ooh.
Now that's
fade to black.
So that means
they play the Jags this week though.
Colts?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. Where?
At home.
That'd be a hell of a
That
win
means
for
you
them.
got Houston in Houston though.
Yeah, but they gotta win that game they gotta win that game. If they can't beat the Jags, the final game of the season against the Texans doesn't mean anything. It could be great, though.
Well,
I mean,
no,
your Phillip Rivers story could get better if a miracle happens.
Here's the cool thing, though. There was a whole bunch of pundits and a whole bunch of former NFL players kind of poo-pooing him coming back, and he's going to embarrass himself. He could hurt his one guy quoted said he could hurt his Hall of Fame chances. He ain't done that.
No.
If anything, he meant to solidified.
No, we thought he was just going to get killed.
He may have solidified it.
Thought he was going to get his plump body eviscerated.
Now that people ought to ask, why did the Colts get rid of him in the first
I'm
place
telling you,
after the year he had?
That was so fun to see his mind working, and that they had it at home inside the dome where it's so quiet and you could hear every single word that he was saying. That was so fun.
Now, I will say that in his postgame, did he look like a beat-up old man? He looked tired, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he's probably exhausted. All right, it's a fun story. It's a cool story.
Go watch the beginning of the opening scene of North Dallas 40. You guys ever seen that movie?
Of course.
And the guy's getting up out of bed the day after a game. He's a wide receiver.
Nick Nolte.
And he keeps flashing back to the hits he took in the game, but he can't hardly move. That's Phillip Rivers.
Well, North Dallas 40, they're all on cocaine, prescription pills, and alcoholics. And they all smoke. Football in the 70s. North Dallas 40. Oh, and they're getting shots to, numb up all their pain. So that's,
You don't think that was happening?
No,
well,
I
I'm
think
sure
that's
Phil took a couple shots.
I think that's exactly what happened. Hey, some cool news today. The Colorado Rapids announced the club has appointed Tottenham Hotspur assistant coach Matt Wells as the club's next head coach. Congratulations to the Rapids. Patrick Smith, the president. We're delighted to welcome Matt to the Rapids. He brings extensive Champions League, Europe League, and Premier League experience. So right on, man. Welcome to town, Matt. We'll raise a pint or two to you and get things going in the right direction for your Rapids. Your next keyword is coming up. Plus, an interesting comeback from the Nuggets last night. They set some records. How about that? Plus, a deeper look into the Broncos and the Chiefs as the Broncos wrap up a very short practice here today. So we'll dig into that coming up here on PhD.
Rebound comes down to Keontae George. George has it on the left side, mark it in 3, jumper short. Rebound comes down to Murray. Nuggets looking to tack on. Murray for 3, nope, throws it to Watson for 3. Yes! 16-0 Denver. Right side is Bailey. He'll try a step back 3. That one rims out. Rebound comes down to Jokic. Jokic has it across the timeline for Denver. Picks up his dribble, throws back behind him over to Murray for 3. Got it again! 19-0 Denver. And if my math is correct, that's a 19-0 run.
Yeah, the beginning of the game was crazy. We'll get into that Nuggets game in a second. If you want to see the Avs and Kings on the 29th, text the word la as in fa la la. 303-504-0925, first and last name. And you are entered. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Avs Ticket Tuesdays, powered by Matthews Fine Watches. If you want to be the coolest gift of the season, you can purchase tickets with any game at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. This hour's keyword, la. Good luck. There's a bunch of quirky things from the game yesterday. But one of the quirkiest was in the Altitude Authentics. They were selling a Christmas sweater that had Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson on it. And it does not appear that either player knows why they were teamed up on this particular holiday sweater. Do you know what I'm talking about, Scott? Do you have any clue what I'm talking about?
Wait, it was Cam Johnson and who?
Bruce
Brown.
Because Christian Brown was wearing one on the bench.
Oh, no, it was Christian Brown. I'm sorry, my bad.
I think
it was definitely it was definitely my bad. I'm getting my Browns mixed up. Christian Brown and Cam Johnson. It just seemed like an interesting combination.
Listen, I'm sure somebody went to school for marketing.
It was like Steve and Dustin from Stranger Things. Come on now. It's Christmas Day. We get a new big dose of Stranger Things coming out.
Is that when it comes out?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's
good.
2 more. There's one on Christmas Day, and there's one on New Year's.
Kind of like Washington.
That's it? Hold on. There's only 2 more episodes?
Well, I think there are 2.
There's only 6 in the season?
There's 2 episodes each. Like there's 2 that'll be dropped on Christmas.
Oh, okay.
And 2 that
So
I
there's
think.
4 more.
I think.
I was told the very last episode is going to be a movie at the screens.
So you can watch it in the movies. Yeah. I saw that.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Like
I didn't hear that.
They're showing it in the theaters.
I know in season 4, the last episode was 2 hours and 29 minutes. So they've done that before. They've had movies as just like an episode. But that was my Stranger Things reference with Steve and Dust Bunny.
For me, since I haven't seen that far, I wouldn't have had like Washington Horse Shack.
Sure. Like you understand why Horseshack might have been even friends with Vinny Barbarino. But was he really friends with Washington? Like it's like, it's just kind of strange there.
Hastings and Isaiah, Polumbus and Manning,
Exactly. Anywho, there was that, which was odd. Then there was the fact the Nuggets could not miss from 3. They shot 52% in the game from 3, 51% from the floor. So they shot slightly better from 3 than from the floor. And they had 3 guys who hit 6 3-pointers, which ties NBA record.
It never been done as a Nugget, I think.
Never been done as a Nugget. Ties. It's happened a bunch, like 6 other times in the NBA. So something like that. 3 guys with 6 3-pointers. And apparently Hardaway Jr. will just literally shoot the ball from anywhere. And it doesn't matter if he's open or not, if he's guarded or not, where he is in relative to the line. He's just going to gun it.
Well, what did he say? He goes, what he asked him last night in the post game, asked him, when do you know you're on? Or you just shoot it.
The first shot.
Yeah, first shot.
Yeah, and then he did say that, and he didn't. That was it. Okay.
But he goes, that's why I take that one shot from like 4 feet past half court. I just want to feel it.
But you know what Adelman is telling these guys? Go for it. Shoot it.
If it's a good shot, go for it.
Just put it up, And what's a good shot for you? Peyton Watson said that. What's a good shot for me isn't necessarily the same thing for Hardaway Jr. I think what he meant, like, Hardaway will put it up and all. Peyton Watson will not take the same shots Hardaway Jr. will take. because they're kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, you hold your breath if Payton shoots it outside the corners. Corners, you feel pretty good.
I got to give Peyton Watson a lot of credit, man. That guy and Aaron Gordon, they work on their craft, bro. They work on their craft, and they're getting better and better and better and better. And frankly, when the Nuggets play like they did yesterday, you realize that entire basketball game was over in like 8 minutes.
You like the way that Aaron Gordon practices threes, when he's practicing, he rushes it as quickly as he possibly can. So it takes no time to set up, no time to get perfect form. Just boom, boom, get that ball out of my hands.
Well, and Hardaway talked about that, being able to catch a shoot quick. Catch a shoot. That's what I think he's trying to work on.
Yeah, they don't mess around. So nice bounce back against a Utah team that, I don't know, man. I'm looking at this Utah team, and I'm like, wow, I remember when they were okay, when they were pretty good.
I think they got 4 or 5 guys that can play. But the one thing I noticed as I'm watching, like Markkanen's a good player. He don't make anybody around him better. He's just looking out for getting Markkanen's numbers.
They got an interesting style, the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, they got 3 or 4 guys, and that's the problem, I guess, when you're a bad team and you got guys score. Just go score whatever, and not one person is trying to make somebody else better.
It was just a weird, man, it's been a minute since I've been at a Nuggets game that was over that early. And yeah, they went on, I mean, I'm rolling my eyes, a run. Their runs just kept the game within 25. You know, it was a little, it was like 19, that was 27.
It got to 17.
Okay, 17.
And Hardaway went boom, 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 3 straight threes, and now it's a 24, and you go, okay.
I mean, did you ever feel like something significant was going to, the starters rested in the fourth quarter, which is good because they play tonight in Dallas on a less than 24-hour start time, by the way, because you lose an hour going to Dallas. But I asked Adelman after the game, like, how do you prep, like, his sleep or whatever? He goes, we're just used to it. They're professionals. This Nuggets team is so relentlessly professional in their preparation and execution of things. And Dallas played last night too. So I think the advantage is and they lost to the Pelicans. Like, I think the Nuggets are going to stomp Dallas tonight, in all honesty, because both teams are coming off a back-to-back. And the Nuggets are just, I don't know, better. They blow away these teams on the back ends of back-to-backs, or at least they have. So I think you get another W tonight. And then you got the big game on Christmas night. What time is that going to tip, by the way?
Well, what'd he say?
What time's the Broncos?
Broncos are at 5:30.
5:30.
Yeah.
And I think the Nuggets like 8:30. He said
8:30, but I think it'll tip like at 8:50.
Well, he said, I don't like the fact that we get on a plane the next day after Christmas and we play in Orlando, which means we're starting that game on Christmas at 10:45 Orlando time. So he thinks it'll start around 8:45.
Yeah. Broncos 6:15, my bad. Thank you, Dan. 6:15.
So they're the final game of the day.
They are the final game.
Okay.
Trying to figure out how everything's going down.
Just working out my family logistics here of watching the Broncos game.
Like how's this all going?
Trying to figure out where I'm going to be, what household I got to find a couch at.
I can tell by that sign that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope I'm at home.
I'm gonna be somewhere.
Laying in
You're
my
gonna be
bed.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Laying in my bed.
Yeah.
With a nice tall soda with ice.
That sounds delicious.
Packing my bags during breaks.
Yeah. Casually. For 14 days or however long you guys are going. Is it 13?
I think it's 13.
Look at you. You ready for this?
No.
This is a big one. This is the biggest one of the year.
Wait, when do you leave?
Friday.
Yeah, that's why Adelman was like, I don't mind playing on Christmas. Nobody really in the NBA minds playing on Christmas because it is a compliment. It is. Like, if you're a team playing on Christmas, you've done something.
No, organizations don't mind. Players mind.
Okay, but
players aren't going to say,
how about,
oh, they think we're good, so let's play.
Dude, this is LeBron's 20th Christmas playing on Christmas. 20th. How many in a row is this for the Nuggets? It's got to be like 4, right? Something like that.
Quite a bit. They've had a bunch of them, yeah.
I mean, I get it with Christmas and the whole thing, but in the NBA, man, that is like, you've done something right. If you think Utah, they're scheduling Utah anytime soon on Christmas? Come on, man. Pelicans, they get some Christmas run.
NFL, on the other hand, has got a bunch of duds.
The NFL, this Christmas thing in the NFL is still kind of a new deal.
But it's a Thursday.
I know, but they scheduled a bunch of duds.
They expanded Thursday night football.
They did, but they had 3 games on Wednesday last year.
I do think that's a good. Did they?
Didn't they? Didn't they have a bunch of games?
I don't know. I was actually just going to bring that up. I don't remember if they did or did not. I'm not doubting
I'll
you.
look it up.
But I was actually just going to ask that question. If the day fell on a Wednesday or even worse, a Tuesday, what would they do about that?
They would play games.
On a Tuesday?
Dude, there's just too much of an audience out there.
How?
Last year.
How could they play on a Tuesday?
They just would. They would push. I don't know. They would just do it. I mean, they're not going to have to worry about that for quite a few years, but it's the Chiefs and Steelers were at 1 o'clock and Ravens and Texans on Netflix last year. I really don't remember any of it, but yeah, what day was Christmas last year? It had to be a Wednesday, right? Had to be.
Yeah.
It's how powerful the NFL is, and they don't give a crap about the NBA.
No.
Up yours, NBA. We don't care.
No, they just took that day over.
Too much of an audience. Too many people that are just
remember
home.
LeBron complaining about it last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that was the first year for the NFL, right? To kind of like go crazy on Christmas.
They just made a decision last year. We're taking over Christmas.
Yeah.
What the NFL did, which they're always pretty smart, the NBA forever had that day, and the numbers were always great. Like you said, there's an audience. People all of a sudden at 1:30, President's already wrapped. What are we going to do? I don't want to sit there and listen to Uncle Bill's story. Let's turn a game on. Let's see what it is.
Well, again, like the Broncos don't kick till 6:15. I mean, it's a little bit later in the day, obviously. So I think that's the primo
I hope
time.
I'm at home laying up in my bed.
You guys don't have any evening activities, huh?
Christmas? No, not Christmas.
We're having the kids. The kids are coming over to watch the game.
Oh, okay.
But it's hard. Like I got 20-year-olds and no grandkids. So there's no like little ones around. But Kim and I were thinking about like going playing golf because we're wondering like our golf course is open. It's just going to be the two of us for the vast majority of the day. Miss mom and dad back at home, back in Ipswich. Yeah. Hope they're doing okay. Got all the families back there. So things are weird when like your kids are adults. It's odd, man. Like it's just everything is just a little bit different. It is a bit like cats in the cradle. So I went to my older son. I was like, well, come on over. It's Christmas, right? Well, Dad, I'm going skiing with some friends. I'm like, oh.
Wow, on Christmas.
I go, okay. He goes, yeah, their families aren't around, so they just want to go skiing. So I'm
You
gonna
didn't say like, yeah, but yours is?
And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. I was like, hey, I like skiing. I gotta pass. No, Dad.
You should have said that. Did you say that?
Well, there was a little like, oh, where are you going? Oh, and I go, I got an icon pass. What was that? The conversation
No,
kind of ended there.
because you're open. You think, Dad, why don't you meet us up there?
If he told me, I'd be there in a lickety split. But I don't want to, you don't want to get in the way. You don't want to be that dad.
You don't want to just show up on the lift and sit there with your skis
You
waiting.
don't want
Hey, I just happen to be here too.
Hey, we just.
I'm dying to do it. If invited, I would go for sure. I could, but
Is Kim ski?
Yeah, she's dealing with some knee issues right now, which is kind of a bummer. But she skis. She can get down the hill. She got a pass. We got passes. I heard there's no snow up there. So that's another issue. Like I heard the skiing is actually terrible up in the mountains. So I'm not exactly excited to go bad skiing, but I'd go bad skiing with my son. I'd do anything for the kid.
Should have thought about that 10 years ago. You might want.
Hey, congratulations. We got Broncos in the Pro Bowl. Did anybody get left out? Pat Surtain, Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles, Quinn Miners. With Miners, Bowles, Bonito, and Surtain being starters. How about that? And did anybody get left out? No Marvin Mims. How about that? So he was doing well. Now he's not.
Yeah, but didn't they get
Marvin made it 2 years?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
2
it was
years in a
back
row.
to back.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they had a special teams guy on.
I
there.
thought Jeremy Crawshaw was going to make it, our punter. By the way, yeah, they haven't released. Dan, I don't think they've released. Have they released the full
Hey,
list?
good for Garrett Bowles.
How about that?
That's first of his career. So
How
good,
about
good
that?
for him. Just continues the Disney story of all time here, like greatest comeback story in the history of Denver Broncos football. I don't think they missed anybody. I mean, offensively, there's nobody else. It's just Cortland and Garrett. You could. Oh, and Quinn made it also.
Let me ask you this about Garrett Bowles. What does he have to do to be considered the best left tackle in Broncos history?
Honestly, probably just play another 4 years.
Just play it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if he played another 4 years here, longevity wins. Here's the thing with that conversation. When you say the best left tackle, I'll always fight that because the most talented left tackle in the history of this franchise is Ryan Clady, and it's not even close. Ryan Clady was the best left tackle that's ever played here. But Ryan fought injuries towards the end of his career. And I think he only played 8 seasons total, and 2 of those he was out.
When you say the best, do you mean most talented?
Yeah.
Okay, so Bowles could never be the most talented, but could you be the best in Broncos history?
Yeah, I mean, I think longevity matters. So, I mean, however you want to equate it, whatever equation you want to use with all that between longevity and talent. And yeah, I mean, Zem's got a great argument also, of course, but Garrett's he's got the consistency. He's never really missed a significant amount of time in his career. He's been phenomenal for the last 4 years.
Yeah, it's interesting because Zim is a Hall of Famer, but he's a Hall of Famer more for his time with Minnesota than for Denver. And you can make the argument he wasn't at his best, although it worked out great when he was here, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Clady isn't even a Ring of Famer
with
the Broncos right now.
He absolutely should be.
He's not right now, though. Bowles could have, Hall of Fame. How do you become a Hall of Fame tackle? How do you even do it?
You got to have lots and lots of Pro Bowls. Like Trent Williams is a day one Hall of Famer. Garrett Bowles is not a Hall of Famer.
Ring of Famer?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, assuming he plays here another few years, yeah.
I haven't even thought of that. Why isn't Clady a Ring of Famer? Raw in the Ring of Fame.
I don't know.
That's an interesting
he should be.
Little list they have there with the Broncos, who gets in and who gets out. All right,
they make their own rules.
These are your Pro Bowlers. At quarterback, Josh Allen, Herbert, Drake May. Not Bo Nix, Drake May. Your Pro Bowlers. Running backs, Jonathan Taylor, Achane, James Cook, who's had a hell of a year. Fullback, Ricard from the Ravens. There's like 4 fullbacks in the league. Wide receivers, Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, Cortland Sutton. How about that, Court? How about that? Your tight ends, Brock Bowers, Travis Kelce. Offensive tackles, Deion Dawkins, Joe All, along with Garrett Bowles. And Quinn Miners, Quentin Nelson, Trey Smith at guard. Creed Humphrey and Tyler Linderbaum at center. Let's go through the defense real quick. Will Anderson Jr., Myles Garrett, Max Crosby. Hard to argue with that. Chris Jones, Simmons, Zach Allen. Man, that is great company for Zach Allen, don't you think? That is incredible, man. Outside linebacker, Benito, TJ Watt. Tui Pelotu. How'd I do there? Roquan Smith, Al Shair with the Texans. Inside my linebacker and cornerbacks, Ward, Christian Gonzalez, Patrick Surtain, Derek Stingley Jr., with Jalen Ramsey in the mix. Strong safety, Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James. Ross Maschik, long snapper. Jordan Stout, punter. Do not know anything about him. I liked our guy.
Is long snapper Pro Bowl just a rotating thing?
Yeah,
I mean, how do you find that guy?
Well, you would have to be perfect. You would have to not have a bad snap.
Almost all of them are perfect.
Right. Cameron Dicker, and it goes from there. So there you go.
By the way, Ryan Clady, 8 years in Denver.
Yeah.
1 second-team All-Pro, and that was his rookie year, was second-team All-Pro. Two first-teams All-Pro and 4 Pro Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not in your Ring of Fame?
Needs to be.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back with no dumb questions coming up next, and then we'll hear from Sean Payton as the Broncos wrap up their practice as they get ready for the Chiefs on PhD.
Hey, are you in the market for a newer pre-owned vehicle? It'd be a hell of a Christmas gift to either yourself or to a loved one. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter. And that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've been doing it since my rookie year. I've actually bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long Ford over my life. And I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. You're going to have the exact same experience. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb question. What would be more preferable, playing at home against Buffalo or Houston in the divisional round? Or going to Pittsburgh and then New England? It goes from there. I guess what the question is, what is the ideal thing besides...
It's a dumb question.
Playing at home. Well, this is the right bucket for that to exist.
Oh, what's the most ideal thing if you don't get number one? Is that the question?
I guess so. What would be more preferable? Playing at home against Buffalo or Houston in the divisional round, or going to Pittsburgh and then New England or Jacksonville? There's a lot to sort of stomach here with that dumb question.
Yeah. Who do you play after Buffalo then?
Home against, well, if you're playing Buffalo at home.
My brain's exploding.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have a preference in terms of how you want this thing to go?
I don't think you've got a fighting chance unless you get the number one seed. So, don't mean to be pessimistic. I felt differently a couple weeks ago, but I'm worried about the defense right now, and we desperately need that number one seed.
I agree with that sentiment. I'm not as worried about the defense. I just don't think you can score enough points in a playoff game against a Buffalo or somebody that comes in here.
I still like our defense, just to be clear. Like worried is probably not the right word. We've got a good defense. It's just not an elite defense right now, and that's how we're winning ball games is through elite defense.
Get Sean out of the play call.
I'm not sure. I want to play Jacksonville at home again. That's what I want. Because I hate Liam Cohen.
He just whooped our tail.
On one hand, I'm proud of you. No dumb question. I'm proud of you now. Because now you got Liam Cohen living in your head instead of Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson moved out a long time ago.
Yeah, he is. Wonder what it's going to be like when he joins CBS next year.
I don't care.
Or HBO.
Him and his 12 bathrooms are flushed from my brain.
Yeah.
I don't think about him. I don't care about him.
It took a while, though.
It did take a while, yeah. Yeah, because there was so much hope when he came here. It was really disappointing. And he was such a phony. He was such a phony. Yeah. So, and I hate phonies. And I think Liam Cohen is a phony.
Hey, Dan, who was the only guy in town that wasn't super stoked when they said they decided to bring Russell Wilson in? Do you remember that?
I do.
Who was that?
I believe that was you, Scott.
Oh, thank you.
You looking for some validation here?
Yeah.
He's looking for
validation. Here's the guy that wasn't excited about getting him in here became his biggest defender when he got here because everybody just poured on him, and I didn't think it was all on him. No, I do agree with you. I think he's got a little.
Whatever. Russell Wilson.
What's the
We will barely remember in the lore of Broncos history, we will barely remember that dude was even here.
Well, him or what's his name? That was at Cleveland.
What?
The old quarterback from Baltimore came here for 1 year.
Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Where did Cleveland come
Wilson
into the
or
picture?
Flacco? Well, he went to Cleveland for a while before they traded him.
After.
Here's what it'll be. Keenum, Flacco, Wilson are all in the same who gives a crap bucket in Broncos history. Orton's in that same bucket too.
Right.
Yeah, my biggest beef with Kyle, and I know he was a good guy, is just that he didn't seem to have an overt amount of passion. Like you talk about Phillip Rivers.
He had the personality of a kumquat.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one, man. And he was a nice enough dude, and I know guys like Kyle. So
and Keenan was just the opposite. Was personality, super nice guy, but he should have been a career backup. In fact, he still is. Right, he's still a backup somewhere.
I think he's in Cincinnati.
Kyle Orton?
No.
Keenan. Case Keenum.
Oh, Case Keenum.
Keenum.
Sorry, my mind was going to Trevor Siemian.
Keenum's definitely still in the NFL.
Trevor Siemian, I think.
I think Keenum's in Detroit. Am I wrong on that?
I don't know.
I could have sworn I just saw him the other day celebrating something off the bench.
He's still playing.
Check my math on that. I think Case Keenum is still in the league. Yeah.
I'm sorry to be so generic here, but are we not going to do like a top Christmas movie list here? Like we got to do something, right? Like
what do you want?
It's Christmas, right?
Ask the question.
All right, top 3 Christmas movies.
Top 3 Christmas movies. Go ahead. Take top
I got to think
about it for a second.
You can listen to any year. You can watch any year. over
he
and
was
over and
in
over.
Houston in 23.
Okay, well, it's 25.
Yeah, so I guess a couple.
We'll catch up here a little bit.
Chicago, someone said on the text line.
Chicago. I think you're right. I think I saw him celebrating there with the Bears.
Well, the last time he got in the game was 23.
Okay, I think that's probably right too. So the guy's just hanging in there, man.
Scott, I'm going to let you go first on the Christmas list, and don't give me black and white movies.
Well, how do you go best of all time?
Don't give me black and white movies.
You got to go black and white movies for the best of all time.
No, because I said movies that you could actually watch and nobody can watch
Dude,
those.
the Jimmy Stewart movie may be the best Christmas movie of all time.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Nope.
That's not your top Christmas movie?
Definitely not.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Me too.
No. Dan, you ever seen it?
No.
So what do we? Do you think we care that Dan saw it or not?
You've never seen It's a Wonderful Life. If you've not ever seen it, then I am sorry for you and your family. I used to have high respect for your mom and dad.
Boring.
You could take Juju's pedals and stick them up there. You know where?
Stick them in your little
Yeah.
I'm an elf.
watch.
We'll make
I'm
that
an elf watcher.
We'll make that bell ring.
Yeah, I hope Clarence visits you this summer.
You don't get any of our jokes, and we're happy
If
about
Will
that.
Ferrell was
Listen,
in it, I might check it out.
I could relate to that movie. Okay, I can understand it. I know the movie. I know what he was going through. Like I could relate to it. It's still not a good movie.
Oh my
it's a great movie.
God. You may not like it, but to say it's not a good movie, I mean, come on, man.
movie.
It's going on like 70 years.
Yeah.
I'm still a big fan of A Christmas Carol, almost any rendition.
I'll give you a new Christmas movie that's really good.
Was it the Angry Santa one from last year where he was killing everybody on Netflix? What was that one?
I mean,
Violent Night.
Bad Santa with Billy Bob Thornton is pretty.
Bad
fun.
Santa's great. It's not an
But it's
all-timer,
not. It's not in the spirit of. I mean, it's.
No, that's
All
great.
right.
I agree, though.
I wasn't gonna go
I
there.
had a buddy of mine just last week who's in the same boat with you guys, and I argued with him. He says, Bad Santa's great. Well, it was great. And he went back, and I saw him the other day at night again. He goes, went back and watched Bad Santa.
It's kind of
He goes,
dark.
wasn't as good as I remember.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. Oh, Ryan Reynolds, Will Ferrell movie came out a couple years ago.
Spirited.
I think that's where we got Good
Yeah.
Day.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good
That
night.
Good afternoon.
That was a funny movie.
Good
Good
day.
afternoon.
Good day, sir.
It's good afternoon.
Is it good afternoon?
Yeah, good afternoon.
It is.
Yeah, it's good afternoon.
Okay.
I just watched it a couple nights.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Pretty good movie, don't you think?
I thought I've already watched it this season.
Yeah, I could see that one again.
That's a good one.
That's a brand new one. That's just out a couple years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah.
I got to force myself to watch a Christmas movie tonight because I've not been watching them.
Do you mind animated or are you
you can
anti-animated?
do animated.
Do you like musicals with your Christmas movies or not?
Like
Although
what?
Spirited is good.
Spirited it's a musical.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's good though.
Spirited is funny. It's a comedy, uplifting musical thing.
Claus is a very good movie.
Claus.
What do you want, a horror film?
What is Claus?
Klaus, like Santa Claus.
I hear a movie named Claus, I think like of a German assassin.
Santa Claus. Klaus.
Are you talking about with Tim?
It's an animated
what's
movie.
his name? Home Improvement.
Tim Allen. Yeah, the Santa
No,
Claus.
that's the Santa Claus.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is with a K. Klaus.
Okay.
All right, where do you guys put Elf?
Number one.
I really like it.
Elf is number one on my list.
I really like
Elf's number one. National Lampoon's is number two. Home Alone.
Did you see the
second.
I know you guys don't watch Saturday
I
Night
agree
Live.
with Raj on that.
Did you see the skit of Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Ariana Grande and Home Alone.
Yeah, you got chainsaws falling off the ceiling.
Yeah, I saw
everybody's
part
getting
of it, and
murdered.
I
Everybody's
flipped off of it.
You didn't like that? You didn't think that was funny?
No, watching a fan come down and chop a guy's head off. No.
Yeah, but it's a satirical thing. Like if you really set all that crap up at home, what would have happened to the burglars?
You know, I used to like to watch that video called "Kicked in the Nuts." About the fifth guy that got kicked in the nuts. You were like, well, this really isn't as funny as it started
Did
off
one
to
of you
be.
guys send that? Because I just watched that SNL one today. Where did I watch that?
Oh,
One
it's
of you
all-
two send that in the group then?
I did not put it in there, but it's all over the place because it's been roundly applauded as one of the funniest things they've done in a long time.
Jim Carrey's The Grinch is pretty good too.
It's really good. It's really, and that's kind of semi-animated,
Mm-hmm.
right? However they do that with the computer thing.
Do you know that he tried to walk away from like $20 million in that movie once he realized how long the makeup was going to take?
Oh, you're talking about the Grinch? Yeah. And they did something. They sent him to somebody like a meditation dude or something. Yeah.
And somehow he just took the $20 million.
No,
but the makeup took like 12 and a half hours every single day.
Yeah, but somehow he suffered through that for the $20
The
million.
Grinch is good, but his Christmas Carol, where it's kind of a computerized animated, where he plays Scrooge, that's pretty good too.
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's a good one.
We have another keyword for Avs tickets coming
A
up.
Boy Named Christmas. I just watched that recently. It's
We
a really
have
good one.
the big story of the day.
Most
and
overrated of all time.
Sean Payton will be
It's a
talking
Wonderful
here in a
Life.
second.
Oh,
Oh, man, jeez. It's PhD on 92.5.
What you're getting for Christmas.
All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the holiday season here, full of hustle, bustle, all sorts of activity going on. If you're not sleeping well, sex drive is take a Christmas miracle, you know what I'm saying? And maybe it's tough just to feel so great about the season. Well, low T could be the deal. If that's what's going on, I want you to take action and get treated. Like a lot of men, guys start losing testosterone in their 30s. So there's a reason why you just don't feel the same. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. You'll have a T and a PSA test. The cost of the appointment is $99. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Don't go another season with low T. Get it taken care of at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, if you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and see what they have going on, give me something here on a Tuesday that we all should be a little bit concerned with. Or is there nothing to really be that concerned with these guys about?
Short week, divisional pride, and you embarrassed them when you beat them earlier this year.
Okay. So collectively as a group, they're going to feel that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right.
I think, listen,
A lot to ask.
I think Denver's better. But I think that, listen, we just got a freaking team came in and kicked your butt because they were motivated about being called small market.
How about that? Okay, that is continuing to this day. I saw a grocery store in Jacksonville that put up on their banner, small market groceries for sale.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, he's going to
print
use that.
The T-shirts.
That's the rest of the year they're going to be doing
There
that.
ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah.
They're probably doing like Journey songs. Just a small market team. And that goes from there.
Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce. Like, there's still people over there, you know? So do I think that they should beat the Broncos? Hell no. Broncos should beat them handedly. The spread is stupid. A spread of 12.5 points in the NFL, that's stupid.
And they'll use that.
Yeah, they'll use that. But
Sure.
I mean, you know, Vegas is telling you this should be a blowout, and it should be. But, you know, Andy Reid, Spags, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, they got some dudes still.
Okay.
Travis Kelce, by the way, he's got over 800 yards this year.
True.
And Darren called him pathetic.
He did.
No, what?
You know what you said?
What's pathetic is that he's their leading receiver.
Oh, I thought you said he was.
No, he ain't what he used to be, and he still has 800 yards. But one of the reasons is because they don't have anything else. I mean, they're going to him all the time. But he ain't. Listen, that's a hard-earned 800 yards that dude has right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I do feel like you're dissing him by saying that. It's not
800 for a tight end.
It might be a diss at the other talent. It might be a diss of what they've been able to do offensively. But I think it's pretty tough to diss Travis Kelce himself with it.
I'm not trying to. I do not want to rip on Mr. Tay. Are you kidding me? A guy is a Hall of Famer, first ballot, and he really does care about his lady. June 13th is going to be a special day in Rhode Island. Don't tell me any different. I'll tell you this, one catch for 6 yards.
What's happening there?
If you don't know, you don't know, and I'm not going to explain it to you.
Okay.
You don't deserve my friendship bracelet.
Okay.
It's a Disney special. You should be all about the Tay thing. 6 episodes on Disney.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, the end of the Eras
My
tour.
girls aren't into Taylor, so I don't have that.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. But when she got together with Sabrina Carpenter and they came up to do that espresso song together, I mean, I was in tears. And when Travis dressed up in a tux to carry her around on that dance number thing that one time, it's the loudest the Eras tour ever was, according to Taylor. I'm watching the documentary if you can't notice.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Don't pretend like it's beneath you. Watching Taylor
I'm not
Swift
sure I'm
documentaries.
a big Sabrina Carpenter fan either, though.
Again,
Sabrina's hot right now.
I don't
She's
even
big.
know. I don't even know what to say to that. Sabrina Carpenter is the perfect woman.
Dude, I got to tell you a funny
She's
story.
5'1" and blonde.
Do you know Richard down at the Nuggets game who does the floor directing and producing for usually the away teams all the time? Long-haired guy, big Rolling Stones nerd.
I do.
Right? Huge Rolling Stones nerd.
I do.
So he's up there again. He goes, Scott, nice Christmas. I said, thank you. I said, hey, that Christmas, and it was the lips. He had a tie with the Rolling Stones lips.
Yeah,
There. I said, man, you just. And somebody else there. Somebody, oh man, you are Rolling Stones. He goes, yeah. And I go, I try to make fun of him. I go, did you ever see Zeppelin? He goes, yeah, 1969 down at the old Coliseum.
There you go. Good for him.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Good. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up, you. Travis Kelce, the last game against the Titans, a 26-9 loss. 1 catch for 6 yards, 4 targets. This is the new era of the Chiefs with Chris Olajuwon, who threw his first pass ever last week after being in the league for a few years. Actually took 5 snaps against the Broncos last year. Does everybody remember Chris Olajuwon getting in the game last year?
No.
Negative.
No Ghost Rider on that one. So as good as Travis Kelce may have been this year, and listen, I'm not going to sneeze on 803 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's all coming, with Patrick Mahomes. This team, it's unbelievable. And let me tell you, Olajuwon actually did kind of okay. He kind of did okay. Sort of. I mean, he ran a couple of times. Threw for 111 yards.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, man. I mean, we're sitting here talking about the Chiefs. Broncos are playing the Chiefs on Christmas Day. And it almost feels like a boring conversation. Like, it's hard to manufacture something right now.
All right. Fine. Okay.
I was thinking that coming in. I said, I can't say that those guys will jump down my throat.
No, I'm not going to jump down your throat.
A Chiefs-Broncos game, and it's like...
What a bummer. I mean, we highlighted this earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Christmas Day, Chiefs-Broncos, AFC West, let's go.
Usually before the games, I sit down, get my little cup of coffee, watching the games. It's kind of interesting. I don't know if I have been as bored watching a game as watching the Titans and the Chiefs this past earlier today. It was awful. It was awful. It was 2 unmotivated teams, barely hanging in there. Looked like nobody wanted to be there. Fans weren't into it in Nashville. It sucked. And I understand Chiefs fans are a great fan base. You know that. You're buddies with a bunch of them. You think they're going to be that fired up on Christmas to watch this version of the Chiefs? There's no way.
It'll be interesting to see how many aftermarket tickets are available compared to in the past.
I guarantee you there'll be a ton of Broncos fans there, even on Christmas. They'll make it a whole thing. It'll be a big deal for them, and they're going to go in there, and they're going to dominate that stadium. I can't wait for the Broncos to bounce back, and I am going to compare it to what the Nuggets did. The Nuggets did just against the Rockets on Saturday, Scott, everybody was just off. It was just an off day. And I do want to hope that the Broncos just kind of had more of an off day against a good opponent, because that's what the Nuggets were against the Rockets. It was an off day against a good opponent, and that's what happened. And then they just turned it around, and they shot lights out. It's probably the best shooting night they've had all year last night, Scott. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And they finished the Jazz early. And that's what I hope it's like. If it's 17-0 in the first quarter, this game would be over with the Broncos and the Chiefs. And the rest of it is like,
they can go turn on It's a Wonderful Life.
Sure. And then we can maybe turn our attention perhaps to the Nuggets play in Minnesota, which, is probably going to be I don't know.
That'll be a monster game.
It is. I'm just nervous about the Nuggets, to be quite honest with you, because of this injury stuff. I mean, it's like, man, how long? What do we know about AG and Christian? What is going on here with these guys?
I honestly, I have no idea. They're pretty tight-lipped, haven't said a whole lot, and I don't know.
There's been videos of Christian dunking. You guys were talking about that on the
we've seen
broadcast. That's
yeah.
good news, right?
Yeah, I said I'll be surprised if he didn't come back on this road trip. But they said first of the year, and the first of the year, guess what, is a week and a couple days away. By the way, any suggestions for New Year's in Toronto?
Oh,
that'd be
sure.
I
got some suggestions for New Year's.
That'd be the name of a good book right there.
That's where you're gonna be for New Year's?
I've never been to Canada.
Really?
Oh,
I had a layover in Toronto once. Does that count?
That counts.
That counts.
Not really.
Did you take a pee?
Did you leave the airport?
I did not leave the airport.
But
that
did
does
you
not
take
count.
a pee? Did you leave bodily fluids behind?
For sure. Yeah. So my DNA is in Canada.
Yeah, you're there.
Please.
That's a good point.
That does not count. You got to leave the airport.
Well, you gotta leave the airport. Bodily function or sex. That qualifies you for being in the country.
Okay. All right.
So he took a pee. That he's
easier for me just to leave the airport. I'll tell you that.
Have you been to Toronto?
Many times. Many times. But
Good
lived in
city.
Buffalo. Fantastic city.
But it's cold.
I'm laughing because I was the time I spent in Toronto and Canada was my 20s when things were a little bit more rambunctious in the 90s.
And 2-for-1 American dollar.
It was a different time. It was fun. So when you say New Year's in Toronto, my head just goes right to my 24-year-old gutter brain. I'm sure you're not going to do the same thing that I was doing in Toronto. So
Well, what's that place right up north of Denver? That's where we had training camp in Canada.
Really?
No, not in Denver, in Detroit.
Windsor.
Yeah,
that's the same thing.
We had training camp in Windsor.
Windsor's Toronto. It's the same thing.
Yeah, 2-for-1.
Yeah, Niagara Falls. Like we spent more time just going over the border than going all the way to Toronto. You didn't need to go all the way to Toronto. You find yourself in Kitchener or Mississauga, you're probably going a little too far. Yeah. You're going deep on Toronto, I know. Have a good time there. You happy with where the Nuggets are right now?
Yeah, I listen. We talked about before the season where were the expectations? I think they've lived up to them, and they've lived up to them. Not complete. They don't have their team yet.
This is just coming in. Dan's put it into my ear. We have a nice treat at 2:30 about the Elway documentary. Ron Zappolo is going to join us at 2:30.
Oh, cool. Funny.
And Ron was he a fine-looking fellow back in the he was the man back in those early Elway days. So he was part of all of it, and we'll talk about the documentary that's out on Netflix with Elway coming up here in a little bit. Let's football go, and we should be hearing from Sean Payton and the Broncos here very shortly as they're wrapping up practice, getting ready for the Chiefs. It's PhD on 92.5. Gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. All right, if you want tickets to the Avs and the Kings on the 29th, text DREAM 303-504-0925. That's DREAM 303-504-0925. First and last name. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. The keyword is DREAM. Text it now, and we'll announce our winner in about 30 minutes or so. Best of luck. Time for Let's Football Go. Ron Zappolo joins us in 8 minutes. So, Dan, get us started.
No.
Okay, that was funny. Thank you to Mount High Appliance.
Dan, have you ever read Great Expectations?
Scott, you know the answer to that question.
How about Gulliver's Travels?
Same answer.
Okay. It's a
kid can't even read.
MountHighAppliance.com.
I'm a simpleton.
Dan, let's go. Hit it.
All right, let's hear from John Elway. He was on the morning show with Vic Moser and Matt Smith. They asked him, what goes into being a great quarterback when it comes to comeback wins. John Elway talked about kind of what reminds Bo Nix of himself in that aspect.
Bottom line, Vic, I think it's just being a great competitor and feeling like, once, as long as there's time left on the clock, you always have a chance to win. I kind of learned that lesson a little bit, and it was against us that no game's over till it's over. And that's, the last game my senior year at Sanford when we're at the Cow, which is in the film, and the fact that, there was 4 seconds to go. We end up losing the football game because of the kickoff return with all the laterals in it. So that was kind of always a reminder of me that, hey, listen, funny things can happen in this game, and games are never over. So I think the attitude that you feel like you always have a chance, and the second thing is being a great competitor, and I think that's what Bo has, and I think that's why he's going to continue to grow, and he's on the launch pad to being a great quarterback in this league for a long time.
Why do you guys think quarterbacks like John Elway and Bo Nix are so good when it matters most?
I think it's just a DNA thing, Either you are not afraid of a big moment and you rise to the occasion, or you fold. It's probably not as simple as that. There's probably something that's in between as well, but it's not something you could coach into a player. Like, you got the DNA for it or not.
There was a great line, and I'll mess up the numbers, but I'll give you the gist, by Michael Jordan, and it was on a commercial. And everybody's known him for being one of the great clutch players of all time. He said, I missed 83 or 89 game-winning shots.
I had a poster of it when I was in high school.
Great players aren't afraid of not succeeding. You know what I'm saying? They're not afraid that, oh gosh, let me get a couple dump off completions, run the clock out, game's over. But boy, look, that helped my numbers a little bit. Great competitors. I might miss a shot. Now I'm 13 for 28. They don't think about that. I said, no, let's win it right here. Let's do this right here. And then they're not worried about the failure of the moment.
Just think about Elway going back to the Super Bowl all those times. He didn't just get beat. He got his brains beat in.
Yeah.
They got tough. Freaking smoked. And to go back there and not be afraid of the moment, yeah.
The one they could have won was that one in Washington.
Even that got away from them. They
got away from
I thought that one was like 50 to something.
No, it was 34-10 or something. The Niners game was 55 to whatever.
Yeah.
And they had the lead actually in the Redskins game. And
the 10-0, and they fumbled inside the 25. Denver recovered it, and they gave the ball back to Washington or something.
I guess you're right. They had the biggest lead in that one, but they did give away the cookies. the rest of the game. The San Fran one was humiliating.
That
was the third one.
It was funny. I was drinking down on the Riverwalk in San Antonio for that game.
Yeah.
And Craig Neal and me. So anytime San Francisco scored a touchdown, he had to do a shot. Every time the Broncos scored, I had to do the shot. Broncos scored a little bit. I had a few. I had to carry him home.
All right, well, we're going to have Ron Zappolo here in a couple minutes, and I know Sean Payton is getting ready to talk here a little bit. We're squeezing everything in. We'll figure it out. Dan, what's the next story?
Guys, this question was posed on Twitter. Should the Chiefs sign quarterback Russell Wilson to a one-year deal this offseason? He's set to become a free agent and could be a one-year replacement for Patrick Mahomes.
It's not bad.
While he recovers from his ACL injury. If you guys are the Chiefs, would you consider signing Russ?
You have to sort of steady the ship until Mahomes gets back. You need what we see out of Phillip Rivers that's good is just somebody who's confident, knows what he's doing, and is going to be okay moving along. That's not a bad idea.
I got a better name, but I got
Who you got?
Well, I struggle with names, so I'm going to look the name up first.
All right, Tyler.
There's not many options. I mean, I'm just looking up the names that are out there. Daniel Jones, who I think the Colts would be crazy to let go. You got Aaron Rodgers, obviously, and you got Russell Wilson. After that, it drops off very significantly. Guys like Tyrod Taylor, Marcus Mariota, Joe Flacco.
I got one for you.
What you got?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Yeah.
Not bad.
I mean, he came in and kind of held the ship up, didn't he?
I think Mac will be looking for a better opportunity than that because he's going to be somebody that's got like a better bridge opportunity where you might be able to earn the full-time job. That's where I would go if I was Mac.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're looking for a guy to maybe so we don't win 6 games 2 years in a row.
Can we go 2-2 in September? Till we get Mahomes back, that sort of deal.
What about Marcus Mariota?
Maybe.
I mean, similar play style. You could keep the scheme. You can do a lot of zone read stuff.
Sure. I mean, somebody like that. Listen, it's an opportunity for Russ if he still wants to stay in the league.
Well, what's your guy in Atlanta? What's Atlanta going to do?
Kirk Cousins? I think they should just make him the starter. What else are they going to do? Where's Penix going to be next year?
Well, he's still going to be hurt, right?
I think so. I think Kirk is still locked in, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I think you just keep rolling with Kirk Cousins if you're Atlanta.
Well, if Penix is going to miss an entire year with an Achilles that happened 4 weeks earlier than 2 ligament tears in the knee of Patrick Mahomes, why is Mahomes coming back? How's he coming back?
Yeah, he's not. There was some report out there that he was aiming for week 1. No, he's not.
Oh, they were talking on the TV broadcast of the Chiefs Titans game about how he was going to be back in training camp because he's Patrick Mahomes, like he's a Superman or something.
No.
That ain't happening. And it might not be the same team he'd want to come back to, by the way. Who knows what that team's going to look like next year? I bet you they go through a lot of big changes there. So who knows? I mean, you don't want to give up a season before a season starts. But you think the Chiefs are going to be quick to come back in a year? No.
Not unless you get somebody that can be a big-time starter.
2026 is going to be rough for the Chiefs. Really rough for them. All right, we're joined now by Ron Zappolo, who's such a great dude. And, Ron, let me tell you, you are a fine-looking fellow in that documentary last night on Netflix. I'll tell you what.
What was it, 1984?
Well, 83 technically. I mean, you were on. Well, let me go back with you. What do you remember? And it was fun to see you on Netflix. It really was. It was really cool. What do you remember about Elway getting traded here to the Broncos? What are your memories of that?
I remember everybody over at McNichols Sports Arena for a Nugget game, and it came out that night that the Nuggets were making a trade for John Elway, and that there was like a 10:30 news conference out at the Broncos, and that Elway was there. And to be quite honest with you guys, it felt surreal that Denver was getting a star of that magnitude, because we'd never had one like that. And it was, I remember the night, and it just felt surreal.
Right? Were you doing the Nuggets games then?
I was doing some Nugget games then. Yes, I was doing the Nuggets cable network, which was
Carl
Shear's.
That's awesome.
Carl Scheer had an idea that we could
produce our own games, and I would do them with Irv Brown or Mac Calvin, whoever we had, and we did those for a few years. So, yeah, I did a lot of Nuggets.
Do you remember who the Nuggets were playing that night?
God, I would guess and say Dallas, but I'm not sure.
It was not. It was the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't know that. I just saw it on the documentary.
Well, I'll tell you what I do remember. I was watching a documentary last night, and they went to that game, and I recognized the Nugget that was at the free throw line.
Oh, who is that?
That was Billy McKinney.
That is awesome. That is
Great guy.
awesome. That's
Terrific
awesome.
guy. He really was. Scott, did you play with Billy, or was he gone before you got here?
I didn't play with him. I'm wondering if maybe we crossed over somewhere in the league.
Billy was a terrific guy, really, really friendly guy, and I forget who it was on that team. It could have been Calvin. I can't remember, but somebody called him George Jefferson because of his high forehead, and it kind of stuck with him. And guys just called him George Jefferson that whole year. But Billy was a terrific guy. Doug loved all those little guards.
Hey,
and
on the Elway stuff, when did you become aware that Elway and Reeves basically hated each other?
It took time. I mean, I probably knew it before the Dick Connor column came out, because it was, I was doing Elway's TV show for a lot of years, and he would hint. He wouldn't come out and say it, but he would hint at it, and I kind of knew what was going on, but no one was going to report that. And then John decided that he was going to go to Dick Connor and kind of unburden himself. But I mean, I loved the whole documentary. I thought that hearing from John's family, hearing from Janet, hearing what they went through, I thought it was a very, very well done documentary.
It was pretty interesting and fun. I was obviously too young to remember it at the time, but seeing the fans' reaction in Baltimore, seeing how the passion that they had, the hatred they had for Elway,
forever.
Did that carry on throughout the entirety of his career? I mean, even after the team is go on.
I remember those two first games in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, because obviously, we all went there and covered them because it was his first couple games. And I don't remember, the Baltimore thing was about as vicious as I've ever seen. And, I think we all kind of felt bad for him, that's the situation he was put in. And it's funny you bring that up, Tyler, because the one thing, the documentary reminded me of a lot of stuff that I'd forgotten. And one thing I enjoyed in that documentary was having Steve Antonopoulos on there talking about how John got his ass kicked there for a couple of years. And he really did. And a lot of that video brought it back. That was an era people don't realize now when you could beat the hell out of a quarterback. And he took a lot of abuse, never said anything, and kept on ticking. And I do remember Dan benching him for Steve DeBerg, and Bergie played a lot of that year, and then he got hurt, and John ended up getting the job back. But the whole thing brought back a ton of great memories.
Well, wasn't there later in John's career too, and this probably towards the end, was it John got hurt, and Reeves brought in the two quarterbacks, and they were playing two different quarterbacks at one time, and all the rumors were that he wanted to trade Elway and get rid of him. And I think
he drafted Tommy Maddox.
Tommy Maddox.
And Frazier. He played Sean Moore and Tommy Maddox.
Yeah, Sean Moore.
Yeah, it was Sean Moore. And he had a trade with Washington worked out. I remember that well.
Wow.
That was something that Dan did share with me. And I have a lot of memories of Dan that all popped up. Most of them, Dan yelling at me all the time. But I do remember that the relationship had soured between those two, that Dan wanted to trade him, and I think Pat kind of stepped in and said no, and then Pat eventually, and we just had John on our podcast a couple weeks ago, and we kind of went over all this stuff again, and I think Pat kind of stepped in and said, I'm not going to have that. I'm gonna roll with John the rest of the way, and it turned out to be a pretty good decision.
What's amazing to me is how long Reeves and Elway actually
coexisted.
Ron, think about that.
Long time.
And arguably, despite the 3 Super Bowl losses, arguably you'd say it's relatively successful. I mean, it sucks.
I would say it was successful. It was successful. I mean, they lost in Super Bowls, which, I covered all 3 of those Super Bowls, and it was tough. There was nothing worse than going into a locker room after getting a Super Bowl like that, and we had to do it 3 times, and it was difficult. Yeah. It really was. I mean, for the guys in the media, I mean, we didn't enjoy it, and it wasn't good. But John and Dan, I think, because of the success they had, lasted a lot longer than they would have if we had had a few, 6 and 8 seasons in there. It would have been a little different. But I remember many, many times John saying to me what he said on that documentary, which was he wanted to attack, and Dan wanted to win every game 17-14. Mm-hmm. And sooner or later, it was going to combust. And Dan ruled with an iron fist. Dan wasn't exactly a democracy. Yeah. It was Dan's way or the highway.
Ask Dave Logan that.
Well, Dave, hey, listen, Dave knows all about that. I mean, yeah. I mean, he got beat out by Zach Thomas, right? I mean, Dan ruled, and that's how it was with John. But when you had a talent like John's, thank God for Pat, because he realized that John was the way forward with this franchise. And then thank God Mike came in, and, the rest is pretty much history.
Well, how about that storyline of Shanahan calling a meeting with Reeves and Elway saying, all right, your turn to say what you hate about each other. Dan, you go first. Elway, you go.
I had heard that story before from Mike, but I was kind of surprised that Mike told that on camera. It was an interesting story because I remember Mike talking about it and saying that, all right, John, you go first, and he unencumbered himself and he let him know, and that was pretty much the end. I mean, it just got bad, and when you draft Tommy Maddox, John had wanted to draft a wide receiver, Carl Pickens, and he was a great player, and John thought that Pickens could really help. And Dan drafted Tommy Maddox, and I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That's good. That one did it. Is it an overstatement to say that those 3 Super Bowl losses, and I've heard a lot of people say this, that John Elway carried him to the Super Bowl, but just couldn't do it by himself? Is that a fair statement that he carried those teams in the '80s to the Super Bowl?
Well, the first one the Giant game, John completely carried that team on his back. But that team had no business being in the Super Bowl. John carried them. The next 2 teams were a little bit better, but John totally carried the teams. And one quick story about that Cleveland game. I didn't have a great relationship with John at that time because he was upset with a few things that Norris Fleece and I had said on an exhibition game, and it was early in John's career. And I'm in that locker room. I'm working at Channel 4 at the time. I'm doing about 2 hours after the game live, so I'm like the last guy on the bus. And so the last 2 guys on the bus are me and John. So I go into the bus, and I walk into the last seat. There's 1 seat left. And so then John comes on after me. He's looking around. The only seat open is next to me. So he kind of looks around. He ends up sitting down. He doesn't say one word to me. And we're sitting there. It's a long ride to the airport in Cleveland. And we're sitting there, and about 10 minutes goes by, and he looks at me and says, I got to tell you one thing. Jack's on his 4th Crown Royal right now. And all of a sudden, it just broke the dam open because he laughed about his dad having a bunch of drinks and enjoying it. And then we ended up having a great conversation. And from that point on, we got along really well. But I was touched in that documentary looking at all that video of Jack, who was an absolute great guy, just a great guy.
I told the story. I was obviously doing the games when he won that first one and went down to the Super Bowl winning locker room, and Dave would always talk to Mike, and then I would always get John for the post-game stuff, and I'd tell him, wait, because there Jack was standing in the corner. I mean, he lived and breathed every one of those games John played in, and John finally recognized him, and the two had a moment, a dad-son moment in the locker room, and they're going, you ready? I'm going to go, boys, we're going to need a few minutes here. We're going to, it's just one of those moments you don't interrupt. You know what I'm saying? Now I got
I got one about you, Scott, because the things that I miss the most about my old life are stories like this. I remember one night we were in Miami. It was you, me, Dave Logan, and Don Martin. We go out to dinner. You and I ordered a couple of great bottles of wine.
Great bottles of wine.
Great bottles of wine. And the bill comes, and it's like a 4-figure bill. And we're all like, this is pretty steep. And one of us, I can't remember who, I think it was you, Scott, said, you know what? Let's just sign John Beek's name to this. And so,
what?
Honest to God. So
No way.
Scotty goes, let's sign John Beek's name, and the hell with it. So we signed John Beek's name, Denver Broncos, and they take it. So the next day,
because
was he the GM of the Broncos?
It was a hotel
He was
bar or a hotel
the
restaurant that was out on this little boardwalk that we had to walk to.
For people that don't know who John Beek was, he was the Broncos GM.
General manager.
Okay.
I think we had a room sheet, and we actually signed his room number on it, too.
Hysterical. We signed his room number. Scotty, you remember it better than I do. We signed his room number, and I do remember flying back and everything. And then about that Wednesday, I went out to the Broncos to do some interviews, and Pat walks by and goes, hey, I saw what you guys did. And I'm thinking I'm going to hear something. He goes, that's good. Just don't ever do it again. And he put another word in there. But it was really funny. And I give Scott all the credit in the world because he was the one that said, the hell with it. Let's sign John.
That is funny. That is hysterical.
Those are the things I miss.
That was the story I was going to bring up if you remembered that story.
No statute of limitations on that one, boys.
Damn story. Ron, you're the absolute best. And real quick, did you have any thoughts about yourself when you saw yourself back in the day during that documentary?
Yeah, I think when you stay in one market for like 45, 50 years, it's a shame. It's good on one hand, but it's bad because a lot of bad video comes back to haunt you.
You know what?
I disagree with you, Ron. I thought you looked fantastic. I mean, you're a good-looking dude. Like,
long hair, mustache. I look like I was
ready for a
reject
porn
in 3 Dog Night or something. Or a porn.
Listen, you know Zappolo's made it when he's the two standards in his career. Forget all the broadcasting stuff he's done.
Yeah.
But he's in a documentary about John Elway, and he was a character in South Park. I mean, is there a bigger career than
better
that?
than that?
It doesn't get any better.
Doesn't get better than that.
You like to think you've done some decent things.
Yeah.
So I get on South Park, and my daughters tell me, that's the greatest thing you ever did. I didn't do anything.
Well, you're on TV when the boys were at CU. That's what you did. So, the timing was great. All right, Ron, always great to catch up with you. And we encourage people to check out the documentary. It's really cool.
Hey, it's good talking to you guys.
All right, Ron.
See you, Ron.
Talk to you later. He's the best.
It's kind of a cool podcast they got going.
It is.
I agree.
And Woody and
Tom. Yeah, it's great.
After the Horn, is that what it is?
Something like that.
It's After the Horn because it's a takeoff on Woody's Around the Horn. After the Horn.
Well, and Tom does one by himself, and it's the other Tom Green show.
The other Tom Green show. So
But
check it out. It's on Gorilla.
Very creative guys who ever came up with the titles.
It's Gorilla Sports on their YouTube channel and their other networks. So, yeah, it's great. It's great. And Ron's awesome. He's incredible. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll catch up with what the Broncos had to say as they wrapped up practice coming up next. All right, let's go out to Dove Valley. Sean Payton getting to the podium, and let's hear what he has to say about this Kansas City game. Sean.
Quick turnaround. Any questions?
The 6 Pro Bowl guys you had.
Yeah.
Some 3 first-timers alone. When you see guys like Quinn, Gary, you recognize them the first time.
Yeah. Look, I'm always mindful when it comes out. I don't recall it coming out the week before Christmas this year, but not only to reach out to those that made it, but there's always a call or two to maybe a player that thought he was going to be on that list. And, I talked to Quinn last year. I said, here's how this thing goes. You ready? When you're young, you're a year late getting in, right? And now there's going to be a Pro Bowl you make on the other end where someone else should be in. But I'm excited for all those guys. And we've got a ton of alternates, and usually goes along with not only their performance but winning. And it used to be a game. That used to be pretty cool too.
So if you got the guys, did you think Lafungo was a guy maybe you should have made it as well?
Well, listen, I think he's had a fantastic season, so yeah. But I'm just not privy to all the other things involved, But man, he's had a fantastic year for us.
When you're a big favorite and expected to win like you are this Thursday, do you get on the guys a little?
Well, we don't really pay attention to that. I think we try to stay in touch with the game. This game specifically, every one of these players understands the significance of where we're at with 2 games left in the season. But we don't really follow the spread, honestly. And there's just too many other things. I mean, this is a 3-day work week. And so today's meeting this morning was where we're at, the opponent we're playing, what's taken place since the last time we played them. There's carryover. So I think for both teams on a short week, there's defenses and offenses, maybe plays that neither one of us got to use in the first game that still may apply. So that helps.
To follow up on that, Sean, is the most challenging part of Thursday game planning just choosing the volume of
I think, I think that's part of it. I think the most important thing that we've learned is the recovery, like how we approach this week compared to what we used to do, not knowing any better. The rest and getting their bodies back. The thing that's also interesting is different than Sunday games, Sunday night games, Monday night games, Thursday night halftime lead, 82% winner. And so starting fast is important on Thursday night.
Oh, that's really interesting. That is, I love that about Sean, in all honesty. The fact that I think his narcissistic ways and his attention to weird details about what's in the lobby, whatever. But having a grip on analytics that do matter. If you have the lead on a Thursday night on a short week, it's 80% chance that you're going to win that game. How about that one? That's pretty cool. It's good to know.
Yeah, short weeks are weird, man. Did he just say what point in the game?
What do you mean?
Like having a lead. What does that mean?
Halftime.
Halftime. Okay.
If you lead at halftime on a short week, 80% of the time you're going to win the game.
I wonder what the numbers are in any game, though. I bet it's
his
70,
point was
75.
His point was it's higher. So if you're looking for a point of emphasis,
start fast.
And Scott, we talked about that compared to the Nuggets. That's what they did last night. You think that was kind of rubbing the Nuggets the wrong way, the way that Houston game went on Saturday?
Maybe. I think they know they didn't play good.
Or if you're just hot and shooting, it's contagious, and it's just...
Well, shooting is contagious for some reason. I've seen it. Missed free throws is contagious.
Isn't that crazy?
It's funny like that. I don't know why, but it is. It becomes a mental thing, I think. I just think they knew they just didn't come out the way they needed to come out and maintain it. And I asked Edelman that, is it scary having a lead like that because, they were up 19-0. We've seen teams get 20-point leads in the first half and lose.
You had a really fun question, Adelman, about what were you talking to you and Jokic talking about?
Him and Valanciunas. Oh, no, it was him and
No,
Jokic.
it's you.
Him and
Yeah.
Jokic. Yeah.
He was talking about like out-of-bound plays.
In a 26-point game, a 26-point game with 6 minutes to go, and they had a timeout, and Dave comes out, and Joker's with him, and Joker's doing all this, and David's saying this and this.
Yeah.
And then Joker says something out, and Dave shakes his head yet, and then he turns and goes, "That's a good point. That's a good point." And it's right in front of me, so I'm like, I got to ask about that. I mean, that's a heck of a conversation.
Hey, there is a little bit more news with the Broncos that just came out. The alternates came out. So, in addition to the 6 Pro Bowlers that the Broncos are going to have, which is Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles, Nick Benito, Quinn Miners, Pat Surtain, and Cortland Sutton. Did I say that? So you've got your 6 Pro Bowlers, and then a handful of guys are alternates as well. So your first alternate would be Devon Key, special teams.
Okay.
As a second alternate, you've got Bo Nix and Jonathan Cooper. As a third alternate, Marvin Mims, who has been a 2-time Pro Bowler beforehand.
Okay.
And Adam Prentice, your fullback.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Substitute fullback.
Alex Singleton as well. And as a fourth alternate, you've got Talanoa Hufanga. So boatload of Broncos.
So Crawshaw didn't make it, huh? I was kind of thinking Crawshaw would get a. Well, listen, this is as well represented as the Broncos have been, so I'm not complaining about anything. I mean, that's incredible. That's awesome, man. Joe Turco, our Avs tickets winner. Way to go, Joe. Another keyword coming up with Nate and Andy at 3:20. That's happening.
By the way, I set the number yesterday at 5.5 Pro Bowlers. Over or under 5.5.
That was a pretty good number.
They hit the over. Nice job.
Yeah, pretty cool, man.
I think they got it right.
I don't think any of the alternates. Maybe you could make an argument for Talanoa Hufanga, but ironically, he's a fourth alternate.
Wow.
He's had a hell of a year too.
I don't think any of the alternates are Pro Bowlers, so they got it right. Bo Nix isn't a Pro Bowler. Jonathan Cooper's not a Pro Bowler. Marvin Mims probably not this year. None of those guys are Pro Bowlers.
Mims just because of the injuries, right?
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah,
but missed some time.
They gave it to the return specialist in the AFC is Shamari DK of the Tennessee Titans. I remember him from week 1. I don't think I've watched a Titans game since this year. Have you guys taken in a lot of Titans football?
I just watched the Titans and the Chiefs this morning.
Oh, did you?
And
what's your scouting report on Oladokin? Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Okie dokie.
Do you remember he played against the Broncos last year?
I don't.
Yes, he did. He had 5 snaps. There were 5 handoffs. Oladokin, he played against the Broncos. How about that? So he was active in that meaningless game at the end of the year, and he handed the ball off 5 times.
Okay. Yeah. I remember nothing from that game.
No, I don't blame
Other than
you.
the score, it was 29-0, right? I think
is that what it was?
No, I thought it was 38-0.
There you go. Even better. I don't even remember.
Yeah, I remember, except the score.
I know it was a shutout. There you go.
It was an embarrassing shutout.
They should get a shutout on Thursday.
The Titans, gosh,
Shutout.
Here's what Oladokin does, though. He does run around a little bit.
Okay.
And believe it or not, because he was running around, they did move the ball down the field enough for Butker to take a couple of hacks at field goals. So
okay, so give up 6. There you go.
It'll be something like that.
Yeah.
And if the Broncos have a comfortable lead, you never know what kind of crap score. I mean, the fact that the Raiders game was a 1-score game was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
It'll be something like that.
Yeah, this is a good get right opportunity. The Broncos are catching the Chiefs at a good time. I think it's a good time to be on a short week. I don't know if there's ever a good time to be on a short week, but I think this is one where, wash it, get things fixed back up, and then huge game against the Chargers in Week 18. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. I hope it ends up as the battle for the AFC West. I want them to beat the Texans. I want that game.
Watching the Titans and the Chiefs earlier today, it is really hard to conjure an image where the Chiefs beat the Broncos.
No,
I know that's a dangerous sort of mindset to be in, but literally they're playing a wide variety of different dudes on defense.
Yeah.
They're taking it easy with anybody who's dinged up like Rashee Rice. You're playing Oladokin, whatever his name is.
Hadouken!
Do you know who the backup is to him?
I don't.
Shane Buechele, who's been in a variety of the NFL in like 7 years or something like that.
Is he the former Texas quarterback that was the son of
Texas via SMU?
Okay.
And I think he's like on his third team. He's one of these been around forever guys.
Son of, I believe, journeyman third baseman Steve Buechele.
Dude, are you serious?
Yes.
I did not know that.
If I'm remembering correctly, which I got to be honest with you, I didn't know that kid was in the NFL. I remember when he was at Texas,
right?
And I was like, hey, that's Steve Buechele's kid.
Yeah, well, don't be surprised if the Broncos knock out Oladokin if Shane Buechele steps onto the field. And like, that isn't even the Chiefs' biggest problem, Nate. I mean, it's a problem.
They get a lot of problems.
But their defense right now is so bad.
It's season from hell. Like the Chiefs got season from hell. Like the Ravens did, really. Like there's just some good teams. The Bengals got season from hell this year, where some years just like everybody gets hurt and everything goes wrong and you lose all the close games and then you fade down the stretch and it looks like this.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Kelce is their best offensive weapon.
Yeah.
And he's a shell of him former self.
Yeah.
Like somebody that's like where he is in his career. Like, if that guy's your best player, you're in trouble.
I know his numbers aren't bad, but why the hell did they put him in the Pro Bowl?
Oh, well, Sean Payton actually literally just said it. He said to Quinn Miners, it's hard getting in your first year.
Yeah.
And then you will have years where you get in where,
pure reputation.
Sure. Like, if Quinn Miners is in 6 straight Pro Bowls.
Yeah,
he may land in a 7th one if he's got a broken leg.
That Kelce got it over Tyler Warren is just stupid. But this is also the only day we have to care about this. Like this, they name the Pro Bowl rosters. It's fun, and then I don't care who like plays in the whatever the county fair that they have.
I don't.
Later.
What did they even do? Like it's funny with the alternates because some of the alternates used to actually. This is how Trevor Siemian got in.
Right.
Like he was the 6th alternate, but people were hurt or whatever. So all of a sudden he gets to be a Pro Bowler on his IMBD card, right? Because
do we have
he
the
played.
Bo Nix is the 2nd alternate at quarterback in the AFC. Does that? So I'm assuming.
Yeah, but alternate's a weird, like, there's no game.
So Trevor
Berto.
Lawrence has to be, he's got to be 4th, right? Then I'm assuming.
I don't know.
I think they got the AFC quarterbacks right.
Who was it? Allen,
May, and Herbert. I think they got
Allen,
right.
May, and Herbert.
In the NFC, they went Stafford, Darnold, and Dak.
Dak,
which I would have gone Jordan Love over Sam Darnold. But again, they mostly they got it right. I think every Bronco was very deserving. Like there's not a single guy in that list where I'm like, I don't know about that. Yeah. No, I think they've all been fantastic this year, including I think Cortland Sutton is just flat out one of the best receivers in the NFL.
It's cool to see Sutton's name alongside those other dudes.
He belongs there.
He absolutely does.
He makes big catches. He makes tough catches. He's super dependable. He's consistent, man.
Yeah.
Like there have been games this year with fewer targets, to be sure, but he's been outstanding. Also, one thing that's really good, guys, and Berto jumps in here quietly, or maybe not all that quietly. Troy Franklin has balled out the last 2 weeks. He's been really good. 10 catches on 11 targets. Last couple of games for Troy Franklin. He was playing a little shaky there for a minute. He's rediscovering something, which is really nice to see. And they're going to need him to play well because I don't know when Pat Bryant's going to be back.
That
was bad.
We'll see.
That was bad.
Concussion protocol for Pat, right?
Yeah,
he's certainly not back by Thursday.
Yeah, you can't play. I think it's impossible to play on a short week if you're in the concussion protocol. And hopefully he's ready to go there in a couple of weeks.
But little Jordan Humphrey kind of covers what he has, and you could activate Michael Bandy again if you want.
He's a touchdown scorer. He's
a
weapon.
I mean, you're listen. I think Pat Bryant's fine and okay, but it ain't the end of days, and I certainly hope good things for him. And it was a ridiculous,
but I would say
ridiculous play, by the way.
I would say he's the 3rd best receiver on this team, though. Like, to me, he's an unquestioned number 3.
You like him better than Mims? Probably.
Yes, because he's so good in Sean's
You like him better than
offense.
Evan Engram, or we're defining?
Yeah. Give me that ranking. Give me 1 through 4 again. Go give me 1 through 4.
If I'm just talking wide receivers right now.
Just wide receivers.
Oh, Sutton, Franklin, Bryant, in that order.
Where would, if you were going pass catchers, where would you put Engram?
Quite honestly, given production this year, probably below that. He just doesn't see the ball that much, and since they've gone to the more jumbo tight end stuff, he's been on the field a lot less because he doesn't block anybody.
Well, that's a bust then, right there.
He's just
if that's the case. Then,
he's a big slot receiver, is kind of what he is.
Well, that's a disappointing year if that's the truth.
Yeah, this isn't some 95 catch season out of a tight end or anything else like that. You're not seeing it. That slant to Pat Bryant, it's one of the most effective plays in this offense. He makes that tough catch pretty much every single time. Like that's one of the things like you can truly hang your hat on this offense this year.
Wait, do we have a joker? Remember, everybody kept telling me that Evan Engram was going to be the joker.
We do not.
And then now, after the win streak and all this, after the whole season, we're at the end of the year now. There is no joker, right?
There is no joker.
No, which we'll have to ask Sean at the end of the year. Because that was what he told Kay Adams at the Super Bowl. We must find one.
I would say we need a joker.
And so they failed at that. They failed at that. There is no joker.
I think they did.
They
Trying
didn't
to find
draft
a goddamn joker.
Well,
they could have drafted Loveland or Warren if they moved up.
But right, you wouldn't have Barron if you got Warren, right? Wait,
no. Well,
you'd
have had to move up to get him, but right.
Is R.J. Harvey the joker
No,
by
he is
default
not.
in this
he
offense?
He is a small running back.
Yeah, he shouldn't be the everyday back, right?
No,
I mean,
if you look at his carries, yes, he had a 38-yarder for a touchdown. You guys realize on his 6 other carries, he had 12 yards.
But he had 4 catches for 71 yards. Which is what
okay,
like
but
joker literally means you catch passes.
I gotcha, but I look at a guy like Travis Etienne as a better joker type of player than Art.
Certainly
you know what?
a better running back.
Okay, fine. He's as close as you get.
I think he is.
He catches passes and he runs with the ball.
He actually didn't have a catch in the Packers game, which was his first game all season. He did not catch a pass. I did not realize that. But he had a decent enough day running the ball. But no, it's not the same run game. It just flat out isn't without J.K. Dobbins, and I think it screws some things up in pass pro.
Yeah.
I think Bo has a tendency to rush throws, especially against pressure when RJ's in there, because I just don't think he trusts him.
The quiet MVP of this offense is J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
You've seen it. It's the classic, like when he's not there,
yeah,
you notice what a difference it is in this offense.
I was watching the Bills Browns game and Judkins was going off, and I was like, oh man, could have had Judkins, and that would have been good.
Yeah, but then
he broke his leg.
Yeah. Shador kind of threw a murder ball for him, right? Isn't that how he got hurt? Kind of like how Bo was throwing murder balls in that last game.
That's how he got hurt?
Yeah, I think it was just a little screen pass to him, and he got undercut. The broadcast wouldn't even re-show it for him.
I don't want to see that.
That's what they said.
Do you want to see that?
No, I don't. But when they came back and they're like, we will not show you what just happened on the field.
Well, that's fine by me.
We will not show it to you. And I was like, now I got to go to the Twitter, man.
Do you really want to see a twisted ankle going in the wrong direction?
Right, yeah, because that's exactly what happened. His foot was turned the wrong way.
Do you guys remember when Kevin Ware at Louisville had the compound fracture that one? I didn't
see bone. No,
I had not seen that one live, and I was working with CJ back then, and so we did it as a bit. Like I had to watch it live on air.
Oh my god!
And it wasn't overreacting. That one was horrifying.
I can't do it.
Moises Alou turning first, and his leg just goes.
I can't do it. I can't watch it.
Paul George getting his leg stuck in the stanchion.
Robin Ventura had one. Yeah. Oh, the Paul George one.
Paul George is the worst, man.
Dude, you're giving me this scheme.
Remember, NBA players couldn't handle it.
I can't even look at you.
Honestly, this year,
that one was brutal. You can see the bone marrow, bro.
The Jaden Daniels elbow dislocation this year. That was one where you were like, "Don't come back and play, dude.
Just like,
don't. No, you shouldn't do that."
Dude, the Cam Scatterby one was tough. The Chris Cooper one was brutal.
The Cooper one. Here's what I always remember about that one. That was on the cover of the Denver Post sports section the next damn day.
Was it really?
Yeah. That picture of he's on his butt and he's looking down and he's looking at his foot turned in the wrong direction.
It's brutal.
And I remember because we had Cooper in studio shortly after that, and I asked him about that. I'm like, I showed him the picture, and I'm like, tell me what's going through your head right there. And he just goes, I think what's going through my head is, Hey, look at that foot. It's not supposed to do that. Look at that guy just hanging there.
Like Lawrence Taylor snapped Joe Theismann in half, right?
Sure did.
Oh,
And then it was one of those ones where Taylor hit him, and then he knew, like, immediately. He was like, "Hey, I just shattered this dude.
I just killed this guy.
Come help him out." And so, yeah,
And he was never the same. He was never the same after that.
By the way, happy holidays.
Oh, happy holidays, you man.
We're just Merry Christmas.
Are you
everybody.
going to be at the Nugget game on Christmas night, DMac?
That's a tricky one because
gonna be
there's
there,
a
man?
little football responsibilities on the old digital and the altitude TV
Oh,
thing.
okay,
so.
yeah. You guys got to talk about the Broncos-Chiefs
But
game.
maybe we let's see how quick. I'm hoping the Broncos game goes
Yeah,
quick.
that Nugget game is still going to be going at 10:30 at night.
Yeah,
man.
no,
Like,
I think it will too. So maybe I want to because the most drunk crowd I've ever seen in
Is that-
27
is the Christmas
years
Day crowd?
is the Christmas Day crowd a couple years ago against the Suns when AG went poster on Shamit. Which might
went
in
into
overtime.
Yeah, that was a great game.
All right.
Great game.
DMac, I'm going to make you hang out for 3 more minutes. I want to discuss a really stupid hypothetical really quickly.
Okay.
This crossed my mind last night watching Nikola Jokic whipping passes to Cam Johnson in the corner.
Okay.
If he had started as a child, could Nikola Jokic be the greatest pitcher that ever lived?
Ooh.
No.
Ooh. You don't think so?
No?
No,
You don't think so?
Not grown up in Serbia, no.
No. I mean, had he,
Right.
as a child,
Like had one of
I'm
those
with
crazy
ya.
Tiger Woods dad, like super glued a glove
If
to his
he-
hand
if he
and
was-
taught him how to throw left-handed.
if he was American,
If he was American.
or you know,
You'd have to be American. You'd have to be rich and live in the suburbs.
or Dominican, you know,
Dominican, you can be poor
Right,
and
that's
live in
about
a.
it, though.
In Dominican, you
That's
can be
it.
poor and live in a van down by
wherever
the
it
river.
may be.
Yeah.
But if he had started baseball as a child,
Odds are no.
like Randy Johnson-esque.
that's what I'm thinking.
7-footer just launching 105-mile curves
By the
at your
way,
head.
there was in Colorado baseball because my son hit against him. A kid for the School of Mines who was a pitcher at 7 feet tall.
Sure.
Really?
It was one of the more amazing moments. And my kid is my size, and to see him get a base hit off a 7-footer
good.
is unreal. But the truth of the matter is, when you look at velocity in baseball pitches,
Yeah.
there is not a huge change between your height and your 5'6" guys can throw 100
of
miles
course.
an hour.
But Nikola Jokic, like we watch his athletic skill set.
He's got a brain.
so he's
for
the same
sports.
size. He's 7 feet.
He might be a Greg Maddux
Nah, he
type
doesn't-
pitcher, man. He just figure you out, and he's like, "I'll hit you with the."
So smart, like he always puts the correct English on passes, on shots. He's got unbelievable touch.
I think your better
so
question
you know
is
his
it's not baseball.
touch
It's
would
not
be there.
If it's not baseball,
it'd
what
be
is it?
football. It'd be a better question. Would be if
The
you-
greatest
greatest
quarterback.
quarterback that ever lived.
That would be because you don't have to move around all that much. You can stay in the pocket. You've got to be incredibly smart.
Yeah.
You have to make decisions very quickly.
And he's got the best vision in sports
You have
already.
great
Right.
vision, but there is a crazy history of guys over 6'6" being terrible at quarterback.
I think
it's crazy.
any sport that involves throwing,
He'd
he
be
would
all right
he
with
would
it.
just be the best at it.
I don't know, man.
I think
That guy-
if he took the,
Well,
if he took-
what is? Are you saying if he? How about this one? How about this one?
All right.
How about this one? I got
right.
one for you.
Okay.
Would he be a gold medalist at the javelin if he started as a youngster?
He would have been damn good
Because
at
you
it.
only need a certain amount of
Right,
coordination
right.
that you can just kind of figure out over time.
Like had he taken up the shot put.
But Joker, I mean, I think Joker could play a number of sports. But of the greatest athletes who are playing in sports right now here in Denver, which one would be the best two-sport athlete of all of them? Would it be like? Because you have some really good athletes. Like, would it be Patrick Surtain? Would it be Nathan McKinnon?
Surtain.
Would it be
Well, what other sport
Jamal
would-
Murray?
Well,
Could
what
Jamal
other
play
sport would-
baseball and basketball? I mean,
Jamal's Canadian. He has to play hockey.
you're right.
No,
Jamal could have to play
well,
hockey
I'll
and
tell you
basketball.
this. I think Jamal would be a sick baseball player.
You think so?
Oh yeah,
He'd
because
be pretty good.
He is the perfect size for so many positions.
He'd be a.
He has unbelievable eye-hand coordination.
You know what's so funny about it?
I
is
think Jamal
he's-
would be an unbelievable, like a shortstop. I
Right.
think Jamal Murray would
Like,
be
I think
incredible.
Nathan McKinnon could play like tight end or something. Like, Nathan McKinnon
he's
wants to
small.
hit you,
He's
though,
small.
right?
He's too small.
So what?
People
a
don't
slot
realize
receiver?
People don't
What?
realize how skinny and small Nathan McKinnon in just real life is.
Well, just because he's a normal human
yeah,
size
he's
person.
just like a 6'1" dude.
normal dude.
Yeah, no.
You take these guys off skates and they
But it's
just.
not like Marvin Mims is a giant. or you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like
Yeah, but do you think Nate McKinnon is like fast?
That's
I don't
what
know.
funny
I think
is-
any hockey player can play a little bit of football.
Like you talk about Jamal Murray playing shortstop, and like if you put him out there, like he'd be bigger than A-Rod.
Yeah.
And
You're
A-Rod
right,
was
'cause
massive
you're
for
right.
a
You
baseball
forget
player.
how big
Wait a second.
Jamal
How,
is
what's
until you see him up
Jamal's like
close.
6'4".
6'4".
No, is he 6? I
Yeah.
think he's 6'5".
No,
Which is huge.
I think he's closer to 6'4" than 6'5".
That's you. When we watch him on a basketball court, you watch him and you're just like, look at that little guy
And
out
right,
there.
he's not 165, man.
And then you
he's
see
like
him in real
210,
life.
250. Yeah.
And these guys
Well,
are giants.
Ellie De La Cruz is like 6'6", 6'7", though
Sure,
at shortstop.
sure.
So there are some taller.
Oh yeah, no. Cal Ripken was what 6'3", 6'4", whatever he
big guy.
was.
He'd be taller. What is A-Rod? 6'3"?
Probably
Something like that. So Jamal's taller than A-Rod.
Yeah,
You're probably right about that.
And Jamal's pretty jacked too. He's a yoked dude.
I would think Aaron Gordon would be able to play tight end.
You know what? I hadn't even thought
Yeah.
about Aaron, but you're right. Aaron's probably the single most athletic dude doing it in the
Don't
city.
you
Right? I mean,
think
is there somebody more
think
athletic
about,
than
think
Aaron
about
right now?
Aaron Gordon with his size and his leaping ability.
Christian
and his,
Brown, white receiver.
Remember Chase Buttinger,
Yes.
who is now a beach volleyball player?
Yeah.
I bet you Aaron could kill some beach volleyball, man.
Oh, without a doubt.
He'd be
God.
a just get
Lord.
Marlowe to train up
Oh,
old
dude.
Aaron a little bit.
Dude.
Get Chris Marlowe to train up Aaron.
I agree.
Olympic gold medal in his future.
By the way, did you guys know Michael Bandy was training to be a rugby player?
No.
When he went back into the NFL?
Did not know that.
He was
like
playing-
a pro rugby player?
So he was playing for
like what does that pay?
Oh, so over in Glendale.
You know what I
not
mean?
great. The
Not-
answer's not
not
great.
great.
So over in Glendale, they had for years the Glendale Raptors Rugby
Yeah,
Club.
yeah.
And then they eventually they left Major League Rugby and the club got kind of, I don't know, it got weird. Anyway, Mark Bullock was like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and take American football players or take athletes from other sports and develop them into world-class rugby talent. And this is how the U.S. will compete in Olympic rugby.
Okay.
Because, and basically his justification was, and he's not wrong, is we've got the athletes.
Yeah.
They just got to learn the sport.
Yeah.
And so he was running a program called the American Raptors, and Bandy was playing over there. He was a number 9. He was a scrum half, I believe. And he was like on his way. And then the NFL called again, and he went back to football because, to Berto's point, you know, better on the bank account.
But what's the greatest
You know, actually, who was
rugby player in the world get paid?
Well, you're
Oh,
going
if you-
probably pretty well.
Yeah, yeah,
Like if
no,
you're
if
on
you-
New Zealand's All Blacks and
Right.
you're an international team, you're probably doing okay.
Yeah, if you play for South Africa or
You think it's like,
oh,
like
no,
it's not like LeBron money though. It's just like
Oh, no,
it's
no,
like what?
no.
Because me and
It's-
Springer were trying to figure out
You're
bet
doing
you
well,
they-
though.
what the greatest cricket player in the world gets
I bet
paid.
he's
I bet
paid.
it's pretty
I bet
good.
It's pretty good.
I
And
bet
we
it's
couldn't
pretty
figure it
good.
out. We were trying to
Do
ballpark
you think if
it.
you're the best player in cricket in India, you're probably a multimillionaire?
I
You're
don't,
probably
yeah,
crazy,
I don't know, but
crazy
we were
money.
just like, I don't know what that. I don't have no frame of reference for what
Well,
that
it's
would
a
pay.
big sport there. I'll give you one last one in terms of dual sports that would be actually crazy here in Colorado if you
Yeah.
wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles playing indoor lacrosse.
But you put him in goal.
No.
Stack those
He
bags.
was in high school. He was an attack.
Oh, was he really?
He was. Yes, he has. And Garrett
Having him
Bowles-
run up and down that field.
Well, you don't have to run up and down all that much in indoor lacrosse. And as an attack, you only stay on the offensive side of the field. Only the middies run up and down in lacrosse. The goalies just stand there. The D can only go to the midline. And in indoor lacrosse is like basketball. It's like you get possession, the other team goes back, and you just get possession, and it's like a basketball thing.
According to GQ.com, which was the first search result I could find, Rishabh Pant, playing for the Lucknow Supergiants, cricketer, earning $5 million per.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. $5 million. That's not bad.
Pretty good.
That's not bad. I mean, NBA players on the bench laugh at that.
Yes,
but,
they do.
I mean,
NBA
hockey players are like, you know what? That's not bad. NHL players are like $5 million a year. That ain't bad.
NBA
man.
players laugh at everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
Those guys are doing great for
making stupid
themselves.
money right
Guys, the great Darren McKee, listen to him every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's in for Andy. I'm Nate. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Keep it here. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. You're about to be the best gift giver in your family. Just text the word PAWN, P-A-W-N, PAWN, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered for tickets to the Avalanche Kings game on the 29th. Get it? Chess pieces, Kings. Get it, Bert?
You're going next level with this stuff. You're going next level with this stuff.
Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Again, the keyword this hour is PAWN, P-A-W-N. Text it with your name, and you are entered. Again, it's PAWN because they're playing the Kings on the 29th. That is your keyword right now, 303-504-0925. Bert, let's talk a little bit about that Nuggets game last night. That's pretty much the best first quarter you're ever going to see, right?
Yeah, 19-0 run to start things off.
40-15 at the end of one.
40-15 at the end of one.
Pretty good.
And then here's what's crazy is that the thing I like most about this year's Nuggets team is how they're shooting the rock, man, because they're doing things that they're shooting the ball like they haven't shot in years. Like, they tied the record for the most threes they've ever made in a game last night with 24. They set that record back in 2017. They tied it back in 2018, and they didn't do it again until this year in 2025 when they hit 24 last night. Here's my question. So, Jamal goes crazy. He hit 6 threes. Cam goes crazy. He hits 6 threes. Tim Hardaway goes crazy. He hits 6 threes. It's only the 7th time in NBA history one team had 3 guys make 6 or more threes in a single game. My question for you is, Cam Johnson was 6 of 6, man. Keep jacking him up, brother. If you're 6 of 6 from 3, keep shooting till you miss, man.
They had 2 consecutive possessions in the third quarter where Jokic just made, again, phenomenal passes, just whipping the ball to the corner. That's what prompted me to ask the question, would Jokic be the greatest pitcher of all time?
Yeah.
Because I think he'd be pretty damn
and greatest quarterback of all time might be on the board, too.
Yeah, it's all there for this guy and how friggin' special he is. But yeah, I'm watching what they're doing offensively right now, and to your point, the way that they're shooting the rock is absolutely unbelievable. Number 1 in the NBA in offensive rating.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Right now, they're at 124 points per, basically. Now, last night, they defended well. The Jazz missed everything, which helps. Nuggets net rating, by the way, is number 2 in the NBA, trailing only OKC. Don't look at their numbers. They're absolutely ridiculous.
They're pretty dumb. And you know what makes me even angrier, Nathaniel Kreckman? And it's this. The Denver Nuggets are 21-7. They are off to the best season in the history of the Nuggets franchise. And that is good enough for 3rd place in the Western Conference right now.
Right.
It's like, damn, brother, what do you have to do to get to the top of this conference? Because right now, OKC is sitting up there mocking everybody. And San Antonio has moved past Denver because they have the same tiebreaker, but the Spurs have the tiebreaker because they beat the Nuggets earlier in the season. The Nuggets are 21-7, and they're 3rd in the Western Conference. That's wild to me. Absolutely wild.
Best point differential in franchise history through 28 games. Like, this, again, the best start we have ever seen the Nuggets have.
Yeah, and did you see how much better? So did you see what OKC's point differential is right now? The Nuggets' point differential is a +9.
Yeah.
OKC leads the NBA with a +16.
Net rating is, +15.7 per 100. That's what they're doing. They've only played a couple of games that have even been decided by single digits.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are the Colorado Avalanche of the NBA. You
Pretty
know what
much.
I mean? They're just a weapon of mass destruction, just like the Avs are when they take the ice.
They are the wagon. 125 points per game, 6th best offensive start in the history of the NBA.
Man, I didn't know that.
In the history of the NBA. And again, to your point, good for 3rd in the West.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Let's listen to Kaz go nuts a couple of times last night.
All right.
Because I didn't get a chance to listen last night. I was on the phone when I exited here last night, so I didn't get a chance.
Man, what you doing on the phone?
It's a great question.
What are you doing?
God only knows. Okay.
Phone, man.
Let's listen to Kaz's call the first quarter last night because that basically was the entire game. Let's start. Let's start with the Joker 3 to make it 5-0, Spring.
And the rebound comes down to Mihaela. Putback won't go. May have been blocked there by Jamal Murray. Back the other way is Jokic. He has it at the point. Hands off behind him over to Murray. Back over to Jokic in a 3. Buckets. 5-0 Denver. Much better start, much better action, much better energy than what we saw against Houston a couple of nights ago.
Veteran play-by-play man knows not to get too excited at 5-0. Let's jump ahead to Jamal's. I believe this was his first, maybe his second 3 already. This is the one that made it 11-0.
Picks up his dribble, throws back behind him over to Murray for 3. Got it again! 19-0 Denver. And if my math is correct, that's a 19-0 run.
Yeah, that's a 19-0 run. That was actually I think that was the third 3 already for Jamal there in the early going. This is the one I really want to hear. This is the one that made it 24-3. This was yet another timeout by Utah. Here we go, Peyton Watson in transition.
Back the other way comes Collier. Collier has it at the free throw line, throws back behind him, it's picked off. Breakaway Peyton Watson. Dunk that thing home with that right tomahawk. 24-3 Denver. Nuggets are blowing out the Jazz in the first quarter.
Classic football blowout score, 24-3.
Just wild. Jazz couldn't throw it in the ocean, man. It was awesome.
Tim Hardaway comes into the game, and he's red hot right away. He heat checked on his second shot of the game.
George goes to the left hand, throws it in the corner to Sensiba. Thought about a 3, instead goes baseline. Up and under pass over to Nurkic, misses the runner, tipped his own missed that. Rebound down to Jokic, outlet pass off over to Hardaway to 3. Got it again! Denver's on fire in the first quarter. That's 30. 5.5 minutes to go.
So Joker went triple-double again last night.
Yeah.
What do you go, 14, 13,
You know
13?
what? This is probably Joker's favorite triple-double. I think he hates those like 60-point triple-doubles.
Yeah.
Like last night,
Low
4
effort
Nugget players scored 20 or more points. None of those guys were named Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, he didn't sweat last night, and he didn't have to see the floor again in the
He was
fourth
just
quarter.
passing the rock to other dudes who were knocking down shots.
Joker last night, 29 minutes on the floor, and 14, 13, and 13. Here's some Joker triple-double factoids there for you, Bert. Most triple-doubles in the NBA this season. Joker with 14. Number 2 on the list is Nikola Jokic triple-doubles before the fourth quarter. He has 8.
That's dumb.
Had another one last night.
That's dumb.
Yeah. Jalen Johnson and Josh Giddey are next, tied at 6.
I mean, Joker leads the NBA in assists and in rebounding. Matter of fact, Joker is the only player in the NBA averaging double-digit assists.
Yeah, he's the only one right now, which is absolutely wild.
That's
and
crazy.
He would be the first center to ever lead the NBA in assists if he keeps this up, which it kind of looks like he's going to, right?
It's crazy when he passed Kareem this week at 5,660. Although, do you think, Nathaniel Kreckman, do you think that the all-time NBA assist leader is John Stockton?
Yes.
That dude has over 15,000 assists.
Right.
Now, I think Joker could probably get into the top 3 because it goes down like, I don't know, it's like Jason Kidd.
Stockton number 1, and he's over 3,000 clear of Chris Paul at number 2.
Chris Paul at number 2, okay.
And Jason Kidd's at number 3.
Okay, Joker. Joker's going to hit 6,000 this year, right?
Yeah.
Where will he end his career at, and as assist-wise, when it comes to the NBA?
So right now, he's over 5,600. I mean, at this pace, if he plays at this level, what are we calling it? Another 4?
He's 30 right now.
4 or 5 years of
Let's
this
give him a half
version of him.
decade of superstardom and another half of all-stardom.
Yeah.
All-star stardom.
So now he's certainly got like top 10 potential, I think, on the all-time assists.
Do you think Joker's gonna pull a LeBron and just play forever until he just walk?
That's the tricky part of it, because like Chris Paul is number 2, LeBron is number 4, Kidd's at number 3. I mean, Stockton at number 1, but all those guys, they played forever.
They played forever.
They played for so friggin' long.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron is still in the league. Chris Paul
he wants to come back into the league.
He wants to be on a team,
but I don't know if the team's going to give him a
job.
job.
Right, exactly. But yeah, those guys are still active. Westbrook right now is at 10,136.
That's a lot of assists for Russ. Man.
You know, we're taking a guess on Nikola. Is my guess that Nikola Jokic wants to play until he's 38? My answer is probably not. I don't know though. I have no idea. I have long since given up trying to get inside the head of Nikola Jokic.
Don't do it, right? It's its own unique little world
right
up there.
I mean, I assume he just wants to go back to Serbia and hang out with the horses and be away from all of this.
Yeah.
I think he'd be perfectly happy. Who knows? Maybe he just wants to go over and like play for Mega Basket again and spend the last 5 years of his basketball life just playing over there.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm of the opinion that over the course of our two careers of watching sports, we are now getting to the point where I think professional athletes in the next 10 years are all going to start doing what Tom Brady and what Phillip Rivers are doing, where they're in their early 40s and still playing good. You know, they're still out there performing at a high level. And so I'm thinking like the retirement age for some of these great athletes is going to be 45 years old or something like that. And that's an extra 7, 8, maybe 10 years to what we were just, a couple of decades ago?
I'd give a little bit of pushback on that.
You think I'm incorrect that athletes, like, people just keep getting bigger, stronger, faster?
I think it is a 100% case by case basis.
Okay.
Is really what I think it is. I think that there are just some dudes that are just like, yeah, I made a crap load of money and I'm going to go do something else with my life now. I think there's other guys that are the competitive psychopaths that are just like, no, I want to do this as long as I possibly can. I think that's what Tom Brady was. And Tom Brady so far hasn't really proven to be good at anything else.
No.
Bad NFL owner, not the greatest broadcaster yet. Although he's improving. I thought during Bears-Packers the other night he was making some good points.
He makes them I love that. Like, that was a playoff game, man.
That game was awesome.
And it almost makes me believe in the Bears. I can't believe, maybe because it was the wild way they won it with and all that crazy. But man, there was a couple of those throws by Caleb, and I was like, yeah, he's the truth.
Yeah.
He's the truth. That's the truth. I cannot believe he made that
and
throw.
Then there's other throws that he makes, and you're just like,
what are you thinking? Did he just throw that between two receivers and hope somebody grabbed it?
Exactly. And didn't you see the other guy that was right there that was wide open?
Yeah, but Tom, you're right. Brady was kind of annoying me with his kind of like stiff comment. I mean, there was no get a little natural, brother. Shake it loose.
I thought once that game got a little nutty in the fourth quarter, he got a little bit better, and he was especially good in overtime. I thought his analysis on dealing with the fatigue and everything else like that, and it's not like that's not something you would get from any other NFL color analyst.
But Tom seems like he wants to be better, and Tony Romo's kind of like, nah, the hell with it. I'm fine with him right now.
It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away Avalanche Kings tickets for the 29th. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. Your keyword this hour is pawn, P-A-W-N, pawn, like the chess piece, pawn.
Aren't those like shrimp type things?
Those are prawns.
Oh, okay, prawns.
Mm-hmm. See what you did there. Uh-huh. Yeah. Are those lady deer?
I don't think I've ever had a prawn.
Fawns.
I don't think I've ever had. Oh, yeah, fawns is good.
Mm-hmm. You've never had a prawn?
Get the hell off my lawn.
Wait, you've never had a prawn?
I don't think I've ever had a prawn.
Like you've never had shrimp?
Yeah, I've had shrimp. Wait, is that the same damn thing? Did they just call a shrimp a prawn or a prawn's a shrimp?
Isn't that all it is?
I don't know.
I think they're the same thing.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Shrimp are prawns. But not all prawns are shrimp.
That makes no damn sense to me.
Sure,
but whatever,
it
man.
It's a Venn diagram.
Okay, whatever, man.
I also could be incorrect about all this, and somebody on the text line will point out, no, you guys are idiots.
You're like lobsters aren't crabs, right?
They're not. No, they're different.
They're still shellfish, though, right?
They are all shellfish.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, see?
Prawn. Pawn, not pawn.
We're being very shellfish with this conversation right now. We should be generous to all of you and play some commercials. Your keyword is pawn, 303-504-0925. Text it in now. Oh, we hope you're having a lovely Festivus afternoon. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the 23rd today, Birdo, so a happy Festivus to you. Do you have any grievances you want to air about anybody here at Altitude Sports Radio? Mark Springer, anybody?
I'm sure I do.
Yeah.
I'd have to give it some thought. Like I have no problem taking shots.
What is the underlying dirt and or tension that exists in Birdo's blitz? You guys are both here. I'll sit. You guys can lay on the psychologist's couch.
All right, you
for
know what?
a moment.
Here, let me
lay it on me.
All
Lay it
right,
on
I'll
me.
say it. I'll say it, Springer. You've changed, bro. You've changed.
How?
Man, listen. I don't like the fact how you're getting your life together. I don't like it, bro. I like the old Springer, man. I'm going to say it. I'll say it. I'm going to stand up and say it with my chest, man. I like the Springer who smoked cigarettes and weed and drank all the booze, man. And you ate whatever and you were out of shape. I miss it. And now you've stopped drinking and you stop smoking cigarettes, and you stop smoking weed, and you work out all the damn time, and you're getting buff, and you comb your hair nowadays. I don't like it, man. Where's my old Springer at?
That's hilarious.
It's true. He's not nearly as dirty as he used to be.
Right. He used to be just the best, just a filthy animal, man.
Just
And
staring
now-
at his DraftKings app, angrily scrolling.
Yes, just throwing wager after wager, just chasing money, baby.
Yeah, and
I
now
miss that Mark Springer, man.
He's
Where's he at?
responsible.
Yes, he's like a good human. I hate all of it. I hate it all.
He's
Spring.
nice to everybody.
This is the best intervention I've ever had. It's like a reverse intervention.
We gotta go back, man. You know what I am?
He's playing tennis all the time.
One of the worst things about me is I'm an enabler, and I will try to enable Springer to head back into the darkness, to walk, take couple steps this way, Spring. Couple steps toward the darker side of life. Come on over, man.
Okay, so Birdo's grievance with Spring is that Spring is becoming a semi-responsible adult.
Yeah, I'm not here for it, man.
Uh-huh.
I don't like it.
Okay.
He's looking towards the future.
Okay.
He's thinking about other people other than himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
I've noticed these changes in him as well. I try to encourage that kind of behavior.
No,
out of
man,
Mark
I
Springer.
prefer when I used to just be able to give him some like pre-rolls for Christmas, like Merry Christmas.
I'll still accept him.
Oh, okay.
He'll take a dog walker or two, sure. No, this is the guy. You know what that guy is? He's a Taco Bell 50K finisher.
Yeah. He's a champion now, man.
And once
he's a winner.
Once he moved into that realm, it's like, okay, in the NFL, you make your first Pro Bowl, you're a Pro Bowler forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mark Springer is a Taco Bell 50K finisher, and you can never take that away from him.
No, they're going to chisel that on his
He
gravestone.
has the packet of hot sauce on a piece of ribbon, and you can never take that away from
When's
him.
the last time you had Taco Bell, Spring?
A week, maybe 2 ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He hasn't quit anything.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No, you know what he's showing is that life can be enjoyed, all things in moderation.
What kind of like shocking life event would it take to make you go back to the old Springer that I
What kind
know
of
and love?
trauma
What
do
kind
you
of
need to experience?
generational trauma
Let's
do
see
I
what
need
the
to-
next 10 years look like.
Okay.
And if they don't pan out the way I want,
Okay,
I'll
you'll go
just
back.
give up.
All
Okay,
this,
okay. I
all
appreciate
this
that.
clean living, if it doesn't go anywhere. That's the thing about cleaning up. You can always go back.
Yeah. I guess so.
Okay, so that's Birdo's grievance with Spring. Spring, now, this again, we're talking about Birdo's Blitz. That's the show that immediately follows K&L every single day. This is the Festivus edition of Kreckman and Lindahl here today. Spring, what is your grievance with Mark Bertinoli?
I'll just read this. This is a text that came in.
Okay.
This is from Matt.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
Birdo. He spelled your name wrong. Berdo.
Birdo.
All right.
Always interrupt Springer.
That's true. That's true. That is true.
But you know what? I've learned how to interrupt right back.
Yeah. Basically, the Blitz is just me and Springer.
I'm sorry, Bert.
screaming
I
over
don't
each other.
think that Mark finished his sentence. Can you shut up for a minute? I believe he
Oh,
was
I'll get it
still
in.
My bad.
I'm
Spring.
going to force it in.
My bad.
I'm going to shove that sentence down your throat.
That actually,
Is that
that is one thing that I notice about anytime Birdo fills in is it's just like I find myself, and granted, I have to do this with Andy a lot as well, but I find myself like I will put in like mental bookmarks and be like, you had not completed that point, you will revisit it.
Yeah.
Now, I would probably guess, I don't know, 70% of them I just forget and I never get back to. But sometimes I do insist on no, I'm going to finish my thought.
The reason I do it is because my brain
Because you're impatient?
doesn't think in straight lines, and if I don't get it out, I will not think. That it'll never occur to me again. You know what I mean? Whatever stupid thing I was about to say to begin with.
Sure.
But all right, Spring, I will try in the future.
I don't really care.
And
just so everybody
so
knows.
if I do that for you, what are you going to do for me?
It sounds like the audience does not appreciate Berto's shenanigans.
Well, they can suck it.
Hey, I like the confidence.
This man is 20 years into his broadcasting career. He is what he is, folks. There's no changing this guy. Hey, I want to take
do you got any grievances, man?
I have
anybody in general?
I have a thought. Oh, trust me, I got a lot of problems with you people. Okay, we'll get to it. First things first, though, Bert. I want to take a minute to congratulate the Colorado Rapids on their hiring of new coach Matt Wells. Nice job on the hire of Matt Wells. Last season, Bert, did you see this? Top assistant?
Yeah.
At Tottenham Hotspur? Heard of him?
Yeah, he's young. He's only 37.
37. Third youngest active coach in MLS right now as he takes over this job. So Matt Wells has said he wants to make some tactical adjustments with this club. He wants to spread the attackers out a little bit more, a bit wider, space out the front line a little bit more. He likes opposite-footed wingers, which I think is interesting. He wants a left-footed right winger on this club, which is a cool tactic. I played with a left-footed right winger when I was in high school. He's very good at crossing the ball.
What happened to your career then?
I played intramurals in college. And then I played in adult leagues, and then I had too many knee and foot problems, and now I'm just this. Okay.
All right, man.
I'm the broken husk of a person you see walking around right now. All right. But yeah, Matt Wells, Bert, he wants to get more possession for this club. Last year, as you know, Rapids 27th in MLS.
Yeah,
they were
in
possession,
counterattacking club last year.
But ball dominance. We're getting away from the Chris Armas system. They want more ball dominance, which is good. The Rapids 11, 15, and 8 last year missed the MLS Cup playoffs, which is not an acceptable result for this club. Matt Wells, hired by the Rapids to come in and get this thing repaired. Love this hire. Getting a 37-year-old top assistant from Tottenham Hotspur. Great hire.
What do you think about Major League Soccer basically just rewiring the whole way they're going to do their seasons?
Matching the calendar to Europe.
So, right, the Major League Soccer, well, obviously this year there's the weirdness with the World Cup and all that stuff you got to work around.
Yeah.
But the year after that, they're changing the schedule.
I think
to
it's
a
smart.
winter schedule.
I think you do have to match the world's calendar.
How much of a problem would it be for the Colorado Rapids to get the attention of sports fans in this city right now if what was going on right? You know what I mean? Because the Broncos are going crazy and the Avs are going crazy and the Nuggets are going crazy.
Yep.
And now you also need attention for the Rapids the exact same time of year?
Last time I checked, this is a pretty full sports market here in Denver, Colorado. You know how you cut through all that?
Win.
You win.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what Matt Wells was brought here to do. That's what he is going to do. Great hire today by the Rapids. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll talk to Chad Brown about the Broncos' loss. They lost a game. How do they get back on track these last two games and get that number 1 seed in the AFC? Chad Brown talking NFL next.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
Happy Festivus, everybody. We're double dipping tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Cause and the Nuggets are down in Dallas. That game's going to be on AM 950 with pregame powered by Ramos Law at 5:30 with Mark Bertinoli. Well, hold on. This show goes till 6. How's that going to work? How are you going to be in two rooms at once speaking on two different radio stations?
I will be waving at you
at
from
the
over there.
same time.
Yeah, I'll just be waving. Hanging out with you, man.
And when you want to check in on the Avalanche, keep it right here on 92.5. Pregame starts at 6:30 as the Avs take on the Utah Mammoth tonight, powered by Ramos Law. The Avs and the Mams tonight over there at Ball Arena. Nuggets on the road at Dallas against the Mavericks. We're going to be talking to Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment. Yes, we do have Chad on the line. Chad joins us right now on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. Chad Brown, happy holidays. How are you, my friend?
I am fantastic. Happy holidays to you, Nate.
Things are good around here, but Chad, it's a weird week. We're not used to a world where the Broncos just lose football games. An 11-game win streak, I think, gave us a certain sense of security and complacency. So let's kind of start there. Sunday's game against Jacksonville. I don't think it big picture exposed the Broncos, but in a more micro sense, what did Jacksonville expose about the Broncos in that game?
For me, what they exposed is, you know what? You guys got a talented pass rush. You're going to get to our quarterback. But rather than shrinking our offense down to try to protect our quarterback at all costs, hey, you guys are going to get yours. Zach Allen's going to hit our quarterback. Jonathan Cooper's going to hit our quarterback. Nick Benitez is going to hit our quarterback. But we'll just dial up our aggressiveness, and we'll go down the field, and we'll attack certain DBs. And that's what our plan is going to be. So I have to imagine any playoff team that could possibly face the Broncos will be looking at that Jacksonville tape thinking, yeah, I think that's a pretty good plan. Rather than going max protect and only putting two receivers out on routes or keeping your tight end and running back in to stop that, we're just going to attack their secondary. Yeah, they'll hit us, and it'll be 2nd and 17, but we'll hit a 20-yarder because the Jacksonville Jaguars got 6 pass plays of 20-plus yards in that game. So the Broncos got 5 sacks. Jacksonville got 6 20-plus yard plays. In the end, 6 is definitely greater than 5.
What concerns you more about that game, the Broncos offense or the way the Broncos defense looked?
The Broncos defense, because we saw something similar last year where the Broncos defense started to fade a bit down towards the end of the season. And I know this season they had a much more aggressive substitution plan because their depth has been better. So, hey, we'll put Jonah Ellis in the game. We'll put Q Robinson in the game. Those guys go out and make plays. So Nick Benitez, Jonathan Cooper, and other guys can stay fresh because they clearly wore down last year. But if you look at the point totals that the Broncos have given up over the last couple of games, whether we go back to the Washington Commanders overtime game, we go back to Green Bay, and now we talk about Jacksonville, there's been far too many weeks where this defense has given up long drives or given up far too many explosive plays. And this seems to be not just a little blip on the radar, but a bit of a quietly developing alarming trend.
We're talking to Chad Brown here on a Tuesday afternoon. We're 2 days away from Broncos-Chiefs as Denver has an opportunity for course correction against the 3rd and 4th string quarterbacks of the Kansas City Chiefs. Chad, some of the defensive miscommunication issues that the Broncos dealt with, coverage pass-offs, etc., when it's that loud, and look, you want it to be that loud in your home stadium, but it also does make it so the defense has to play in the exact same kind of noise. When it's that loud, and you played up in Seattle, like you know what loud is like, but when it's that loud in an NFL game, what's the challenge that presents to the home defense versus just the road offense that has to deal with it?
It's a massive challenge, Nate. So in Seattle, we would spend the last half of the week defensively trying to communicate with no words, with hand signals only. And, of course, you had to change those up from game to game, sometimes even half to half, just to make sure the offense wouldn't get a read on our hand signals. So it's an extra layer of learning. It's an extra layer of complexity. But when you play in a stadium where verbal communication is going to be impossible, what else are you going to do? So I'll take the noise of the crowd, and I'll take the extra work that is involved defensively to ensure that we can use hand signals and be able to get by with that. So the linebackers have to get with the safeties. The safeties have to get with the cornerbacks. Linebackers have to get up there and tap a defensive lineman on his hip to let him know which way to go or which way that I'm going. So all that nonverbal communication has to increase greatly. And I thought the Seahawks were smart rather than just preparing our offense for a road game in a loud environment. We would also prepare for home games with the crowd noise speakers at practice during our defensive periods, so we could make sure we executed that nonverbal communication at a very high level.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw, the flag on PJ Locke, didn't hear the whistle on the false start play, and that's a weird 15-yard penalty that you then have to deal with. By the way, speaking of the miscommunication issues, also, Chad, how big of a factor was it the Broncos not having Brandon Jones?
That was big. There were a number of mistakes in the secondary that were due to, we'll call them, PJ Locke having his first start in a long time. And sometimes it looked like the call was correct, but it just was communicated a bit late. And give me the call while the offense is still in their cadence, so I have the time to think about it, absorb it, and then mentally formulate my plan for the snap. Because if you call it on the fly, sometimes I don't have enough mental capability or bandwidth when the play's in action to be able to execute that. So we saw a number of guys in the secondary a step or two out of position, and that can be getting the call a second or two later. As simple as that. So there's the communication aspect, Nate, but we also got to talk about the number of missed tackles.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got a guy like Brandon Jones back there who's going to be that sure stopper back there, and we're asking other guys to be that role, they're not as good. And so whether it's Riley Moss or PJ Locke or other guys in that secondary who missed some open field tackles, that's also got to be concerning with the prognosis on Brandon Jones not being back. I'm hearing whispers not back at all this year.
I've had some people try to convince me that the loss was a good thing, that it to shake the Broncos awake before the playoffs started. Is that a thing? Is that a thing from a former player? Did the Broncos need a wake-up call, or is this just people trying to, put a positive spin on a loss?
Well, I think it can be both. Certainly you want to put a positive spin on it, but also there is something to be said for the coaching and the ability for you to hear the coaching and accept it when you lose. If you win, if somebody gets critiqued during a position meeting, we're watching the tape, and it's the linebacker coach, giving Justin Chenard a critique. Justin can turn to the linebacker next to him in that position room and go, what's he tripping? Why is he tripping? We won, man. We won. And that can happen. Now, of course, true professionals always dig in and take the coaching no matter what the circumstances are. But there's always going to be guys on your team who are going to shrug their shoulders at coaching because we found a way to win. And so you avoid that mental block when you lose. So that's what these people are trying to come at. Now, having played on an undefeated team that was undefeated until the Super Bowl, I think a late season loss can correct things, can hit a little bit of a reset button, can reduce the amount of pressure that you're feeling a bit. And, of course, this week for the Broncos to play the Chiefs, a very wounded Chiefs team, on a short week, it's almost a perfect situation after a loss. You want to get that nasty taste out of your mouth? Beat up on the Chiefs. Do you owe something to the Chiefs for the last 9 years? You do. Do you got a wounded animal that you can just choke out and kick around in the Chiefs because they don't have their quarterback first or second string? You do. So they get a great chance to kind of turn that supposed positive loss into a much better feeling and a butt kicking of the Chiefs come Christmas night.
Yeah, I think largely what you're saying there is it's situational. The good teams respond well to it, and the teams that don't necessarily have good leadership, good infrastructure can go in the wrong direction. Chad, you did and again, we're talking to Chad Brown here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Tuesday afternoon, the All-Pro with us every Tuesday to break down what's happening with the Broncos and around the NFL and college football. Chad, you did the Packers game, and we talked last week. It was the best game Bo Nix has played in his NFL career. Hey, career high 352 yards against Jacksonville. But when you watch that performance compared to the game that you did against Green Bay, what was different? What was maybe lacking with Bo Nix's play?
Bo Nix's play, the run game wasn't because once you start falling behind, the run game loses its significance from a play calling standpoint. And defensively, the further you fall behind, the less we're willing to react to the run as quickly as we once did. So the improvement for Bo Nix has been because he's been under center more, and the run game has been more effective. You take away that aid to Bo Nix, the pressure that the run game puts upon the defense, the being under center, which I think simplifies his footwork and makes him a more accurate passer. And you ask him to drop back, what do you throw the ball, 47, 48 times, I think, on Sunday. So if you ask that of Bo Nix, you're just not going to get the best Bo Nix possible. And I think his footwork continues to de-evolve as the game goes along. The more he's in shotgun and he's not under center with those scripted 3, 5, and 7-step drops. So I think Bo Nix is going to play Bo Nix football, but it's always going to be best if Sean Payton makes sure the run game is a part of the game early and often and limits the number of times he's asking Bo Nix to be in shotgun and not have that scripted play that you get when you're under center.
Yeah, to your point, it's this is a Broncos team, and it's ridiculous to say about the team that came back and beat the Giants this year the way that they did. But this is a Broncos team that I don't think is well suited to playing from behind, and we saw that on Sunday against Jacksonville. Chad Brown, everybody. Chad, we'll talk to you next week, man. Have a great Christmas. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks for having me on. Wonderful holidays to you and yours. Enjoy, fellas.
All right, Chad Brown with us there on a Tuesday afternoon. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're going to do that coming up here in just a few minutes. Plus, Mark Bertinoli, you get to sit shotgun today for power rankings.
This is great, man.
On a Tuesday afternoon. Awesome. Yeah, and
we'll
again,
feel the power.
For the first time in over 3 months, we are doing power rankings in a week in which the Broncos lost. How far did Denver tumble? Did they maintain either of their top 2 spots? Well, we did the survey. We have all of the results for you when we come back, plus your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. That's coming up on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Time for your next keyword. Thank you very much, Red Hot Chili Peppers. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We give keywords at 20 minutes past the hour every hour, and you text them in to 303-504-0925. And if you do so, you are entered to win Avalanche tickets, and then we announce a winner at 5:55. We do this all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we believe that you should have a great opportunity to win Avs Kings tickets for the 29th. Your keyword this hour, rook.
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 Rook. Like Taylor Rooks?
R-O-O-K, but singular.
Okay.
Rook.
Just one rook.
Yes, one rook. It's the castle guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, man, Nate, you're the only person here who plays chess. The rest of us are just a bunch of checkers, right?
You don't know the pieces?
No, well, I know the pieces of chess. I'm just saying,
Do you know what
you're
they
the
do?
only chess guy here. The rest of us are idiots, right?
The rook.
The rest of us are playing Madden and stuff. You're the only one playing chess.
The
bro.
rook can only go in a straight line. Now he can go
And he goes
forward
sideways.
or horizontally, or backwards. He can go pretty much, but he can only
Have
go
you ever considered becoming a chess master
one
yourself?
direction. No, I'm too dumb. Yeah, I'm not good at it. I know how to play. That doesn't mean I'm good at it.
This is how Justin Herbert met Madison Beers, right? They were in the chess club together.
It's not like I watched the Queen's Gambit and I was like, that could be me.
That could be me. I could be
Yes.
just like that chick.
I could be a grandmaster.
You don't think so?
No, those dudes like those. I'm dumb guy smart. Like, let me put it this way. Okay, when I went to see my guidance counselor in high school, and I gave her my GPA and my test scores,
and she was like, "Here's what you should do."
And I told her the two schools that I wanted to go to. One of them, she was like, "Not happening, dumbass."
You were like MIT.
And the other one, she looked it up and she was like, "You have the exact minimum requirements to be able to go to that school." And that was Illinois, and that was where I went to college.
See? Worked out just fine.
And I was a speech comm major. I was in all the same classes as all the athletes.
Mm-hmm.
I had the dumb kids major at the smart school. And then, you know, it worked out. I'm sitting across from you today.
Right. You spent half your life, brother, screaming into microphones, man. Half your life.
It's all worked out. Hey, I got a lot of thoughts clanging around in here. I got to get them out somewhere.
Is this what your parents thought you were going to do when you grew up? Screaming into microphones, yelling about Bo Nix.
I used to tell my parents that I wanted to be Bob Costas when I grew up.
Oh, okay.
I really did. When I was a kid, I was like, Bob Costas seems like he's got a cool job. He's always at the Bulls games. Like that, I would like that gig.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I topped out at market number 18 afternoon drive. I didn't exactly make Costas level, but, you know, I've had some fun.
Yeah,
I've had a couple of good thoughts. I've had a few.
I don't think I would want Costas.
I've had a couple of good days at work.
Doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun. Yeah. No, I think
yeah, that guy gets pink eye and he still has to go on TV.
Right. I forgot about that. Remember, that's like 20 years ago, that Olympics that he had pink eye, bro.
My God.
You bringing up sports facts from like 1998.
We were talking Steve Buechele earlier in the show today. Erstwhile Cubs third baseman Steve Buechele.
Yeah, whose son became a quarterback at SMU.
Shane Buechele. Then he transferred to Texas, and now he's the backup quarterback for the Chiefs on Thursday against the Broncos. By the way, Steve Buechele, shout out to Tom Green, who was listening and texted this in. Steve Buechele was John Elway's roommate at Sanford.
That's so weird, man.
How about that?
That was weird.
So John Elway's college roommate's kid
is going to be the backup quarterback
for the Chiefs on Christmas Day against the Denver Broncos on Netflix.
Although I'm not sure that third-string quarterback is going to make it through that game alive, so you might have to see him.
Might be Shane Buechele.
Oladukin? What's his name?
Chris Oladukin might not make it through the game. Or do we know if we're saying it right? Spring,
we have no idea.
Spring, you looked it up, right?
Right, what is it?
Is it Dukin or Dokin?
Oladukin? Oladukin?
See, what we just learned is we don't actually know. Rook is the key word.
Rook.
Text Rook, R-O-O-K, to 303-504-0925. You know, like a guy in his first year on the team getting yelled at by a veteran. Hey, Rook. That's
Isn't there
right.
a TV show called The Rook?
Probably. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. If you want to be the coolest gift giver this season, you can purchase tickets to any game at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. This hour's keyword is Rook. Good luck. It's time for Power, not Rookings, Rankings on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah. Power!
Every Tuesday afternoon, we survey the various power rankings from around the NFL internet/blogosphere, and we tell you where they rank the Denver Broncos. What exactly do they think of the Broncos? Festivus edition of the power rankings. Now, Bert, we made history last week.
We did.
Because that was the first time in the history of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and we have been doing this power ranking bit for a number of years now. Last week was our first number one.
Really?
In fact, we had two number ones.
The Broncos!
Last week, after the Broncos had won their 11th consecutive game and defeated the previously red-hot Green Bay Packers, which, by the way, since losing to the Broncos, really since basically like halftime of the Broncos game,
it's gone
really south on the Packers. Really bad.
Man, you blew a crazy game to the Bears.
Bad luck.
The Indiana Bears, Kreckman. The Indiana Bears,
Gary
bro.
Bears.
How you gonna feel about that, man?
That is number one.
Indiana
It's
Bears.
not going to happen.
I mean, you got to get out of Soldier Field, though. Got to get out of there,
Why?
man. Because they don't. I mean, it's not their field, right? It's the city's field. They get nothing for being in that field, right?
What do I care? What
I guess you're right.
What do I
need
need to get?
You're right.
What do you
You're
mean?
right. My bad. You're right.
a
I don't care about the Chicago Bears. They can burn.
Cool stadium located right near the lake, which is easy to park, easy to get to. Yeah, why would you want to keep playing football there? That's got the history that Soldier
They want to
Field
do
has.
what everybody else is doing and build a complex with everything around it and all that, whatever it is.
We all need an entertainment district.
There it
so
is,
that
entertainment district.
in 3 years, all those buildings can be vacant and have for lease signs in front of them. Anyway, it is time right now for your power rankings on a Tuesday afternoon.
It's exciting.
Bert, take a guess. After having two number ones last week, do you think the Broncos have any this week?
No.
No, you don't think so?
No
Okay.
way, not a single one.
All right, let's dive into it.
I bet you they don't have a two either. I bet you they have a one or a two.
Let's start with ESPN then. ESPN last week said the Broncos were the third best team in the NFL. I believe they had both the Rams and Seattle above them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, then the Rams and Seattle played, and, well, they went to overtime, and Seattle won by 1 in an unbelievable game. So ESPN looked at the Broncos, who just lost by 2 scores at home to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and said, you're still the third best team in the NFL.
Well, I kept them right there, huh?
Nothing.
ESPN did nothing with the Broncos, kept them right there at number 3. They got New England 4, Jacksonville at 5. Just a quick thought. If the team that came in and beat you in your building by 2 scores and is only 1 game behind you via win-loss record, wouldn't that team then be above? Wouldn't that?
I don't know. You would think so, yeah.
Ipso facto?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
This is new math, though.
Okay.
New math.
New math. All right. NFL.com. Heard of it? It is the league's own website. Last week, NFL.com, they got a little high on the Broncos. They said the Broncos were at number 2 last week.
Ooh, who'd they have in front of the Broncos? Do we know?
Last week, it was only the Rams. It was only the Rams. Well, the Broncos lose by 14 points to Trevor Lawrence and his flowing locks. And NFL.com drops the Broncos 2 spots to number 4. Number 4. Seattle 1, New England 2, Buffalo 3.
Wow, so they dropped the Rams below. Rams are 5 or 6 or something?
They dropped the Rams all the way to wow, where did they drop them to? To 8?
To 8? Just because they blew that overtime game to the Seahawks?
Because they lost by 1 in the flukiest way possible on the road? What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's crazy.
They punished them by dropping them 7 spots.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't agree with that.
That's a bold statement. I mean, do you think right now, do you think the Seahawks are a better team than the Rams?
My opinion of the Rams did not change from that game. They led 30-14 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That meant Seattle was going to have to score twice, get a 2-point conversion. The amount of coin flip stuff, they converted 3 2-point conversions, one of which was one of the most ridiculous plays we've ever seen in the history of the NFL that probably should have just been whistled dead. Yeah. So, that game honestly didn't change the way that I felt about the Rams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, man.
No, I still think the Rams are the best team in the NFL.
Ooh.
Yeah. Who do you think it is? Wow, I stumped you on that one. No interrupting there from Mark Bertinoli.
Man, I don't know. It's not the Broncos, bro. But I'm not putting the Broncos as the best team in the NFL. Man, I probably have I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I probably have the Seattle Seahawks as the best team.
As the number one team in the NFL?
Yeah. Yeah. And I can't believe I'm riding with Sam Darnold.
NFL.com agrees with you.
Seahawks of all people. But
NFL.com does agree with you. The Athletic. The Athletic is a fine website. Last week, The Athletic had the Broncos at their highest ranking ever at number 2. This week, after the Broncos fall behind 34-17 and then never get the magical comeback that they needed and fall 34-20 at home to the Jacksonville Jaguars, this week, The Athletic sends the Broncos careening down the rankings, plummeting 5 spots to number 7.
Why? Is it just because the Athletic's been a little bit harsher on the Broncos all season than anybody else?
That's a large drop
what
right
was
there.
it? I mean, what was it? Is it because, and I had this, I think I asked Springer this the other day, is because I remember somebody saying that, listen, the problem with Bo Nix right now is he has a high ceiling, but his floor is also really low.
There's a lot of variance in his performance.
So you get a lot of you can't really to judge what, and I mean, is that why the lack of belief in the Broncos quarterback, is that what the Athletic's dealing with right now, or is it something else?
I also think the Athletic has to look at it and say defensively that the first 10 weeks of the season, Denver was basically the best defense in the NFL, and since week 10, they're 26th.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the biggest reason I would drop Denver right now. Really, honestly, it wouldn't be Bo Nix. Now, I didn't think Bo Nix was good on Sunday against the Jaguars, but I didn't think he was awful. Like, it wasn't like bad. It wasn't like Raiders Bo. It wasn't like
you didn't
Jets
feel like
Bo.
he's the reason that they lost.
Exactly.
The game.
I didn't think he played well, but ultimately, like when you give up 34 points at home, I got to point the finger in that direction.
20 points ain't gonna get it done either on offense, right? That's certainly not going to get it done in the playoffs.
But it did all season long.
Yeah,
I mean, you won games where you scored 13. You won a game where you scored 10. Like this team got pretty happy winning low-scoring games.
Do you think the defense got fat and happy then? I mean, is that it? What's the problem in the red zone? Because they used to be a monster in the red zone. You got in the red zone, you were getting nothing. Maybe a field goal. Maybe if you got lucky. And now teams get in the red zone and.
Yeah, but is that a one-game blip? Because the red zone defense was outstanding against the Packers.
Yeah,
and
but
the Packers had a
from
very
almost the best game of the season to the worst game of your.
Green Bay had a very good red zone offense, as did Jacksonville, and hey, they scored. The Ringer. Now, the Ringer historically has probably been the harshest on the Broncos.
You think so?
Last week,
because of Cosminder. Because of Lindsey?
No. Because of what? I don't think it's because of Lindsey. No, Deontay Lee does their power rankings. I think he's just he's a Bo Nix skeptic. But I think he does kind of Bo leave because listen to this. Last week they were 2. This week they lose. And they fall 1 spot to 3.
Good, that's not bad. It's not bad.
That's not a big drop by the Ringer. Honestly, I thought it would have been bigger. Again, given the defensive issues, they go Seattle 1, Rams 2, Broncos 3. That's another ranking where they're ahead of Jacksonville. I don't understand that.
But what?
You lost head-to-head in your building by
Trevor
multiple
Lawrence
scores.
has only looked like the way it's been half the season, right? Where Trevor was like normal Trevor Lawrence, and then all of a sudden they hit this win streak, and all of a sudden he looks like, the best quarterback in the,
Which you could have made the argument, is he just getting fat on inferior opponents? But like Nick Bonito and Zach Allen and Pat Surtain out there on Sunday, and he looked pretty damn good.
Yeah.
CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dion. Last week, CBS was one of the 2 number ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, CBS said the Broncos were the best team in the NFL after they beat the Packers. Well, then they lost by 14 points at home to the small market Jaguars. Uh-huh. And the Broncos descend 5 slots to number 6.
Yikes, man. They're 12-3, people. They're a 12-3
big
football
drop.
team.
Big drop.
It's their first loss since October or something, right?
CBS says since September 22nd.
Wow.
CBS says Seattle, New England, Jacksonville, the Bears, and the Rams are all above the Broncos.
Ooh, would you put the Bears above the Broncos right now?
No.
I love.
They're a fun story, but they're not a better team than Denver.
Man.
Also,
CBS.
I tell you another team that it sounds ridiculous to say, but did you see how well they played offensively last night? One of the best team offensive games in the entire NFL. They got San Francisco at number 7.
You know what?
And I know they're shredded by injuries defensively.
Yeah, but still. Brock Purdy,
he was dealing last night.
Did he have a perfect rating in the first half of that game?
He was phenomenal.
He threw 5 touchdown passes.
He was absolutely phenomenal.
Me and Springer were talking about this last night. This is stupid with because San Francisco controls their own destiny.
They do.
They can win out, which would mean they would get the number one overall
seed in the NFC.
They'd get a bye.
Yeah.
They would host a playoff game. They would host a championship game, and then they would host the Super Bowl. That's crazy to me. And the San Francisco 49ers could do it. All they got to do is win out. I don't know if they're going to do it.
And to your point, though, Bert, could do it. I can name you 10 teams right now that could do it.
You mean who could win the whole damn thing?
This year in the NFL.
Okay.
I could make an argument for 10 teams could win the Super Bowl this year.
You think it's wide? But
I think it's that wide
do you
open.
Like it? Because that's almost the exact opposite of the NBA, where it feels like there's 4 there's like a handful of teams that could win the whole thing in the NBA, and everybody else sucks.
Sure.
And in the NFL, it feels like, I don't know if everybody's great, but everybody's good.
In a year in which Mahomes is down, Joe Burrow is down,
dynasty's
Lamar
over.
Jackson's not going to make the playoffs.
No.
It is more wide open than we've almost ever seen it.
Interesting. I'm going to be pissed if the San Francisco 49ers just cruise their way to a Super Bowl.
But also, this is why the Broncos can win the Super Bowl this year. USA Today last week had the Broncos all the way up at number 3. Well, then the Broncos fall at home to Liam Cohen and the Jags, and the Broncos tumble 3 spots to number 6. Back down to number 6. They go Rams, Seahawks, Jags, Niners, Patriots over the Broncos.
Are you a Jags believer now? Have you seen them? Are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay, you think that
No, I
Jacksonville
think they're
could-
legit. They're capital L legit.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're going to come into Mile High and beat the Broncos like that and bully Denver the way that they did on Sunday, you can do the whole thing. Because I think the Broncos are as good as anybody else in the NFL.
But
you can do the whole
right now,
thing.
this is crazy to me. But the Jacksonville Jaguars would host the Buffalo Bills in the first round.
Trevor Lawrence, the way that he is playing in this moment, and defensively, they fly around. Yeah. They really do. I was pretty impressed by that group on Sunday. I can see why the turnover numbers are what they are. They got a lot of speed on that defense. That's a good roster. No, I think Jacksonville can win the whole damn thing.
Man.
Yeah. As can the Broncos, though. As can the Patriots.
You know what? Give me somebody in the playoff
As can
picture.
the Texans.
Is there somebody over here in the AFC you don't think right now? The teams in the playoff picture: Denver, the LA Chargers, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Steelers can't win the Super Bowl.
Okay, the Buffalo Bills.
They can.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
They can.
Houston Texans.
They can.
New England Patriots.
6 of the 7 teams in the AFC that are in the playoff field currently can win the Super Bowl.
Damn, man.
Yep.
Dang. How about here? Let me give you the NFC. Seattle. Yeah.
Yes.
Chicago Bears.
No.
Green Bay
No,
Packers.
because Chicago's defense is too much of a fraud.
Man, the 2 seed right now is Chicago. Because they're leading that division. The Green Bay Packers.
No, they're too banged up.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes, they can win it all.
LA Rams.
They can win it all.
San Francisco 49ers.
Yes, they can win it all.
Carolina Panthers.
No, but the Panthers are like the fun little go-go team. Did you see that stat? Bryce Young has 14 career wins. In 12 of them, he has led a game-winning drive.
I did not know that.
Bryce Young is the John Elway of his era.
I did not know that, man.
Pro Football Talk. Last week, Pro Football Talk said the Broncos were the best team in the NFL. Well, no, not anymore. The Broncos fall down 4 spots to number 5. Florio usually is really high on Denver. And Yahoo had them 3 last week. They still have them at number 3.
All right, Yahoo.
Average drops from 2.1 to 4.6. That's an average drop of 2.5. High ranking on the board, number 3, according to ESPN, The Ringer, and Yahoo Sports. Low ranking is The Athletic at number 7. Biggest drop was 5 slots. That was both The Athletic and CBS Sports. That is your power rankings after a loss. What a letdown. Man, if they could have just won that game, how many more number 1s would they have on the board?
You can't spit it out. You got to swallow it.
You do. You do, Sean. Mm-hmm. If you want to go to the Avs-Kings game on the 29th, text ROOK, R-O-O-K, to 303-504-0925. That's ROOK, R-O-O-K, to 303-504-0925. Text it in right now, and you're entered to win Avs-Kings tickets on the 29th. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Still time to give the perfect gift for the Denver sports fan in your life. Give the gift of streaming with an Altitude Plus gift card, perfect for new or existing subscribers. Go to altitudeplus.com/gift cards and select the option that fits your holiday budget. Full slate of games tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets are down in Dallas. Are you a true believer in Cooper Flagg? Is this generational talent we're looking at there,
No,
Bert?
I mean, I like Cooper Flagg, yes. But a teenager figuring it out in the NBA is going to take a couple of seasons. But, I mean.
It did for everybody.
They're playing him out of position because
It did for
everybody's hurt.
Wemby. It did for LeBron.
Yeah, but, I mean, I'm sure he's going to be good, right?
I mean, the guy's already able to go for 30-plus at age 18.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, though? I do not know if he would be the number one pick in this upcoming draft because there's just talent everywhere in this upcoming draft for NBA. That's why, do you see the NBA was like, hey, I know we haven't been talking about taking, but stop taking.
It. Yeah,
and so they sent out a bunch of rules and stuff like, hey, NBA teams, a bunch of you, hey, we're looking at you, Washington Wizards or whatever, stop tanking for all this talent that's coming out here.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Boozer coming out of Duke, pretty damn good.
Yeah, there's that combo guard at Kansas who's amazing. I can't remember his name, but
and then AJ DeBonsa from BYU.
Is that how you? Yeah.
That kid has pretty much. I mean, he has had generational talent written. That's why he's making the money that he is right now at BYU. Darren Peterson, by the way, is the guard at Kansas.
That's who I was thinking.
Freak of an athlete.
Yeah.
Really fun player.
Yeah. And I mean, he could be the first overall pick. He could be the fourth pick. You know what I mean? It's just one of those years where you're going to get talent.
Yeah. It's a really good draft coming out this year.
Tanking.
So try to win games and don't try to get one of the best players. It's almost as though you guys have a system that incentivizes losing. Maybe that's the issue.
Right. And they're trying to figure out a different system. At least that's what the NBA says.
Interesting note that I saw today in Luka Evans' piece here in the Denver Post. Did you realize, and according to Luka Evans' report, the Broncos have not initiated a conversation with John Franklin Myers' camp on any contract
Is that
extension.
weird? Is that weird? Isn't it not weird? Is it not weird?
Well, okay, here's what you got to look at. And Luka Evans points this out, okay? The Dolphins gave Zach Sealer 3 years and $64 million. That's a 30-year-old defensive tackle. And very comparable player. Last 2 years, 14.5 sacks to 15.5 for JFM, meaning John Franklin Myers is a $20 million a year player that the Broncos have right now on a considerable bargain, but this is time for him to go and get his. Denver has paid DJ Jones.
They paid everybody,
they
brother.
They paid Zach Allen.
They paid everybody
they
but
paid
JFM.
Malcolm Roach.
They did not pay him.
They paid Malcolm Roach.
Oh no, they paid everybody but JFM. It feels like, right?
So like that's a lot of spending on your defensive line.
Do you think they can't afford it? I mean, some of Russ's money's coming off, right? You get that money.
They can move money around and do it. If they wanted to do it, they could. I think the holdup, though, is, again, like, okay, so they got Roach a little bit early so they could save a little bit money on him. You had to pay Zach Allen. You had to pay Zach Allen money.
Right, because he's monster
he's an all-pro player, and he's an absolute monster. And, yeah, you're right about that. And DJ Jones's value, we know exactly what it is. I think the Broncos, I mean, they're already pretty high on defensive line spending. If you pay JFM, I think you go into number one in the league kind of territory.
Is this a Christian Brown, Peyton Watson kind of thing? Where the Nuggets paid Christian, but Peyton is
exactly
and will probably walk if he keeps playing like he's playing right now, right? A team's going to pay Peyton Watson.
Yeah, Peyton Watson wants to go, shooting 41% from three, if that's just what he is now. Last night, he comes back from the trunk contusion, 20 points on 9 shots.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal last night. And he, by the way, he didn't look any worse for the wear either.
No, I know.
Probably better that he didn't play against Houston because they're massive. But, no, he looked great last night.
So you think they're going to just let JFM walk? You think they've already made that decision?
I don't think they've made that decision, no. I do think that they are looking at the circumstances and saying, well, we've sure spent a lot of money on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is now,
where would you like them to spend them?
It's time for Savion Jones to kind of become the guy.
Yeah.
That's one thing you have to think about. I tell you what, if there's a place where I would like to see the Broncos go and do a little bit of shopping, it'd be a wide receiver.
Okay.
That would be the position. I still think that this pass catching group is one really good, dependable weapon away. Now, Troy Franklin is, again, he has been good the last couple of games. Pat Bryant is, I really like Pat Bryant. I think he's a good NFL player, but does this team have a bona fide, really beat you kind of number 2 receiver right now? Because look at what Jacksonville, look at what their offense looks like since they added Jacoby Myers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wild to think in a year in which Sauce Gardner changed teams, Quinnen Williams changed teams, that maybe Jacoby Myers was the most impactful NFL trade deadline move? Mm-hmm. Because that's what he looked like on Sunday. He looked great.
Is that what Bo Nix is missing, a Justin Jefferson? Or is he missing a Tyler
No, he's got
Warren?
Cortland Sutton. He's absolutely missing Cortland. He's got Cortland Sutton. I think just more depth in the pass-catching group is the one place I would spend money on this team.
All right. Yeah, I would love to load up on offensive skill positions and see what happens after this. Because nobody expects the Broncos to be right where they are right now. None of us, right? None, other than Sean Payton and that ego. None of the rest of us knew what the hell was going to happen this season.
I mean, Bert, I did pick them to win the AFC West. I did.
Hey, man, they still might not. Depending on what happens on the last game of the season.
That is true. My prediction is not right yet.
It's Chargers-Texans this week, right?
Yes, they play on Saturday.
Oh, they play on Saturday.
On Saturday.
Okay, so we'll know Saturday night whether or not.
That's going to be for the AFC West. But it will still be for the 1 seed no matter what.
No matter what happens.
Because remember, New England plays the Jets and the Dolphins.
Oh.
So they're going to be playing.
I was wondering why they had. I saw that. CBS or whatever threw up a stat that was like the percentages of winning the conference.
Yeah, New
and
England.
I wondered why.
Yeah, New England is playing Brady, Cook, and Quinn Ewers.
Okay.
So the 1 seed is very, very much still up for grabs. If the Broncos, they got to beat the Chargers. They have to beat the Chargers to get the 1 seed. The Broncos have to win out to get the 1 seed. Just remember that little bit of math. And let's be honest, the Broncos got to this place because they just kept winning games. So get back into a winning mode. I mentioned Troy Franklin before, okay? And by the way, when I say they need another pass catcher, I don't mean that as a dig at Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, who I think have both been good this year. But they need that guy that they can go to every single time, that veteran dude that you know is going to be able to get open on third down.
See, that's why I
don't think they've had that consistency.
And I know these guys don't grow on trees, but you got to go get you a Shannon Sharp, man. You got to go get you an alt. You got to find you
that tight end,
Tyler Warren, baby.
Are you saying they need a joker? Is that what you're telling me?
I think it would help out.
We need a joker
so much, but I mean, Sean Payton knows more than I do. And if he's ignoring that position, then I guess there's a reason for it.
Troy Franklin, last 2 games, 10 catches on 11 targets, 151 yards. Okay. I tell you what, if Troy Franklin wants to be that guy, then maybe they don't need another one. I've seen too much variance in the performance, and Pat Bryant has, through no fault of his own, had a hard time staying on the field here of late. Marvin Mims has had a hard time staying on the field and hasn't been a consistent part of the offensive attack.
Do you think it's a hard position to learn in the NFL? Like, compared to, it takes a couple of seasons to learn the wide receiver position?
Absolutely. Rookie wide receivers. I remember asking Gary Kubiak this years ago when Kubes took over for Foxy and was reinstalling, that Shanahan West Coast system. And I was asking him, what is the hardest position to learn in your offense? And he said it's receiver, and it's not even close, which is wild to think about. But he said a lot of the other positions in this offense are very intuitive. Wide receiver is one where it's just like you got to be studied.
Yeah.
And you've got to make mistakes and you got to get yelled at and you got to figure it out in this offense. But that leap from college to pro wide receiver, that's a massive one. That's tough. Not everybody gets to be Puka Nacua. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Tuesday afternoon. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll hear from Sean Payton here today. Plus, we'll get you all set for, it's week 17 in the NFL. It's all coming up next. We're starting hour number 3 on a Festivus edition of the show. Let's air our grievances.
We need a steel pole, right? An aluminum pole?
An aluminum pole.
We need an aluminum pole.
An aluminum pole. I think me and Andy talked about this the other day. I was supposed to bring the pole. I didn't bring the pole.
Like, does somebody have like an aluminum bat in their car, Springer? You got an aluminum bat or something we can just tape up?
Like,
here?
I do have the Festivus pole. It's at home.
Wait, is there like an official, like, does Seinfeld sell a Festivus pole for people who want to celebrate, or did you make your own?
I made mine. Yeah, I made my own. Mm-hmm. Yes.
What exactly does your wife say when you're like, honey, it's time to make the Festivus pole?
She was like, awesome. Cool. Sounds great. I mean, it was made with all scrap material that was in the garage. I didn't have to go.
Are the kids aware
of what Festivus is?
Of what Festivus is and what it means in your heart?
No.
No, they have no idea?
No.
You have to teach them slowly but surely?
Yeah, they're way too small for that.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't know about they do air a lot of grievances, though.
Actually, they do.
They do show me a lot of feats of strength. Yeah, they were beating the hell out of each other when I woke up today. So, yeah. They
war and home.
That's it's WrestleMania 12 on my couch. All right, let's do this, Mark Springer. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's air some grievances.
All right, we start with the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Same injury report as yesterday, at least for the DNPs. Nate Atkins, Pat Bryant, Dre Greenlaw, Luke Wattenberg all did not practice for a second straight day.
It was a walkthrough. You don't practice on a week like this. You know, you install, you recover, and then you go out and you play this game. Here's what I will say about this Thursday night game, okay? We've kind of tried to, like, spin this as like, oh, you get to go get the bad taste out of your mouth right away. And you do. And you're going to play a Chiefs team that it's the zombie Chiefs, okay? They offer – what is the spread on this game, Spring? 13 and a half?
I was saying 12 and a half. Could have moved.
Yeah, it's substantial. And the Broncos are going to win, okay? They're going to beat the crap out of the zombie Chiefs.
13 and a half.
Yeah, it's massive.
Oh,
okay?
man.
Like this, the Broncos will win, and they will win convincingly on Christmas night. But I will say this part of it that was a really physical game against Jacksonville on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And you did – experience, you suffered a lot of injuries in that game, and this is a quick flip to have to make it this time of year. That to me is something to watch out for. Now for the players, they're going to look at it and they're going to say, well, you're telling me though we get a mini bye on the back half of this before we have to play the Chargers in week 18. Like I will take that, but just know, like, this, I think the Broncos win big on Thursday, but I don't know if they get out of this game unscathed.
The Greenlaw injury is concerning.
Yeah, that's a soft tissue thing with him, and he's been dealing with a ton of those.
Obviously, Pat with the concussion.
He's not going to play. We know
scary,
that.
But
Atkins looks like he's done. And not having Wattenberg certainly is not ideal, having to go in and deal with the crowd noise in Kansas City. But I don't know, how into it are these Chiefs fans going to be?
Yeah,
are they that fired up for maybe the penultimate game of Travis Kelce's career?
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't. Yeah, celebrating the demise of the Chiefs dynasty. Just one final goodbye.
Do they go just Irish wake on the thing and Chiefs fans just get sloppy as hell on Thursday
Listen,
night?
I'm sure they are. It's going to be Christmas night.
Exactly.
I'm sure Kansas City's going to be rocking.
Yeah, you're going to the game. Go party. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Sean Payton talking to the media today, and we were just talking about how large of road favorites the Broncos are at Arrowhead on Thursday night. Well, Sean was asked today if he gets his team, if he gets on his team more when they're big favorites and expected to win.
Well, we don't really pay attention to that. I think we try to stay in touch with the game. This game specifically, every one of these players understands the significance of where we're at with 2 games left in the season. But we don't really follow the spread, honestly. And there's just too many other things. I mean, this is a 3-day work week. And so today's meeting this morning was where we're at, the opponent we're playing, what's taken place since the last time we played them. There's carryover. So I think for both teams on a short week, there's defenses and offenses, maybe plays that neither one of us got to use in the first game that still may apply. So that helps.
Yeah, I don't believe a word that he
I
just said.
I think he's lying too.
Yeah.
He's lying.
Yeah, I don't. He's number one. He knows the point spread.
Yes,
they all
he
know
knows
the point
all
spread.
that stuff.
Okay?
He knows it all.
They all know the point spread, and also he does know his entire team is aware that both Patrick Mahomes and Gardner Minshew tore ACLs, and they're going to be going up against a third string quarterback. He does know that this is a short week in which there are distractions all over the place for every single one of these players. It being Christmas week and everyone having family around and everything else like that. He is so aware of all of that, and he has made it perfectly clear. You tighten it the hell up this week, and you go beat the snot out of those dudes.
Yeah. I don't believe a word he just said. But.
Yeah, he's and look, Sean got he got bulletin boarded last week on the stupid small market thing.
This is weird, but
which also
take what you're going to take. I mean,
last night
use what you're going to use.
Bert, last night.
Yeah,
I'm watching Sports Center. Okay, and I don't know the anchor's name. It wasn't somebody I was familiar with. But they were doing like a quick hitter around the NFL kind of thing, and they played some Sean Payton audio, and they set the story up as though like, oh, Sean Payton, bulletin board with the small market thing. You got to know better than that. Does he?
No.
Does he really?
If it wasn't that, it was going to be some other random thing that came out of Sean's mouth that Liam Cohen was going to use to fire his team up, right?
I give Liam Cohen all the credit in the world. But and this is why when Sean Payton was asked about it yesterday, he was so pissed off about it because what he said was complimentary of Jacksonville. It was simultaneously complimentary and factual.
Yeah.
Fourth smallest media market in the NFL. They are that. And by the way, saying what size the city that you play in is no dig at what your football
doesn't
team
matter.
is.
It's Jordan-esque, man. It doesn't matter. You can tell Michael Jordan, you're the greatest basketball player in the world right now. And he's like, right now, not
Right.
ever. You know what? To hell with you. I'm going to put 50 on you. You know what? Some people just...
Oh, I'm not the best in the galaxy?
Yeah. Then you know what? I'll show you.
Right.
I'll show you tonight.
And Liam Cohen found it. and hey, again...
So weird.
Tip of the cap to Liam Cohen.
Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Beautifully done. You got a rallying cry out of it, and man, did you reach to get it, but you did it, my friend, and I give him all the credit. And by the way, he knew what he was doing. He was laughing as he said it when he started making the small market remarks. But now... you better believe it. Sean Payton is going to be way more guarded than he ever has been.
And they kind of want to run into Jacksonville in the playoffs again, don't they?
I hope so.
You kind of want to, like, you know what?
That'd be fun.
That'd be a Broncos win, I
Good
think,
content.
right?
Good content.
It'd be tough. Yeah, all right.
Sign me up for it. Yeah. Good content.
Yeah.
This is why I want the Chargers to win this week so we get our AFC West Championship game. I'm just here for the content. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
6 Broncos players have been named to the Pro Bowl. They are Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles, Nick Bonito, Quinn Miners, Pat Surtain, and Cortland Sutton.
They went 6 for 6. I think they got all 6 of them absolutely correct. I was really glad to see that Cortland Sutton was on the AFC roster at wide receiver. They absolutely got that part right. Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, and Cortland Sutton. So I was really glad to see that he got on there. He was maybe the one I had a question about, but I think he's a bona fide number 1 receiver. But the Broncos got 6. They deserve 6. They have the best record in the AFC. They nailed it. They got it absolutely right.
3 teams. It was 3 teams in the NFL got 6 players.
Yeah, Baltimore did as well.
Baltimore did?
Yeah.
That's surprising. And Lamar didn't make it, did he?
He did not.
So they got 6 without Lamar?
Your AFC quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Drake May, which I also think they got right.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if they would have put Trevor Lawrence above Justin Herbert, I would have been like, okay, I get it. But Herbert's been great this year. I think they got it right.
I got to tell you, I don't know what the hell they do at the Pro Bowl now. What are we doing at the Pro Bowl? When they get to the Pro Bowl, what do they do? Like, they don't play football anymore, right? They just play reindeer games.
A
and
celebration of player skills highlighted by a flag football game between the AFC and NFC.
All right.
Broncos, Ravens, Niners, Seahawks all had 6 players. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, speaking of the Pro Bowl, let's hear from this man, Vic Fangio, Eagles defensive coordinator, talking to the media today. Apparently, he's upset that his defensive tackle for Philly, Jordan Davis, did not make the NFC Pro Bowl.
Wait, Jalen Carter did make it. Did he think he should have gotten both DTs in?
Well, yes. Apparently so. Vic Fangio on whether on why he thinks Jordan Davis should have made the Pro Bowl.
He should have, for sure. I think they need to form a committee for the Pro Bowl. Get a couple retired coaches, a couple retired personnel guys, a couple retired players that will take pride in it, and they name it. Not all everybody and their mother's got a vote.
That is true. My mother does have a Pro Bowl vote.
Yeah.
Also, is what Vic's doing right there? Was he stumping for his next gig?
Yeah, I guess.
Because everybody that he said was retired, and Vic's 1,000 years old.
Yeah,
so
this is a weird hill to die on from Vic Fangio, where he's like, I don't like the Twitter voting. I don't like people voting on Twitter. Like,
I want to be on the Pro Bowl committee.
I don't know. I mean, Springer, would you suggest we put together a Pro Bowl committee? Do you care that much about it? Like, the players care about making the Pro Bowl, but nobody wants to go to the Pro Bowl.
Right. That's it. Today is the day it matters.
Yeah,
today
that's
is
it,
the
though.
day.
But that's it.
You get named to the All-Star game. After that, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody. Again, here's the thing. I'm sure people will watch the flag football game. I'm not one of them, but somebody will.
Fangio said the Pro Bowl has lost significance. Was it significant before that? Like back in the day, in the 80s, did it mean something?
I think making the team has always meant something.
Yeah.
Again, I think making the team has always meant something. And I don't think it loses any luster because Jordan Davis didn't make the Pro Bowl. Somebody gets snubbed every single year, okay? Every single year. And you got Jalen Carter in. Like, are you really going to complain all that much? You got Zach Bond in, which there's a good argument that Zach Bond maybe shouldn't have gotten in. You got your white corner in, Vic. You got Cooper DeJean going to the Pro Bowl. You have two corners because Quinyon Mitchell made it too. Calm down, Vic. It's going to be fine. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, the year is ending. It's the time of the year for year-end lists, Bert. So when we come back...
sexiest host here at Altitude Sports Radio.
We will do sexiest host, and then we'll follow that up with sports moment of the year and Denver sports moment of the year. That is coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Did you know that if you go to roller.bid, you can see every upcoming auction at Roller Auction? That's right. Their website is roller.bid. Write it down right now or simply cram it into your brain hole and remember it. They slow things down for the holiday season, as well they should. They're hardworking folks over there at Roller Auction. But in the new year, they're going to be cranking it up with a bunch of fantastic auctions, including a closed restaurant auction. Guys, by the way, if you are in food service, if you own a restaurant, bar, whatever it may be, food truck perhaps, great place to get equipment is at Roller Auction from Closed Down Place. You can get some great deals on used equipment, but stuff that was used by pros that is still in pretty good shape. So go to roller.bid and check that out. They got a model home furniture auction coming up as well. Roller.bid to check out all the auctions coming up, and make sure you sign up to bid because you can win tickets at roller.bid/altitude. It's time for your third and final keyword of the day on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Mark Bertinoli is in for Andy today. If you want to win tickets to the Avalanche and the Los Angeles Kings coming up on the 29th, that's next Monday, text this hour's keyword to 303-504-0925. Of course, this hour's keyword is Bishop.
Bishop.
Text Bishop.
Bishop.
To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name right now. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. It is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. The keyword is Bishop. Text it now. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck. So that is our third and final chess piece of the day. We went pawn at 320, rook at 420, and now at 520, we go bishop, Bert.
Also an X-Man.
He was.
Bishop is also.
Yeah, he had like really cool guns and stuff.
Yeah, Bishop. Shout out to Bishop.
Okay. Do you know what the bishop does in chess?
No. Wait.
Moves diagonally.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Kind of looks like a boob. It's got like a nipple on its head.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you remember the scene in Austin Powers where he's playing chess and he did a little grope on the bishop? Anyway, if you want to win tickets to the Avs Kings on the 29th, maybe I just remember that scene. Text Bishop to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name right now. Okay. We're getting ready for Broncos-Chiefs, obviously. And we got the Nuggets in action tonight against Dallas on the road. Second night of a back-to-back. Mavs are also on a back-to-back tonight.
Yeah.
And the Avalanche, well, they just destroy everybody in Utah. You get it next. And so
Good
tonight.
luck, Utah.
Yeah, exactly. So tonight, the Utah Mammoth will get to take on the mighty Colorado Avalanche. We are nearing year's end, 2025. Oh, it only took 10 years off our life. But here we go, 2025. Berto, let's dive into this. Best sports moment of the year. When you thought back on the calendar year, 2025, and this is beyond just our borders, here on the Front Range and the greater Denver metro area. This is throughout the planet. What was the sports moment that defined 2025 for you?
I think that's do we have audio of this? We don't have audio of this? We do not? All right. Well, then let me tell you what it is. I'll just explain it.
Okay.
The day was February 2nd, 2025.
That sounds like the Super Bowl.
It was the day that the Dallas Mavericks traded Luka Doncic to the L.A. Lakers for Anthony Davis and $1 billion picks.
Wow, that to you is the sports moment that defined the year.
It was the one that just shocked the hell out of me. The one where I was like, what is going on? What world am I living in? Nico Harrison has to be the dump. What is going on? That was the one moment this year that I was like, I got whiplash. I was confused, man. Luka.
Here, this is what I got to say for you on that, okay? Number one, I do remember when I saw that news come across, and I was just like, whatever. Because that dude is, he's a top 5 player in the NBA. You could make an argument he's the third best player in the league, whatever argument you want. You could go Jokic, Shea, and then Luka, and if you wanted to make that argument, I'd have very little pushback for you. This is a generational future Hall of Fame talent who really is moving. I don't even know if he's reached his full prime yet.
He's like in young 20s,
One
right?
of the best players in the world, and him getting moved to the friggin' Lakers.
To the Lakers,
of all
brother.
places. But this is just it. Like, when the Cowboys eventually shipped Micah Parsons off to Green Bay, and again, that's another one where it's like, generational pass rusher in his prime. What are we doing here? You don't trade those guys. But like, it was almost easier to take because Luka got traded. Luka Doncic.
Right, you're like, well, this is the world we live in now.
Getting traded last year, in season, by the way. Luka Doncic getting traded last year was, to your point, the thing that made every other sports transaction humanly possible.
Just crazy.
There's no, how
crazy talk.
In sports radio, we like to throw out like wild trade scenarios.
But
and
even we
like
would
that.
be like, well, that's never going to happen.
Exactly. Like that's because now you can't say it's never going to happen to any trade that gets suggested.
Right.
You can't say it anymore.
It might.
Right. It could. I don't hate that answer.
What about you? What do you got?
You know, I went weirdly. I went with a game.
Okay.
Or more specifically, I really went with 2 games.
Oh.
Bert, as you know, the sport of baseball has been dying a pretty slow death here.
Slow, painful death
in the United States.
But
it's really not been in a great place for a number of years. I would say this year, I don't know if they saved the fortunes of their sport, but the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays, they sure tried everything that they had because they gave us a World Series for the ages. I could make a strong case that was the best World Series of my lifetime, and we've lived through some all-time fall classics. But this year in the World Series, we got 7 games. And then in the midst of the 7-game World Series, we had Game 3, which was in
how long?
18-inning affair, over 6 hours in real time. Did you stay up and watch the end of that game that night?
Yeah, we had a game that night, so I got home from it and then was able to watch the rest
and
of that
still
game.
watch
It was
7
crazy.
innings, right?
Right. You still watch. Yeah, you still got hours of baseball.
Right.
It was. Yeah. No. That was stupid, and the ratings were through the roof.
And
people loved it.
And you know what the thing was though about that game too was like we know what has happened to social media and to Twitter and that night was like old Twitter.
Yeah. Where it felt it was a community. Everybody's just talking about the game and what's going on.
And everyone was just having a great time, just being sickos and up and watching this game and cracking jokes. And this is the longest since, and all the records that were being made and everything else like that. It was a great social media was a great sports community that night. Everybody coming out of the bullpen was incredible. It was an unbelievable baseball game. It wasn't a boring 18 innings either. Yeah. Like there were guys on base. There were high leverage pitches constantly.
You'll never see anything like it again.
But it eventually ended. And the only guy that could end that game, Chavez Ravine, bottom of the 18th, Freddie Freeman.
11:50 in Los Angeles. Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
An absolute classic. Unbelievable. Got it done in the 18th,
That's
Freddie
amazing.
Freeman.
It's amazing.
By the way, when he says 11:50 in Los Angeles,
that's 2:50?
That's 2:50 on the East Coast. That's 2:50 in the morning. And then Game 7. Yamamoto comes back after starting the previous game. He gets himself a World Series MVP. Dodgers were down in this game. Dodgers were down, I believe, 4-1 in this game. And who ends up being the hero? But in the top of the 11th, Will Smith.
Smith hits a high fly ball to deep left field. It's got a chance. It is gone. It's Will Smith in Game 7. And in the 11th inning of Game 7, the Dodgers lead for the first time.
Unbelievable. And then Yamamoto ends it on a double play in the 11th off the bat of Alejandro Kirk. Oh, poor Alejandro Kirk. All-timer, man. All-timer of a World Series. That World Series to me, that was my year. So now it's time for the Denver sports moment of the year. And it was a tremendous year in Denver sports. This was a year that saw the Nuggets somehow, after firing Michael Malone, come back and win a 7-game series against the LA Clippers and push the Oklahoma City Thunder, the eventual NBA champions, to the brink. This was a year that saw the Avalanche get off to an all-time start, on pace to be one of the greatest teams in the history of the NHL. The Nuggets get off to their best start in franchise history. And yet, my Denver sports moment of the year came back in October. A game where, honestly, we didn't have really huge expectations for a Broncos-Giants game back on October 19th. Denver was a healthy favorite at home in that game, as well they should have been, going up against Jackson Dart. And yet, Jackson Dart goes and balls out in that game. And at the end of the third quarter, the Giants are up 19-0. Broncos put together a touchdown drive spanning the end of the third, start of the fourth to make it a 19-8 game. They did get the 2-point conversion, but hey, Giants went right back. Theo Johnson, 41 yards from Jackson Dart to score to make it 26-8 with 10:14 to go. And the Broncos' next drive, they didn't have a lot of urgency. We were all watching that game. We all just figured they were cooked. But what happens? Oh, man. Bo Nix, 7-yard touchdown. Jackson Dart makes the mistake, throws the interception. Broncos go back and score, take the lead at 30-26. But the Giants weren't done. They would get another touchdown after another wild, it was a DPI on Riley Moss. Got him right back down there. But Will Lutz to win it. Spring the Denver sports moment of the year, at least according to yours truly. Broncos 33, Giants 32.
Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver! The Broncos have their first lead today. It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won!
It was unbelievable.
It was the Giants.
You are trailing by 3 scores with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, 33-0 fourth quarter is unbelievable.
33 points scored in the fourth quarter by the Broncos to come back and win that game. Unbelievable. Now, to your point, Spring, should you have been down that much by the Giants? No, you shouldn't have. That's immaterial, though, to what happened in the fourth quarter.
Giants were a different entity with Scattaboo, too.
They were.
Gosh, I love Cam Scattaboo.
They were. And Jackson Dart was really good that day.
He was.
He was really good that day. And Bo Nix, for 3 quarters, was horrendous.
The deflections, like one into, what was it, Theo Johnson's hands?
The Theo Johnson touchdown was just like, are you friggin' kidding me?
Yeah, but then one goes the other way to Denver.
Right.
Troy Franklin.
The game had it all. It truly had it all. Now, remember, Giants missed the PAT to keep it a 2-point game after the Jackson Dart touchdown. It's incredible, everything that happened in that game. But the Broncos took over with 33 seconds left. Nix to Mims, 29 yards. It's Spring, no matter what happens the rest of this Broncos season, no matter how high it goes or how abruptly it ends, whatever comes of this 2025 Sean Payton, Bo Nix, Denver defense experience, I'm never going to forget that game.
We love comebacks. We love gigantic comebacks. We love improbable comebacks.
Right. This was really like that's where the legend of Bo Nix was born, of being a Bo-lever. It truly, like, it's a clever slogan before that. That's the game where it was born.
It was a Tebow game. It was also a very much so a Tim Tebow game.
Yes.
In terms of nothing. Now, it was better than Tebow at the end.
Before that game, remember this statistical note? Teams had lost 1,602 consecutive games when trailing by at least 18 points with 6 minutes to play. Yeah. That's one of those games, by the way, like it's like the Elway Monday Nighter in the snow and everything else. That's one of those games where it's eventually like one day everyone's going to have been there. Everyone will say that they were at that game. Bo Nix, first player in NFL history to rush for 2 touchdowns and throw for 2 in the fourth quarter. 33 points in the fourth, the most scored in a single quarter in franchise history to give the Broncos an 8-game home win streak to come back and get that. That's the Denver sports moment of the year. I don't even know what you would argue next.
Okay, well, I got a couple for you. Berto and I do.
Aaron Gordon?
That's one of... You spoiled it, Nate!
Sorry. That was my number 2. That's
because
why.
what we were going to do.
Yeah.
We were going to play 2.
Okay.
Gordon to us was number 1.
Okay.
But here's our runner-up.
2nd and 4. Here's Nix going for the long ball. He's got a step on him. And the Broncos strike early with the touchdown to Franklin from 43 yards out.
Nate, they led 7-0.
They led 7-0 on the road in Buffalo.
In a playoff game. Yeah, that Giants win was great. The Giants are in contention for the first overall pick.
But
that was a playoff game.
Had a first quarter lead in a playoff game, and Jim Nantz yelled Broncos, and he's a drop of the year award winner, damn it.
Okay, now we go game 4.
Give it to me. By the way, you know what I love about this one? Kaz nailed this call. No, this is chef's kiss, 10 out of 10 Jason Kosmiski right here.
Tied at 99.
Yep.
Nuggets call timeout with 8 seconds to go after a Zubats tip shot. Nuggets get the ball. In fact, Jokic then misses a 3, and then this happens.
Nuggets looking to avoid overtime and getting home court advantage back. Here we go. Murray looks in. Throws it in over to Jokic. Hands it. Fake the handoff over to Murray. Jokic at the logo. One-on-one with Zubats. 2 seconds left. Fade away. Dunked home by Gordon at the horn. You count that basket. It's good at the horn, and Denver wins game number 4, 101-99. They will review that.
Is a good basket that plays under review?
I think that was an air ball by Jokic, dunked home by Gordon. And in my basketball eye, folks, that was good.
Spring, they reviewed that thing for like 9 years. Kaz was on it instantly.
Like by a millisecond.
Yeah. By the way.
Walk-off, I mean, not alley-oop, not really. Miss 3 dunk, more accurate.
Yeah, NC State style. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
At the buzzer.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Unbelievable play. It's number 2 to me. It's number 2. Again, 33 points scored in the fourth quarter, something you hadn't seen in 1,600 NFL games. Like, I got to put that at number 1, but AG is number 2. And it was going to take something special to knock that dunk, that game-winning dunk, off the pedestal.
There were so many good moments, but, when you ultimately get eliminated, like the Broncos are still alive.
Still alive.
That
helps. Yeah, we got a little bit of hope. Your keyword right now is Bishop. Text Bishop to 303-504-0925. That's Bishop, B-I-S-H-O-P. Text Bishop to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. That enters you to win Avalanche Kings tickets for next Monday night. It's all powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. The keyword Bishop, text it now. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. That's about 16 minutes from now here on Altitude Sports Radio and the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Tuesday afternoon, Kreckman and Lindahl. Hope you are all doing well in your holiday preparations. We're with you until 6. We got the Nuggets in Dallas tonight. Berto's doing pregame right now over on AM 950. And then the Avalanche will be in action against the Utah Mammoth this evening. That game will be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our own Connor McGahee powering through this evening right here. Division rivalry matchup, by the way, Spring, the deep-seated hatred between the Avs and the Mams as they will go head-to-head tonight.
Yeah, throw out the records when the Mams are in town.
That's absolutely true. Is this a Scott Wedgwood night tonight?
I haven't checked. I mean, I said this morning that I would be my guess.
Yes.
They're just alternating is what they're doing right now.
So I would think that he is in there.
Would be shocked if it's not Wedgwood.
All right. So the Avalanche and the Mammoth coming up here this evening.
Hey, speaking of the Avs, Nate.
Yes.
Got one more moment for you.
Okay.
I mean, shout out to the text line because this is. I mean, I just love this story.
It is, and thank you to the listeners because this was
amazing.
A silly omission on our part.
Yeah, but they go out in round one. You almost forget. And he's playing great right now.
Yes.
Like he's back. And so you almost kind of forget. It feels like it was 2 years ago that he did this.
It's the first shift, though. It's the very first shift it's an all-timer of a Denver sports moment.
Yes. Yes, first shift back in game 3. And I like how we're just pronouncing him because you know who we're talking about, right?
Landy.
It's Landy.
Yeah.
But this is it. Game 4, Avs up 2-0 against the Stars.
Late forecheck there from the Avalanche. It misses. Josh Mancing. Icing is waved off. Why in the world did that happen? Brock Nelson trying to make it not matter. Nelson. The need for speed. Landeskog! Yeah! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Welcome back, Cap! Gabe Landeskog! The Norse god of hockey has made it 3-0 Colorado. Oh, what a moment inside Ball Arena.
I wish we had a better memory of that series, but that
they were up 2-0.
2-0. The first shift too when he threw the hit on Mikko. All of it, the return to Landeskog. That's a shame they didn't win the series.
I think the goal was my favorite moment.
Okay.
And it happened so quick. Like just quick out of the D zone. Then Landy gets it out wide, quick slap shot, rips it.
Yep.
Bar down. And it's just like time. I know this sounds stupid and cliche. Like time stood still. It was like, did that just happen?
Yeah.
He just did it. He just scored. And then just eruption.
The fact that he threw the hit too on the just a monster hit on his first shift,
and it was on Mikko.
And it was on Mikko.
Something too.
Yeah, he was Landeskog immediately.
He's made a point. He fought in the preseason. He has been physical this year, and so for him to get physical in his very first shift, like he knows that that's part of his role on this team to bring some dirty, even though he's the nicest guy.
No, it's the kind of hockey player that he is. That's his value as a player. I remember a conversation I had with the late great Peter McNabb about Landeskog one time, and again, like Peter McNabb was he watched that sport at a doctorate level, you know. And
absolutely.
And I remember and this, by the way, this was off air. This wasn't like I'm on KSE airwaves, so I better I better hype my guy. It was nothing like that. It was, just kind of in passing, I made a comment about Gabriel Landeskog, and he was like, no, he's one of the best hockey players you will ever watch. Mm-hmm. And he like very detailed and gave me a very in-depth breakdown of the two-way player that Landeskog is. And he made the point of just like, McKinnon is an all-time great skill position player, but like every hockey coach in the world will tell you, like, be a hockey player like Gabriel Landeskog, because nobody can do what that guy can do. And that was really, really cool to see. And McNabb really was like, I only played with a handful of guys ever in my life. that were the quality, the kind of that company of player that Gabe Landeskog is.
No, you're right about Peter's hockey IQ.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty good.
Off the freaking charts. Like when that guy talks, when you're listening to him off air, on air, like you listen.
Yeah,
you just sit there and you listen.
Yeah.
Remember the interview he did with Gabe after they won the cup on the ice?
Yes.
I mean, and Peter loved Gabe Landeskog. Raj and I were out at a draft party. It was NHL draft night, but this was the summer that Landeskog was a free agent before he signed his long-term deal at, I think it's $7 million per, which at the time was like, can they afford that? And we asked Peter about it. We did ask him on air, and he was just like, you cannot lose Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, too important.
Yeah.
All-time great.
I was just raving about Gabe for 2 to 5 minutes. It was just, you could see it in his eyes. Like, you cannot lose Gabe Landeskog.
Him being back and being as good as he has been this year. And look, it's a massive addition to this team. And the Avalanche have had a lot of other good things go their way. Like, Brent Burns has worked out great.
Yes.
He's been fantastic. Like, Sam Malinsky has taken another step forward and been absolutely
Gavin Brindley
outstanding.
Coming over for Charlie Coyle.
The Marty Natchez acquisition. Is he Mikko Rantanen? No, but he's a different level of high-skilled, just unbelievably dangerous forward. He's so good playing with Nathan McKinnon. The roster construction of this team has just been done so well. But Landeskog's return is you're right about that. It's just that was chills.
Yeah. Would he ever come back? Like, remember,
I didn't think he
goes and plays for the Eagles,
I didn't
but
think he
even
was
just
going
like a week before he goes on his rehab assignment to the Eagles, there were still doubts. And even when he went to the Eagles, it was like, well, does this even mean he's playing in the... People were doubting. I mean, doubt the entire way.
When you watch the documentary that he did, you're just like, he's not going to make it. You know? This ain't going to happen.
That was the thing, though. When he did a few interviews, and then he announced that this documentary was coming. That was in like February.
Yeah.
And that was like, that kind of perked my ears. I was like, huh. Because we like happy endings to documentaries. Like, that would be a real buzzkill if at the end of the documentary it was like, I'm never playing again.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of documentaries with pretty crappy endings. I watched, apropos of nothing, I watched a Frontline episode the other night, and and it was enthralling. I don't even want to say what it was about because people will get mad about friggin' everything. But the graphic that they put up at the end where they're like update. It was just like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's when you lock into a good Frontline documentary. That is just, you're prepared to get bummed out. That really, if anything, that's on me. That's the all right, well, I guess I'll just go to sleep depressed. Thank you, the news. All right. Spring, what do we got?
We got a winner.
We got a winner of Avalanche and Kings tickets.
And his name is Jason Strange.
Strange. Congratulations. Get you some Strange. Jason, you have won tickets for the Avalanche and the Kings game on Monday. You're going to be there at Ball Arena.
With see Gabe Landeskog.
With Gabe Landeskog. You're gonna get to high-five Gabe Landeskog. Asterisk, you may not actually get to high-five Gabe Landeskog. But I can't tell you for sure you won't.
He is really nice.
He's very nice. Friend of the program. We love Gabe. Way to go, Strange. Nice job. That concludes the Kreckman and Lindahl
Hey, you're
show.
off for the year, man. Is this your last show?
This is I'm done for 2025.
All right.
I will return in early 26.
Okay, give me your Broncos-Chiefs prediction.
Broncos 30, Chiefs nothing. 30
very well could be.
To nothing.
Okay. Give me your Chargers-Texans prediction.
Chargers 20, Texans 18.
Okay, then that
Chargers
means...
cover the 1.5, but also Week 18 AFC West Championship game flexed to Sunday Night Football.
Hell yes.
I'm calling it right now.
Okay, and look, I
For
mean,
the number 1 seed in the AFC.
I agree with you. My lean is Chargers in that game. Let's say that's the case.
I just, more than anything, I want to will it into existence. I don't know. Is that Texans pass rush just going to destroy the Chargers and they're not having any tackles? Maybe. I don't know, though. The Chargers are a vibey team right now.
They're very vibey. And the Raiders just gave the Texans a run for their money. That game was in Houston, the freaking Raiders. Now, I guess the Raiders gave the Broncos a run for their money once upon a time this year, but...
Spring, really quickly, there was a note that I saw out of that game that blew my mind. Max Crosby played every single defensive snap for the Raiders in that game. It's the 8th time this year that Max Crosby has played every defensive snap in a game for the Raiders.
Well, that's just not sustainable.
That's superhuman.
They try to keep Nick Bonito on a pitch count.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. The Raiders got nobody else.
Well, Pete Carroll's desperate.
Yes. And also, I think Max Crosby is one of those psychos
He
that
kind
is
of
like,
is.
if you take me off the field, I will kill you with my bare hands.
Okay, so let's say we're right. Since you're off for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Would this game be before you're back? This Chargers-Broncos game? Let me look this up.
Yes, it would be.
What's your prediction? Who's winning the AFC West?
Broncos 19, Chargers 18.
You love those scores.
I
And
do.
you know what? They're kind of Bronco-y.
They're real Bronco-y. That's why I take them. I don't think that's going to be a high-scoring game. Will Lutz, game winner.
Not a top 10 Bronco this season, though.
Not a top 10 Bronco. No.
He did hit the upright.
The doink cemented it, by the way. We like Will Lutz. He's just not a top 10 Bronco. Blitz is coming up next. Avalanche and Mammoth. Pre-game at 6:30, puck drop at 7 o'clock. If you're looking for the Nuggets and the Mavs, that's over on AM 950. For the great Mark Springer and for the great Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you.